Well, that was a lot louder than I thought it would be. Hello, everyone. How's it going? Today, folks, we've got a special guest for the stream. I'm going to get the other camera lens ready because I realized that this one's the too short range one. But, yeah, Harold is going to be joining us today. So, Harold will be casting first series. We'll figure out what we're doing for the second one. And
surprise.
Yeah. I also need to figure out volumes and stuff too. But we'll, again, as we do with many things on the stream, figure it out as we go along.
Ads. Yay.
Yeah.
Guess we could do two other casters.
Well, yeah, Sam will be alright, don't worry about that. Sam will be. We have a Harold. So those of you who haven't seen Harold, he's been on stream once or twice before when he's been in Berlin, which you are. I guess you're going to go see the LEC this weekend.
If I can find a ticket, that's the thing.
Oh, right, well,
Because
I don't know then.
allocations have been a bitch.
Wait, really? Hang on. Did you mean like the contacts that you get tickets from you're like on the outs with?
Basically, I talked to all of my contacts and they're like, oh, well, now there's 12 teams, so allocations are basically gone. And I'm like,
yeah. No, for this one particularly, because you've got KCB and Lost Returns, like, you've got even more KC fans in studio, and you've got the Rats fans too.
So.
Oh, hey G, how's it going? I've seen you in chat for a while, how's it going? Listening to the stream yesterday, Summoning Insight and Shadow the Hedgehog OXT to avoid having a thought form in my brain.
Chat, I couldn't show up on the stream physically without,
Oh yeah, the donut tax.
bringing some gifts.
Yeah. Okay, folks. So we have so our first series of the day is NIPTT. Now, in any sane world, that should just be a slam 2-0 for NIP. However, we do live in our world instead, which raises questions. But yeah, I like my donuts shaken, not stirred. Anyway, it's fine.
I mean,
yeah.
Classic here.
Yeah. Hey Kiwi. Hey Mecha. Who else haven't I said hi to you? Hey Hori as well. Although you might be in the middle of an ad break, so that might not be helpful. It's going. I have a lot of doctor visits as well. I hope that's doctor visits can be stressful as fuck. So I hope you're fine with that. Right. Yeah. I suppose we'll talk about for today. I need to get myself a coffee at some point too, so I'll do that.
I can take care of chat in the meantime if you want.
Yeah, sure. If you don't mind, actually, I'm gonna move this back a little bit so I can switch up. I have no idea how we're gonna fit like 3 people around here again. We'll just we'll figure it out.
Yeah. Hello, chat. Good morning. How's it going? I've been up since 7:30 because I'm staying in a different part of Berlin, but you know. No, I can't. I'm not gonna risk their equipment because it's their equipment. If they punch it, it's fine, and if they break it, it's still their equipment. If I break it, I have to pay for it. I'm not gonna punch the microphone. But yeah, no, really excited to see this NIP team. Like, this is, from the results I've seen from this NIP team, this is like the new gen Weibo. They're like, yeah, we beat WE, and then, oh shit, we lost to OMG, and then it's like, oh well, boy, This team makes no fun, and I love them. Been up on a run already, woke up at 4 AM, healthy sleep schedule for August. I still can't do that, and I hold it down the job somehow. Team stats. What is this? What is the statistic? What does it mean?
Hello there. Do you need an extra chair, Harold? Because I can bring one through theoretically.
I mean, I think it's probably better with the bed than like
Slot in.
space.
Yeah. Okay.
So we're like proper spatial.
That's fine. I guess I bring my chair in and we try and
Squeeze between the two of them.
Yeah.
So I'll shift mine over as much to the left as I can. I'm on the right. Just the right. I've got a coffee actually.
I can sort that out, and I can make it a more faster. So you've got a coffee, Harold?
Yes, I brought back coffee.
Oh, fabulous! It's like natural coffee.
Yes, that is right.
Fantastic. I will get myself a coffee and go around with you guys.
I've got my mental health support long cat to watch NIP play.
Yeah, we bring out the long cat for for the visitors. Bring out the finest china and also the long cat.
Yes.
Okay, so these are just MVP things, I suppose.
I mean, we saw that like the highest rated one was Knight.
Yeah.
And then this is for the.
This will be for Persevere. Yeah, this will be Persevere.
And Angel has been, stand up, and then this is what's Ascent? No, it's not Ascent.
Nirvana.
Nirvana. Oh, yeah. Right. How could I forget Group Nirvana?
Yeah. Now this one's got to be interesting because obviously LNG are so dominant in Group Nirvana, but they only have so many players and there are only so many games that they can play.
Yeah, I mean. To be honest, it's like we were seeing like a few posts online about like Group Nirvana and the fact that like.
Oh, side note, not league related.
Yeah.
Brandon Sanderson's been to Hollywood.
Yes, yeah, I did see. I saw. By the way, I'm just looking at the volumes on the OBS. I'm actually not sure how audible people are when they're like away from it. But yes, I saw the Cosmere is now going to Apple.
Yeah, so Brandon made a post on Reddit explaining it. So it's going to Apple, so it'll be the same studios as doing things like Severance, which is a fairly
Apple
cool...
had so of like
Sanderson, which series?
Mistborn and Stormlight Archives.
Oh, okay.
So he's like a really big fantasy author. But
he's the guy who finished Wheel of Time as well.
Oh, okay. No, I'm not fully into that, but I'm kind of catching back on Stargate still.
Should be I'm very excited, but I'm just finishing up my reread of the Stormlight Archives.
Which is
very on.
I still need to finish my first one. Sam's actually doing an audiobook, which is pretty good. Okay, so hang on, I can't break off because this is the TT roster. Keshi, Junhao, Heru, Ryan 3, and Feather. We still don't know what happened to Ryan 2 and Ryan 1.
Yeah, I think there's probably, like, what's it called, a laboratory, like, and then these are my boys.
And then we have NIP, Hoya, Guon, Care, Assume, and Draw.
This roster lives and dies by that man in the jungle, and if he gets Ari.
Pretty much. I have to say, Hoya has been more stable than I thought he would be, because Hoya sometimes has... Well, look, Hoya, when he was back on TT, which is, of course, his old team, he was a liability. He would occasionally spike. The famous one being last year, TT, of all teams, was the team that broke BLG's domestic best-of-5 win streak, which had lasted all the way to 2024.
Yeah, Hoya's Camille into Bin's Aatrox, and then
Solo killed him.
Lane.
Yeah, in game 5.
Yeah, that was... I remember that series. I was going, I think, to the airport to come here.
Yeah, that did go unfathomably hard at that point.
Yeah.
But on this squad now on NIP, feels like he's definitely he'll have stuff like the Rumble game, that's one of his more comfortable champions, but then the other one for him is weirdly Poppy top lane. He's like one of the only in fact he might still be the only player to play Poppy top lane.
The LPL probably, yeah.
No, in the world, someone was checking the stats, no one else has been playing it top lane, weirdly.
Well, this year, Poppy's priority has gone down generally, mostly because
she was very high last year, so it means she's still around, but it's just not ban first 3 pick kind of level.
I mean, it's also the fact that like there's a lot of junglers right now in the meta that can just ignore Poppy's presence. Like we see the Jace, for example, who doesn't really need to be involved in melee range. He can just poke from range, or Malphite, whose only dash is unstoppable.
Yeah, true. That's a very fair point, actually.
There's not really like much to do in that sense. It is still a very strong counter to like top laners like Cassante, for example.
Yeah.
Poppy into Cassante is one of those
it's
nigh
really hard.
unplayable matchups for the Cassante.
And there are some people who are trying to prioritize Jax now, and Poppy has a good matchup into that too. So there's a chance we see it spring back. Anyway, that's a quick dive onto Hoya for NIP. Rest of the team got Guon in the jungle, who came off of a pretty disastrous year in the LCP on Detonation Focus Me. Where I don't really think he didn't funnily enough, he didn't finish the year there actually. He dropped out of the last...
Yeah, I mean, EFM's roster was a bit of a mess last year, no?
Yeah, it was basically just like Arya versus the world. Nothing else really clicked. It was just Arya. And now, funnily enough, Arya's now left DFM and he's gone over to SoftBank Hawks. So DFM have rebuilt themselves. Looks like we're getting ourselves into... we got the interview, so I guess we'll listen to
the air fried interview. Yes.
大家好，我是 T 的艺术手
That's Harold. That's Harold.
那这个赛季呢 ，TT 也是第一次来到深圳主场，第一次交锋 NIP 战队。你们对他最近的比赛有所关注吗？包括对手，你觉得有哪些点值得你们所留意的呢？
我们整个团队都有关注他们的比赛吧。我觉得看他们的比赛，我们只需要关注他们的打野的动向就好了。
那目前呢，我们的比赛已经总决赛来到第2轮了。很可惜、很遗憾的是啊，队伍目前还暂时没有拿到首胜。 你会觉得这对大家的心理状态会有所影响吗？
每次失败之后，教练都会给我们来一次深度复盘吧，我们的心情都是挺放松的。希望今天大家都可以打好。
看得出也是一个很平和的心态。那在赛前要不要给所有的这个选手队伍，包括自己加油、鼓舞士气呢？
加油，我们可以做到的。
好的，全力奋战，给我们的 TT 加油了。好的，同时也为大家采访到的是深圳 NIP 的侯亚选手，先给大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是深圳 NIP 的3位侯亚。
欢迎侯亚。那今天也是比较辛苦的一个背靠背的赛程了啊。昨天比赛结束之后，在短暂的休整过程当中，你们有总结哪方面的原因吗？
我们打呼气的时候可以打凶一点，然后早餐打得好一点。
团战再更集中一点。那目前呢，组内赛还剩下最后2场比赛了。对手都是 TT， 也是我们后亚的老东家了啊。那今年的 TT 也是一支非常年轻的战队了，你们对他们有多少了解呢？
我在 TT 打了很久，但他们今年换了很多新人，所以现在我不知道。
好，所以我们就期待2支队伍今天在赛场上的表现了，给你们加油了。
Okay, we're going to be doing some basically some Tetris in the background, trying to fit in, 3. Yeah, that's actually going to be okay. We'll try and figure that out. Okay, there we go. Cool. Oh, I saw that they did. No, yeah, I saw that there was. Wasn't there a K? No, was that Pixels? The one with the K-pop version of the song? There was a movie. I saw that. I know that there was an ending credits song
was
by
a K-pop version of this?
A K-pop version of the Tetris song. Yes, Sam. Don't question such things. Okay, right. We should be getting pretty close into it. A couple of minutes until we get onto stage itself. This will be in Shenzhen in NIP time arena. And I've got to somehow fit all of us onto camera. Well, that's why we have this for. Well, yeah, folks, we're gonna have a TriCast for today's first series. We'll figure out what's happening for the second series and whether. Well, this is gonna be the test run the first series, and we'll see what happens for the second one. We're also gonna have to somehow try and fit this microphone between 3 people. So again, lots of, yeah.
Do you want to lift it up a little or try to?
So when you say lift it up, you mean with the angle? We can certainly try.
I know it's something.
I promise, if I extend this arm, it's quite heavy. I can certainly try, but we have to try and get this between all 3 people. Realistically, what we really need to have is actually have this. Just it. Oh shit. It's probably better actually if we have it right here.
Yeah. Let me.
And we'll try and put it like that.
I think we'll slot it in.
I think if we do this, we'll hopefully be fine. I think this works just about. As you can see, folks,
Come by, my lord, around the microphone.
Yeah, as you can see, we're a very professional outfit here. So we've got to try and figure stuff out on the fly. We've ran
that
out
in mind.
Yes.
Harold, introduce yourself. Why are you cool? Why should people trust your opinion on League of Legends?
Okay, hello. For those who do not know who I am, my name is Harold. I am currently a colorcaster for the UK and Ireland, the UK and Ireland 4 Nations, which is a league that, it's the step below the NLC basically at this point. And in the past I've been a head coach in the Italian 1st Division and the Italian 3rd Division. And
Vladi and Emperos both played there, by the way, amongst other people.
Rillac and Emperos. No, Vladi was LC.
So people just lied to me when it was about PG Nets then.
Wait, Vladi. I don't remember him.
People just lied to me about that then. Okay.
He might have been.
Spring 22, I thought it was. Yeah.
I need to check back, but Yike did, for example.
Yeah. Yike actually played in Italy before he played in France. People forget that.
Yeah. But the long and short of it is, current commentator, former coach. Occasionally does a bit of that. Plays over in Valence League as well, the Valence League enjoyers. Occasionally see the likes of Goob in chat. We've also been enjoying the Disco Elysium playthrough. It's been a good time. But thank you everyone for being in here and saying hello. Of course, you should know myself. I'm Initialise. That's Nymaera. You're on Nymaera's channel. I am Nymaera's older brother. We are a commentary pair. We do that commentating thing together where I do the play-by-play and he tells you why it's important. But we've got ourselves some quite cool games today. I'm assuming we've mentioned our first game, namely Thunder Talk versus NIP.
Yeah, we talked about this one a little bit. Of course, NIP coming up with a 2-1 loss to EDG the other day, which they beat them the first time around. Yeah, they did.
They did beat them.
EDG, a team which we thought would just be out and out maybe best team in
Yeah,
history.
yeah.
Not been quite so simple, but now it's starting to ramp up. And what this does mean is that when it comes to kind of like, we need to actually think about, what I need to do is I need to look up what the implications of group perseverance are, because obviously it's getting a lot more close.
It really is. I have adjusted the mic somewhat, but I'm not sure we can put too much more there.
Guys, I have turned the stream down and I have turned the mic up. I've actually done both of them. The problem is, this advert in particular is ridiculously loud.
Yeah.
I don't know what they've done with the audio mixing this split in the LPL because it is crazy. But like the volume of the ads is just crazy. I still don't understand why it sounds like they've been through like a deep fryer, to be honest.
There's definitely a couple issues with some mic quality. They've definitely got some of them. I think part of it as well is, generally speaking, you'll notice this with TV shows as well. Adverts are nearly always 10% plus louder than the shows that they are situated around. Partly to make sure that people suddenly get hit by the advert volume and realise it's a thing. You don't just take it as part of what's going on. So it's a deliberate ploy that adverts are louder than the shows around them as a sort of eye-catching, ear-catching thing, I suppose. Attention-grabbing would be the better way of phrasing it. So that's part of it, but it's more extreme here than pretty much anywhere else at the minute, which is pretty wild. But yes, we have done our adjustments best we can. But again, part of it is 3 of us around 1 mic. Isn't helping. But looking at the OBS volumes, looks okay there.
They can lie to you, Sam. They can lie to you.
Who would lie to you?
No one on the internet. No one lies on the internet.
Yeah, no. Well, I do, but like, that's different.
Why was there a roar with the Anyone's Legend? Was that a roaring panda? The pandas roar? They do know. That dap up is very
they're
dramatic.
technically bears.
But bears also don't roar.
That's true.
They like chuff. In fact, when they do bears in movies, they use lions and a bit of a wolf mixed in there. Because bears...
They don't make that
roar
noise.
No, not really.
Huh. Well, that's ruined my day. I wanted bears to be...
Do you see that pandas are no longer endangered? Yes, I did. I did see pandas.
That's
the
actually
conservation
incredible.
is very cool. Over here in NIP's Shenzhen Arena, it's very strange seeing all the LPL livery being blue for this year.
Yeah.
They've gone away from the red. If it's TT in this one, the volume is so much lower for this side bit. What the heck? Like, literally, this is... So, what you guys don't realize is that the clean feed coming through from each arena is different volume. So it's different in Shanghai, Beijing, Shenzhen, Suzhou, and Xi'an. Like, it's different at all 5 venues. You just have to figure it out on the day. Oh, God.
If only there was a way to unify... If only there was a way to unify the audio from the broadcast.
Crazy.
Wow.
Oh, my God. Team captains come out first, and the teammates behind them. We can at least do it synchronized, folks. Come on.
He looks so startled to be there.
Yeah. Oh, you poor thing. TT have changed the font on their jersey for this year.
I mean, all teams have changed their font. They've always they've kind of gone back to that early 2000s aesthetic.
Yeah. It's because so Li Ning does all of the uniforms at once. So it used to be Nike, but now it's basically one clothing brand will do all of the uniforms for LPL. It's very cool.
How are we feeling about today's match in terms of TT's chances? Because I am worried that they are going to get run in here.
Being done.
Yeah.
You could get run in as well,
Yeah.
but that I don't know what that means.
This is just sort of fake baseball reference, clearly.
Right.
I do think TT have shown some glimpses of decency, but then NIP have been the most... in their wins, I feel like they've been the most dominant team in the group. When it comes to, like, when they get their game rolling, when they get Guwon rolling, when Hoya gets a decent matchup, they seem to be the more consistent teams at closing out the game.
My concern there, and I do agree, is that actually getting a lead is very much not a guarantee. Like Hoya, we saw the cool AP Varus tech top yesterday, got them the win, and then the other two games were diabolical. Like this is sometimes the way of this team, and against TT, I think they should be able to do it. Because again, for my money, ThunderTalk may be up there as one of the worst teams in the league. Period. I saw this team get a combo of Jarvan and Bessa with an Orianna as ball carrier. They had a misfortune to ult over the Jarvan ult, and they could not land a combo the entire game. They were missing point-blank Orianna shockwaves, weren't tracking flashes. They got the win in the end with that comp, but it was anything but simple. And it really shouldn't have been that, considering what the compositions were, what they were playing into, and that lack of coordination, that kind of panic around team fights and making a play really worries me about ThunderTalk's chances in any given game, no matter the draft.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like TT are kind of still in the like roster building phase. It feels like these guys haven't really played that much together. Like when you're failing such easy combos as like Jarvan and Bessa or Rihanna, it's like we pull it off in VL.
Yeah, that stuff plays itself.
Yeah, and when you're adding a misfortune on the top, like that is one of the simpler wombo combos out there. It's a reason it's very potent right now is because actually, yes, Orianna is strong. Yes, these champions are strong. But the other side of that is just the floor to executing it is so low that your ability to actually pull it off is very, very high, theoretically. And TT weren't able to do that. Now, things may change. It may have been a bad day. It may have been a bad couple of weeks. We will see where things look at the end of the split. But right now, at least from what we've seen, I think ThunderTalk are looking pretty anemic. And NIP, for all they are flawed, we have seen some decent positives, particularly from winning game states.
So, now we need to talk about, because we're getting towards the end of the split, these results start to matter more in terms of implication. Group Perseverance, that's our middle group. What does it mean for it? Well, what you need to know as a viewer, every one of these teams in Group Perseverance will go into what's known as the Knights Road stage, which is effectively your last chance to get into playoffs. It will be bottom two teams from Group Ascend, the top four immediately go into playoffs, and then the bottom two of Ascend will play off against every team from Perseverance, and then the top two from Nirvana. As far as I'm aware, it's kind of like a double elimination. It's more like a GSL group at that point, where you have 2 matches on the upper bracket, which involves 4 teams, obviously. And then you have 2 teams in the lower bracket. The upper bracket ones, if you win that series, you will go through. In the bottom bracket, you have to win 1 series, then play against the losers from the upper to see how things progress. You've got 4 teams which have an immediate chance to qualify. Losers will get a second chance. But if you're basically bottom 2 in the Group Perseverance or the top 2 from Nirvana, you have to win 2 best-of-5s back-to-back, not just the 1. And of course, this is against the worst 2 teams from Group Ascend and your other rivals as well. So this is somewhat of a last chance to qualify. It's called the Knights Road if you see that referenced on broadcast. And we are getting to the point now where one of WE, EDG, or NIP is going to drop down to that bottom 2 and get into that lower bracket and lose themselves that chance to have a second life.
Yes, and that would be significant.
Called Knights Road and BLG are not there. I don't know.
It's because it's the road that leads to Night.
No. So technically, it's named after EDG, who are the Silver Knights. So it's like each of these. So a lot of these are actually named after the world champion organizations. So Nirvana is meant to be more like Phoenix for FPX. We're into the draft though, TT NIP, and take it away, folks.
Indeed we will do. So reminder guys, we have got a disconnect between side select and first pick. NIP have first pick.
I've decided I hate it because it challenges my instincts of watching draft.
It does a bit, whereas TT have blue side but will have second pick. On Bessa, Orianna, Malphite off the board by NIP. The Jace, the Nico, the Jarvan away on the other side. We've seen a singular Jace game over the last week or so, and it was absolutely disgusting, even if it did get shut down as the game went on. Varus is up, Varus gets picked, and we'll note Rumble's still available and will likely be the response.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised that the Rumble did not get picked up. Hoya has been looking like one of the better Rumbles in the league. So I'm surprised that the Varus gets picked up, but after his top Varus performance, I guess this is a flex pick. So.
True. Very true.
Yeah, that is fair. And now the thing is, now are TT afraid to lock in the Rumble because they know that the Varus can be really, really good into it. Still, I'm surprised that TT didn't lock in something that can punish the Varus more, because when I think of like a jungle mid laner that can punish a Varus, I don't really think front to back champions like Xin Zhao and Azir. I think about stuff which can dive the backline a little bit more.
What I will note is that I think if I'm looking at TT and the players I trust on that roster, is that's a Yone Sejuani lock, by the way. We will come back to that because that is cool. But I think Keshi has probably been Thundertalk's best looking carry. The problem is, as you noted, he's into Hoya, and he's going to have to deal with the fact that that flex is available for a while. They are the ones with the last pick, so they may well leave that to later on to try and force Hoya into matchup that Keshi can at least pick something he likes into. Misfortune lot for Thundertalk, but Sejuani and Yone, guys, what are we feeling about that one?
It's definitely one of the combos. I think it's probably really strong when you're like a lot of the mid pool has already been pinched, because Azir has been picked. Yone is always been decent into the Azir because, you know, second wind, D-shield, and absorb life, and you're just sustaining through lane, and you're gonna be fine regardless through the Azir poke, and then your combos are gonna be able to go through most of his disengage tools. But getting it this early and you're into a Xin Zhao, which the heads-up matchup for the Sejuani is really bad. So I don't know, this is a bit of an early pick in the series for Yone Sejuani, in my opinion at least.
I'll note, Guwon's obviously put a fair amount of time to Sejuani, but over years, Care has been a very good Yone player, and I think it's also potentially just a bit of a gauntlet thrown to the Heru, who has really been struggling, guys. He's not had a great time in the mid lane, and we've seen a few mid laners try the Yone out into some of these mage matchups to mixed success. Rookie tried it, fell very far behind the lane, came back a little bit, but we'll see how it goes today.
And now when you see something like that Jax being banned away from topside, I do wonder whether they're trying to set up for this Varus to go up there.
Yeah.
Now the thing is, NIP have last pick, so I don't, unless top lane was going to be picked here, it makes it a little bit harder to do so, but it's just adding a little bit of threat into that. So as we get into this last pick, they're going to be locking in their support here. That does mean that NIP gets support counter pick instead. At this point, I feel like you chuck the Varus bot lane. You do not want the Varus in a bad matchup, even if it is a dominant top lane champion. I think you chuck it. I think you just chuck in something like a Leona at this point, or something like that. Although they might just completely prove me wrong. Maybe that Jax ban. Maybe they are just like, Hoya's feeling it.
In fairness, he had a fantastic showing on it. They did it in first game yesterday, I think it was it yesterday? It must have been yesterday. Yes, they did it in their first game yesterday. Did very well with it.
Oh my God.
Hoya got MVP on it.
We're really doing this.
It's just going to be the Varus top.
Okay.
And the Bard after. So Azuma and Jor, I think, have not had the easiest time as being true carries, but with this now, a huge amount of setup. Jhin, Bard, Yone, and Keshi is a carry top player.
Oh yes! Okay, so we get Yasuo top into Varus top. What happened to our top lane? What happened to this sacred role of tanks and fighters? We've got Yasuo versus Varus.
Okay, so let me note a couple things. Keshi is this kind of player. It's partly why they pulled him into the roster. He's a massive ambassador player. Lots of these kinds of things. White was banned out so easily as well early on. And again, it's why they left it to last pick, because they knew that Varus was going to be that call. You called it out early. He gets the last pick. He pulls out the Yasuo. That's crazy. Is there a world where Care throws the Yone top? Was the Varus mid into the Azir?
No, I think look, honestly, I still think Varus beats Yasuo in a lot of ways.
Okay,
like Varus beats like a lot of champions. The real question for me is, the meta for this year has been you gank bot lane. You gank bot lane and your jungler then goes and leverages off of that. I don't think you can leave this top lane matchup at all. It doesn't matter which side of it you're on, you want to influence this top lane. I think that if one of these players gets ahead, the other one is going to feel just like garbage. You must gank top early.
And I'll put this out there. Hoya, good from ahead, is a disaster from behind. He bleeds out resources like very few other people. We've had this conversation about him on teams like Thundertalk, which he's obviously now playing against here, where if he was a loss condition, when things didn't go well, when he got a lead, it was different. Great playmaker, could play with the lead, and a matchup like this looks very volatile to me.
I mean, this is an extremely volatile matchup. I think Yasuo probably was one of the last few top lane picks available that has the possibility of punishing the ranged top laners, of course. You know, historic counter to the Gnar, for example. That's mostly because you can block the boomerang from going back. You punish that cooldown.
Okay, as we get onto the Rift, we'll listen to those Gyos in the wonderful Shenzhen Arena. Sam just punched himself in the face, putting a headphone on.
Yes, exhaust.
You not hear anything?
I can now. I can now.
Okay,
It wasn't
so-
on for a second or two.
Sam was getting all conspiratorial and whispering like, "Oh, I can't hear anything." And I'm like, one, either it's just not started yet. Two, you pulled the damn cable out of the headphones with your own violence against yourself.
So what it was, guys, is I tried to stretch the headphones to go around my head, and it slipped out my fingers, and
Good job.
the side of the headphones punted me in the face.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Harold, you've noted there's an exhaust on the Yasuo. Now, top lane roll quest gives you an exhaust it gives you a teleport for free. Were you expecting this summoner spell though?
I was, because technically with exhaust you should try to cheese level 1, literally just to run at the enemy top laner, exhaust them, and win because you have your passive shield. But this is like, he's not getting access to the wave, he's not getting access to minions, he cannot stack up his Q, he cannot stack up his E, for example.
And talking about that minion wave access, typically what you do in crazy matchups like this, range versus melee, you end up fighting for a level 1 bush ward. We saw that Varus had a ward in there and no one came up to help Keshi with his own lead up there. Does get the extended push down the wave though, maybe just wants to run at him.
There's that exhaust you were talking about. The sweeping blade forces the flash. Good from Keshi here.
There's the punish. There's the reason you go for this Yasuo in the top lane against these range carries. You have a lot of target access, you have a lot of mobility, and you get to punish the lack of mobility coming through from the enemy carry.
And especially in a moment like that, when you kind of bring the wave into you, when you don't run at the level 1, you give yourself some extra extended rundown potential. You get to stack up your E before you even use it onto the enemy champion as well, and that gives you extra damage as well. Now he gets the bounce back in, and because he gets that bounce back, he'll be able to get a recall on this wave as it crashes in. He'll be able to safely reset. When you don't run the teleport, that's one of the worries. If you die or something goes wrong before that teleport gets unlocked from the roll quest, things go very, very poorly.
Well, good play there from Keshi to help stabilize that lane. And again, for all I've had my concerns about Thundertalk, Keshi's been someone I've actually got my eye on just in general. I think he's been really good fun to watch. And we'll see exactly how he manages to navigate a lane, which is certainly one of the more unusual ones we've seen in the LPL. We have pulled out the Varus yesterday. Clearly TT have been doing their homework though, and I'm feeling like they've got some options. Let's note those scorelines at the top again. TT not won a series yet. The occasional game, yes, but it really has been very occasional.
I mean, they've had flashes of brilliance, but that's really about it. They've had some games where they've looked decent, you know, especially Keshi on the Ambessa, on these carry tops.
Yeah, true.
He has been exceptional for this team, and then he also falls off very sharply in some other games, so it's a kind of little bit of a Hoya situation, really.
And reminder, folks, TT, we can tell this quite easily from the top of the scoreboard, folks. This, folks, first time we've seen this since last year, but I remember Breathe playing bits and pieces of it now.
2 years ago now, actually 26, remember?
Oh, God, oh, no, man, yeah. Time in the LPL flows differently for me, Sam. It does, you know, sometimes like, oh, I started in 23, an inordinate amount of time passed, we're now here many thousands of games later. TT have not won a single series yet here in Group Perseverance. They lost their talisman of 1XN coming into this year. I wouldn't call this a rebuild year. This feels like a constellation roster in some ways in terms of, well, what do we do next? And they've tried to put together a roster, but they haven't been finding much success yet.
Guwon is here. If Keshi overplays, this could get interesting. The wind wall is down. Very different kind of structure. But Hoya dodged a lot of that, and that actually now means without that flow stacked up, Keshi a bit more vulnerable. We'll have it procced again there. Again, one of the problems with something like a Varus with his ranged autos, very possible to proc that shield very easily, gets the empowered Q. We've got both junglers topside and Feather on the row.
Yeah, I do think Feather and Junhao both going up there to try and salvage Keshi. They read the situation, they know Guwon's probably looking for something, and the Purge is
Up comes that flail, gets knocked up, just get over the wall now. They've got a little deep there, especially with Jaw around, but they wanted to keep going further forwards. Keshi being quite low HP makes it a bit dicey.
Flash on Varus.
No flash on Varus, but that's a wonderful, wonderful binding there. Jaw tries to flash him forward and get it, but there's a flash for the battle dance, turns it around. Keshi now in danger, doesn't have anything to slide towards. Will get slowed down by the Winter's Flail. There's another flash forced, and TT away from that, stunned into the wall again. Jaw with some very good accuracy donates first blood to Hoya.
We said everything's going to be about this top lane early, and while it's not in the way that we thought it would be with junglers pathing up there, they take a full clear, they go back top lane, and NIP are the ones with first blood, and it goes to the danger man himself, that Varus in the top lane.
I'm going to put this out there. We said it wasn't going to be about bot lanes. Guess who turned up? The bloody supports! Feather and Jaw on that reset there as well.
And you know where they weren't, Sam? Bot lane. They weren't there.
I mean, it does make sense. The bot lane matchup is kind of stalled, but look at this replay. The read from TT is excellent. They've got the people there early. Guwon almost gets blown up, but then they don't full commit because Keshi's stuck under turret with the wave. And then Zhuo, the binding
That's
here,
superb
saves
angle.
the play.
And there's this, like, basically that flash there, not quite there, the second battle dance used, but then you've used the battle dances. Your disengage is gone.
And then you still have a little bit of extra mobility yourself. You have an extra magical journey if you want to bring it in there as well. That incredibly useful ability. That has got to be one of the most useful abilities in the game that doesn't deal damage. Very, very important. It doesn't change anyone's HP bars at all, but the mobility it gives you is so important.
And that allows Hoya to get another back in. He'll check out his inventory. He's got himself steel caps early. He's building towards with that ruby crystal, likely that Dusk and Dawn gives you that AP Varus silliness that is pretty obscene. Assume chunking out a little bit towards that bot side where Ryan is still at the level 5, interestingly. Does not get hit by that deadly flourish but Ryan's still going to be left about 20% HP. Ow! Flat forwards!
Assume gets the kill combo. I mean, he just calculates it. Ryan dies. No barrier, no nothing.
We're on to Ryan 4 already.
Oh, dear God. There's a lot to go through today, Sam, I think.
Actually, I think we were on Ryan 130 across his career, so I believe that's Ryan 131. But, you know, who am I to count?
10 more and, you know, we're getting in the danger zone, but you see. But right now we see Hoya now with the steel caps completed. The differential of movement speed, yes, there are Berserker Greaves on Keshi. It still makes it so that the lane is nigh on unplayable now for the Yasuo. You need to be ahead for this match to work.
TP behind. Actually, I think Hoya is dead here. They've gotten the trap and flashes away from the attempted Steel Tempest to change the corruption is good. That TP won't lead to anything, and Hoya does a decent job of chunking there. But again, the exhaust comes out, will force that summon and makes Hoya more vulnerable for the next play.
That is a really important escape. It is flash for flash. Oh, sorry, flash for exhaust, rather. That's a flash away in mid lane as the ult was pulled through from Care, and the Sejuani still around top side. You see that NIP, because they've drafted this Varus, you really do have to play towards it. Fascinating game. This is a very different macro state to how we normally see the game play out.
Keshi's going to be forced to reset here again, though, and that makes things very tricky. Look at where the wave is. That's not fun for the Yasuo. The Varus going to take the opportunity to reset themselves. Does have that teleport. May not even be forced to burn it, though.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing that, like, we're gonna be seeing in the situation that Keshi has been punished so much for his role quest that his TP is not gonna be in play for a long time. But you see Junha go ahead.
Crescent Guard down. I don't know about this one, guys. Guwon does still have the ultimate. Care's been pretty low, though. Remember, he used his ult in the mid lane just before this. Guwon may need to be a bit in danger here. It's not the best magical journey, but we'll still get him out to safety. Forces the flash, and that will likely mean Grubs to Thunder Talk.
Yeah, needs to use that flash course for early levels of the game. The Arctic Assault, very long cooldown. NIP don't have the best terrain for fighting Grubs. Does blow the flash of their jungler. So TT, credit to them, managed to get at least one hit. They can stick around for the second and third. NIP look like they want to contest.
Right, there's the second down in favour of TT. NIP is still really I don't know about this one, guys. There's the knock-up into the last breath. There's a magical journey. Trying to get across the wall. And Guwon's just dead. I don't know about that one, NIP. Care dies in a 1v1 to Heroin. It's all falling apart real fast. 3v1 topside. Good chains of corruption. But Hoya trying desperately to trade out here. Does get another one back. That's not bad. He can't quite get Feather. But you know what? Credit where it's due. NIP overforce, but you do what you can.
TT find the single part target damage onto the jungler. Try to use the numbers advantage. Curtain's called in the bot side.
Ryan eats one shot, dodges two, and fourth goes wide.
I mean, the play there from NIP is overforced in that situation. You have fighting tempo. It is very limited though. TT's composition, especially their top side, is fine fighting without ultimates. If you don't have ultimates on the side of NIP, you don't really want to take the fight. Care is just getting zoned out by Heru, and you know, this last breath here just gives them target access to Guwon, who goes far too low for the fight. Hoya puts down so much damage, and it doesn't matter, because Care dies on the bot side, and Zhuo and Hoya are trying to make this work. They do get a trade back, they almost get Feather, but it's not enough. There's no cooldowns to take this fight, and Zin's out melee range.
Keshi, that's tight! He's gone. Hoya gets another. This is now a very, very scary Varus.
Turns out it wasn't tight at all. He still had stacks on him. Every time you see a play like this, it really confuses me watching because it's the AP Varus. All the damage comes from the stacks.
Yeah.
Right there, you see it's like, oh, he's got like a third of his HP. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. There's an E landing. He's got 3 stacks on him, and just suddenly the HP bar explodes. I'm struggling to figure out my instinct of when I see the AP Varus. I mean, you might have seen those meme clips from before where you saw, you know, crazy amounts of AP Varus damage where they do literally more than 100% max health damage to someone off of like a max stack.
Poor Cho'Gath's out there, yeah.
Poor Cho'Gath's out there being used as target dummies for that. Hoya is obscenely fed, and folks, we now got to ask the question, has the Yasuo counterpick worked? In lane, absolutely not. What are you going to do after that?
Yep. You can see a replay here as Keshi goes for that all-in. Again, you're a Yasuo. You don't really have many other options but this.
He really tries, but again, just look, the stacks are there. Where does the health bar go? Just the stacks explode, and what can you do?
You can't afford to use the wind wall like that. You need to play reactive with the wind wall, which is not great, because it's a very, very, like, immediate reaction that has to be, but you have to save it for the piercing, for the piercing arrow.
Yep. Yeah.
And if you don't, you just get punished like that.
That wave's not in a fantastic spot. Heru, I think, wisely decides, I need to reset here. I don't know where Guwon is. If he comes across here, it's a bad time. Isn't going to use the ult to interrupt. I wonder whether he might debate that. Worth noting again, assume bot side 20 CS up to get that solo kill. It's a... not a solo kill, it was a little bit of assistance from Duo roaming down as well, but either way, it's just hard winning this lane on the Jhin, which I don't think should really be looking anything like this. This is a misfortune lane, and that's a bit problematic. Ryan struggled generally this year, but this is not a great look either.
I think Assume has really been playing the zoning game really well. He's been, you know, playing on the very edge of the MF attack range to just get the poke down going with the Jhin 4 shots and the bouncing grenades. And he's just been able to get the priority because he has that much more wave clear early on the Jhin. When you're playing 1v1, there's no support to help to hold up the wave.
I think there's going to be... Oh my god, Joy, you do not want to be there, friend.
Oh, that's not a magical journey he was expecting. Guwon around. Tempered Fate buys some time. Not bad with the Glacial Prism time, but I don't think it's going to be quite enough as out comes the Emperor's Divide. I spoke wrong there. Not quite timed right on the ult. Over the wall. Oh! That one works with a Fate Tilt. Hoya keeps trying. Jaw, by the way, is still alive. Keshi gets the last breath up, but I think it's his own rather than anyone else's. Guwon still trading. Might finally fall. No! He's got another Arctic Assault over the wall. Jun now trying to get the kill. They do finally bring down the bar, but I think unfortunately the Varus will get another 5 and 1. We'll see whether that ticker goes up. Yep, stacking at 5. Quite happy.
NIP end up winning through the fight, even though the wind wall stopped the Sejuani ultimate. That was about as good as you can just figure things out there. I mean, the timing was actually fine. It was just the wind wall ended up blocking it. It's a little bit hard to see in the middle of that play. Look, Draw takes a magical journey into the wrong part of town. That's not exactly his favorite thing, but he does end up using that ultimate defensively like we've seen a lot of bars do recently. That wind wall stops this from being a completely blowout fight. It should have really been TT favored by this point. And Care comes in with just an ult from the heavens. 4-man ult drags everyone into the clump, and at this point, the damage is done. Even though you can fight back to a certain extent, you just got cared.
Hoya hits the Chains of Corruption. Care knocks him down with a Fate Seal. Absolutely superb stuff from the solo laners.
Yeah, I mean, they said that the NIP solo laners have been their joy, you know, especially this season. I think Care has been especially the consistent carry. Hoya has had G's flashes of brilliance, and these new champions added to his pool where he gets to play the lane aggressively, like with the Rumble, and now you've added the Varus. These threats in the lane that make it so that the enemy top laner, it cannot go for like a safe pick because a Sion gets dumpstered by the Varus, and this entire situation is just NIP gapping all across the map.
Yeah, and I really enjoy that you, I really agree with what you're saying about Hoya there, in terms of how impactful it's been. This is not a player I would have said would be likely to pick up the oddball champions and be successful with them. You know, in the past, he did try bits and pieces before. Like we said, he was a little bit... But even then, it was a different way. It's like playing the Poppy, which is just another tank champion. He wasn't the guy that was playing off-meta carries. This is an off-meta carry now, and now he is the guy that's carrying this game. And, of course, he had a great game of it just the other day. If this is suddenly another way that NIP can win the game, it really does change things. Like we were saying just a bit before, this isn't really how the game is played across the world right now. You don't really have flippy, squishy top lane matchups, which everyone roams towards. It's all about bot lane and unlocking your support. If this is suddenly a new way to play the game, it reminds me a little bit, actually, of OMG 2023, when they figured out how to play top lane in a very bot-side-centric manner.
To be honest, it's been the solo queue meta. A lot of like these range top laners are coming out in solo queue. A lot more scaling and a lot more lane priority has been the meta. The Kale, the Varus, the Jace to a limited extent.
Journey.
Here we go. Ryan's a little bit wide on that deadly flourish was assumed onto said Ryan, but that's still going to be Care trading onto Heru there. We'll still be able to rebind their soul and be okay.
No, I completely agree, Harold. You know, that's a very good point, talking about, you know, top lane has been just overran. I don't think he's going to be able to get the shots there. Living. Well, less good for top lane, though. Oh my god, he's gone.
Tempered Fate on the turret as well to disengage the turret. Shots Hoy is going to be donated as turret. 0, 4, and 3. You know what? Early in lane, I saw the value of the Yasuo, but the early roams from jungle support flip that matchup, and once the Varus gets the lead, he ain't letting it go anytime soon.
I have to say, you know, going back to that one point before, because I think this is probably, folks, the most important thing you will learn about this game is about actually top lane meta. What we see in solo queue is absolutely what Harold was talking about, which is these ranged, more scaling top laners as well. Now, we've seen bits and pieces of Kennen across the world. We've seen bits and pieces of that. Haven't really seen that much else experimented. Guys, I'm wondering where Kale is. I'm wondering where Gangplank is. Where are these champions that would benefit so much from the extra XP, getting ahead of the game, just getting some time in the side lane? If you have players which are really good at Kennen, Kale, even Vladimir, where the hell's that champion after all this time? If you can get them through the early game, particularly in a meta where everyone wants to be sitting bot lane, can you find a bit of an early march on the meta? It does, again, for those of you who are LPL enjoyers and have been for the last few years, remember back to OMG 22 and 23, particularly OMG 23. They were the team with Cream in the mid lane, they had Shanji in top lane, a team that was very, very creative. They figured out how to play top lane in the Zeri Yuumi meta. How crazy is that? One of the most powerful AD carry combinations ever. So bot-sided. They made top lane a factor. If this is a similar kind of thing here, maybe we're seeing something that could actually change the entire global meta if enough teams learn from it.
See whether some of our top teams end up going there, because again, NIP, as yet, not one of those. Maybe they are a litmus test for what is yet to come. We've certainly seen the power of it here. I've seen the theory. I've heard the tales from solo queue, and we're seeing some idea of how it works at pro levels. It's definitely viable. I just need to see some teams actually try and pick it up.
Yeah, I mean, I think NIP here, they've kind of always felt like pioneers, especially the last few years. Last year with Doinby, of course, you know, going for like the more combo-centric plays, like the Pantheon mid, for example, that we didn't see from anybody else in the rest of the year. We saw the Pantheon jungle be overwhelmingly present.
Between the Jhin and the Varus, they are causing so much trouble with those pick tools. That's the cleanse off Ryan to get away from the chains of corruption. Worth noting, by the way, Assume's gone for the Storm Razor first over something like the Collector. I think that's generally quite smart on Jhin. He always did love his energized items.
Additional movement speed on Jhin, when you already get some from your passive by right-clicking and critting. I mean, sign me up, to be honest. But here, PT, like, you see, there's some, they can't do anything. They can't engage because there's the counter-engage of the Bard, the Jhin, and the Varus. You can't really afford to just sit back because you're getting poked out by said Jhin and Varus, especially now that there's a rapid-fire cannon on the Suma.
Yes, yeah.
And you losing in the side lane because Hero is just losing the 1v1 to care.
You're reliant on a flank at this point. You need to get Feather knocking someone up to set Keshi up on both AD carries at once, preferably.
And then there's the other answer, which is similar kind of logic, which is effectively, it's all on Feather still, but it has to be on a split map. I don't think this team wins in a 5v5. At this point, I think it's impossible. I think that, realistically, if you pick enough people, Bard is probably going to ult them and they'll be safe from the initial burst combo. You need to find someone in the side lane and look for a play. Harry's trying, can't quite get in range for the sweep, and he gets glided through with that E.
Nice rebind of the soul there, won't get himself caught out. Assume shoves in mid, gets a chunk onto Ryan. Again, it's just being very obnoxious. It's poor misfortune, he's not really been able to play the game. That CS just continues to grow by about 10 CS every 5 minutes at this point. Bot lane, at least the Herald's going to get dropped. Care in the 1v2, gets a bit of a chunk onto Harry, but Feather around will likely mean they can play for this turret at least.
Thinking back on the priority, and they turn around, no, crash. But as we see the fight starting, Truman,
that's the fate sealed into that dancing grenade. Will assume their kill onto Herald. Now Jonathan needs to back away. Does not have the flash, does not have that audacious charge angle, but still, damage is well done there. NIP mean that they prevent the Herald charge. They decide against it to TT, but still lose a member regardless.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a masterclass coming through from NIP. the two-man Baron could be coming through?
I think you can. The clean feed is just having a little bit of a hissy fit right now. AP Varus is very, very good at killing this because he does have a lot of percent HP damage on those stacks, and the Sejuani can tank it for forever. They should take this. I don't think TT can answer it. This is going to be a two-man Baron at 20 minutes.
I don't
Sim
think
gets
TT are
jumped on.
aware.
That's the fate. So, but no, he gets through the magical journey. The Cosmic Binding after they can keep chasing Nokeshi, gets exhausted himself. Assume will likely die, but I think they're quite happy to trade that one out because the Baron's going down all the while.
Baron just goes down. I didn't think you could do Baron at 20 minutes in this meta, unless you killed everyone. Apparently you can. Oh my god, if Varus Look, folks, I know that Varus is getting nerfed for AP next patch. I know that's a thing. But how the hell has this thing existed in this state if you can win games like this? Oh, he did save the Herald. Okay, right. He saved the Herald. Tell you what, Draw's having an incredible game.
He is.
I mean, in terms of MVP, folks, I mean, he's all pretty high up on the list, actually.
I mean, it's probably him, Guwon, or Hoya at this point. You know, Zhuo has been everywhere on the map. Hoya has capitalized on his lead and kind of skewed the map so much that TT are forced in a situation where they can't really do anything at this point without losing something on the map. And Guwon has been there for the crucial plays, has been there to lay down the CC, has been there to create space for his carries. There's a point to be made almost for everybody on the lane.
Oh dear, doesn't land it and he's dead.
Oh my god, he just exploded. I mean, I thought, okay, it's a good attempt. Try and pick someone off, get them into the Yasuo. Gets away from the engage, kills him, blink of an eye.
Feather stunned into the wall. Won't be led any further. The Tempered Fate goes wide that time. Nice idea for Enjoy. Doesn't quite work out this time, but it's leaving Assume with a lot of time in mid lane to keep shoving. And Hoya has already managed to pick up that tier 2. Magical journey across. All the while, you can see in the picture-in-picture, Care is dealing with the bot lane tier 2.
Question in chat, which also I agree with too, because look, we've talked about the meta a lot this game because it's one of the most interesting things, you know, as someone who watches so much League. This game is very different from stuff you see elsewhere. And G's saying in chat, well, you know, surprised we're not seeing more farming junglers. And that's what I initially thought when I saw the changes coming through. I thought, well, you're not really going to be able to 3 camp and then gank. You're probably not going to be full clearing and doing a crazy amount. I think that the AD skirmishing junglers, I think it's been a bit of a hangover with them just kind of sticking about for a decently long time from last year, because everyone was playing them last year. I'm surprised to not see anything. Oh my god, is someone else dying? Very close.
Oh my days, that was time for the curtains are getting called. Someone's gonna have to keep body blocking here. They're caught within some corridors. Oh, fun. That would have been a kill.
That would have been the Angelina Jolie curve the bullet. I say that knowing it wasn't Angelina Jolie that did it.
Bit of a bum squeeze there, but as we see now, Keshi getting capitalized on the wind wall, the wrong direction. This is giving me back flashbacks of I think it was Nuclear Worlds 2019 quarterfinals, just fumbling it on the Yasuo against G2.
Oh jeez, that's a deep cut. Now you mention it though, yeah, there was the Yasuo bot lane at that point.
Yeah.
God, yeah.
And in fairness, it's not, I don't even think Keshi necessarily played it that mechanically poorly. Jaw flashes away, doesn't die, they don't have enough damage.
Look, credit on Harry for trying. He has been. He tried in the top lane. He tried in the bot lane as well. Harry's been trying to make plays. Sadly, it's really hard because, as Harold said, there's a lot of counter engage on NIP, and now, as you're saying, Sam, they just don't have the damage even when it does look good.
And the other side of that then is like, look, this draft from TT works into the AD carries, assuming the early plays don't go so against them. We've all quite liked the idea of the Yasuo top to manage the Varus. It made sense. Everyone went top multiple times. The problem is every single time we went top, NIP won it. Care maybe in a spot of danger here, actually. Will be forced to flash. And Jaw with a phenomenal Tempered Fate. The problem is, as we said, the disengage in action.
Yeah, I mean, the NIP composition at this point can just do whatever they want. It feels like any time there's a play, there's a way to answer it. Yona's mobility, the Bard's peel capacity, Guwon and the Sejuani's possibility to just delay and create space, the pressure that the side laners and the 2 AD carries, which in this case are kind of being the side laners, is just, there's so much pressure on the map that TT can barely do their blue buff. I think this will be fully contested by NIP.
It will do, but look at the range of the... Oh my god, he stole it.
Yeah, well, turns out Jin's better than a smite now. The Varasalt lands. The damage will be obscene if they can get through the wind wall.
Wind wall and Crescent Guard. Oh!
Guess who had Varus stacks on him?
Welcome to VP Varus. This has been a menace in my solo queue games, and finally seeing it in pro play, finally seeing it in action is kind of both a blessing and a curse, because I love playing this champion. I will getting mega nerfed now. So.
Hang on, they're teleporting behind Care. No flash. He does have ult. Surely they can't even...
No way! He's actually got a fairly decent jump away. He's still alive, gets the shield, and now they're going to try and turn it around. The Tempered Fate lands. Everyone has to flash up, and have Feathers in danger. Will not get to jump away, and Assume gets the kill. The disengage again is just so ridiculous, and Hoya is on the inhibitor turret.
TT are now, of course, a human because they are now a featherless human, a featherless biped.
Ah, yes.
As Diogenes said, it's just a featherless biped.
Really? Diogenes?
I actually can't remember who said it, but when something crazy happens, it's typically him in Greek philosophy.
I think it was Euripides.
Basically, basically the argument was, a human is simply just a featherless biped, and someone took like a chicken, just pulled the feathers out and said, behold, a human. That was Diogenes. Anyway,
was
TT
Plato,
are now
no?
the featherless team. They are a human.
Wasn't that Plato that did the chicken thing to Diogenes?
I thought it was Diogenes that did someone else. Fun fact about Plato: Plato is not his real name. It was his wrestling name because he was an Olympic wrestler. Plato means wide. He was broad of shoulder, so he was called Plato.
People assume this is like a scrawny nerd. No, my man lifted. Do you even bench Plato's academic thoughts?
Oh, Plato did. Oh, it was Plato. I thought, okay, I'm so sorry, Mr. Plato, wrestling god. Please do not suplex me. Yeah.
From beyond the grave.
Also, yeah, fun fact about platonic relationships come from Plato as well, because he was very professional with people in a way that others were not.
Yeah, there was a point I've been meaning to make for the longest time about the Siona in the mid lane.
Sorry. No, this is important because it's still about the philosophers. I was right. Plato was the guy that made that. Oh, humans are a featherless biped, and then it was Diogenes like, behold, a man, which was just a chicken with no feathers on it.
Okay.
So I was right. Okay, talk about whatever. We might get a fight. Talk about something else now.
Guwon can maybe look for Junhao here. It's not the best Glacial Prison of all time. The Deadly Flourish, of course, didn't have any additional CC to turn it into a root. The problem is Hoya is still absolutely obscene at the side lane. You think a lone AD carry will be vulnerable. AP Varus is not.
Yeah, no, he has the Zhonya's in inventory. He has a lot of health coming through from his items.
He's level 17.
Level 17 because lovely XP bonus for top
true.
laners.
Yeah.
This situation for the side of TT is looking dire. I feel like we've said it in all possible kind of sauces to just say TT are screwed right now. But
you are reliant on a monster wombo combo where you catch multiple people with multiple ults. Like if you can get a bullet time and a last breath comboing together on double AD carries, then maybe something. But you've just lost Ocean Soul. It might be a last gasp around Baron.
Yeah. Now you might have been wondering, oh, why are TT being able to push up in mid lanes? Because NIP just dropped off of the mid wave to go take that soul. Ocean Soul is now for them. And while it won't apply to the AD carries, might do for Guwon. He's very hard to kill here, folks.
They'll try and turn it around, but that's just not the combo you need. The Tempered Fate disengages again. They'll turn it around.
He won't die.
Is so damn tanky. The Fate sealed in the backline. That's not a bad Emperor's Divide. They do actually help get one back, kind of. The problem is, as we've noted, the rest of the team fight is just not winnable. And NIP make it a pretty clean affair.
The Ocean Soul works within the Bard ult, so Guwon just gains HP while he's in stasis, and the TT don't walk away with anything. They get care, that's it.
yeah, I mean, this is an NIP masterclass. Really showing the proficiency of the possibility of a champion like the Varus in the top lane, the early pick, the flex. It denies the rumble. They then just get to play the game in such an askew way. This is just NIP making the meta again. This is just different. This is great.
If you can't play the Rumble into the Varus, we may have finally found an answer that's not Galio. We've certainly found a Game 1 win. Ninjas in Pajamas with creative drafting complete that Game 1 in dominant, decisive fashion. Can they do it across a series, though? Will remain a question to answer. Thunder Talk on the other side. Well, they talked the talk with the draft. They got themselves a Yasuo. And the walking, well, it was ankle broken. They didn't do a lot of it.
I'm just glad we got to talk about the featherless bipeds. You know, that's been it's a point of philosophy which has, really intrigued me for many years.
Actually, did a bio
Welcome
break.
back, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. My name's Nymaera. That's Initialise, who's just exited stage, left for you. Exit stage left, pursued by a bear. And then we have Harold here joining us as well, a friend of ours, a caster from the UK scene and a coach from around the ERLs as well. So, yeah, that was a really fun game. I'm glad that we got someone who plays top lane to talk about some really cool top lane matchups. As you talk about, taking the exhaust to run them down at the level 1, surely that will work out to a certain extent. Obviously, it didn't in this game. I really enjoyed watching this, though, because as we were saying, look, most of this game was us talking about, hang on, this is not how the game is played right now, and it worked out really, really well for NIP.
Yeah, I do think NIP are kind of bringing this new wave of the actual changes that happen in the top lane. It's like, people, like, look at this top lane, and then you go, oh yeah, no, Sion's gonna be really good, Orin is gonna be really good, Renekton with the Predator is gonna be really good, Cassandra with the extra levels is gonna be really good. What if I told you you could get a level 15 or 16 AD carry at 18 minutes with items that make him tanky with so much burst potential and pressure that you have to askew the map, because he's gonna create so much of a void in the top lane that you're gonna have to answer it somehow. And this is the part that, like, it's maddening me anytime I watch pro play. We see some pro players starting to be a bit more liberal with their summoner choice. We've seen Naknako in the LEC with, you know, going with the Ignite on the Renekton, going for, you know, we've seen BB with the Ghost on the Gnar, for example. We've seen Wunder, Kennen with Ignite every single time and just playing for the lane. Now I feel like we need to see a lot more focus into actually playing what can be considered a win condition in the top lane.
I completely agree with that. I mean, Watley posted like a really, really intriguing thing, which is effectively the bonus XP you get from top lane role quest also applies to Rod of Ages when it levels you up. And if you're already higher level because of just the regular XP thing and it ticks over at level, say 15 to 16 rather than 14 to 15, the extra XP from that goes crazy as well. So you're not getting 1 level, you're getting 1.2 levels, which is absurd. And that will just like massively get you ahead of the curve. Aren't that many Rod of Ages top laners? We used to have, like, Singed used to do it. But what happens if Cassiopeia gets a good matchup? What if you can play Cassiopeia into the Rumble? You know?
I think one of the most underrated top laners right now is Ryze. Like, you can just, especially with the changes that they made to tier items, that then now you can stack tier items. You can go Roa into Seraphs into a Fimbulwinter. You have about 5,000 HP with 8,000 mana at that point.
Oh my god. Begging Mkoi to do Varus top, Ivan jungle, Yone mid. That does sound like something that they could do. It's just a question of whether they've done the research and development for it, you know? Oh my god, that's a lot of damage. But, well, rather, no, tell you what, there's actually not a crazy amount of damage. Is that no one else did damage on, well, the Yasuo did basically nothing. The damage is, yeah, for a losing game, it's not crazy. It's just NIP were just so quick to end the game. It's just before 30 minutes that, you know.
I also think there's not much to deal damage to. There's not really a tank that you're having to melt through in this situation. But the 28% damage share on the Varus?
Yeah, that's nice. Highest damage on his team. No surprise that he was brawling the entire game because he's just such a map warping pick. You can't really let him get ahead lest you see what happens here. He just gets to hit a lot of people running at him, and Varus is very happy at that as long as he doesn't get fully engaged onto and shut down. This is the one fight of the game where we thought, okay, things are going a bit rough. I think Care really misjudged what was happening at the bottom of the fights. I think that they ran out of damage because AP Varus is quite a cooldown reliant champion.
He does a lot of the AoE damage.
He does, but he needs the stacks first. Yeah. Like, he realistically, if he doesn't have stacks, he can struggle. Oh my god, this fight was just pure cinema. I mean, the defense of Bardot was great, and then just the Yone ult coming in just a second it's beautiful. Because it just clumps everyone up in front of the Varus. It then gets the E onto pretty much everyone there too. He gets to stack up everywhere. TT got blasted, man.
There was also a 2-man binding and a Chains of Corruption going down. So much layered control coming through from the side of NIP. This is a masterclass demolition, to be honest, at this point.
I'm trying to think who my MVP is. Hoya obviously did the most damage. He did a bunch of stuff. I think Joel played the best this game, though. I think the Bard was incredibly good.
He was all around the map. He was finding the disengage angle. He was finding the re-engage, the magical journeys to get people in and out of plays. The bindings, the more impressive things for the game, from the Joueur's game here, is the bindings. And then this last fight, when you're fighting into a Bard, you're pulling everything to try and blow up the Sejuani, and then you just get dove by everything else. And it doesn't matter that Harold finds the shove on the backline, there's an exhaust on Joueur, so it deals no damage. There's no less breath available because we use it on the Sejuani for some reason instead of the backline. And the fight is over. Nothing happens. And NIP just take control of the game. This is just very...
It's good stuff. It's really good stuff. I mean, like I said, sometimes you see a game, and folks, this is meant to be a one-sided match. It is. So can we judge it completely at face value? No. For instance, my worry is what happens if you shut down a pick like that more effectively? Can you do that consistently? For my money, I think you should be able to shut down a ranged top lane, or it's, if you put enough resources in there. And at that point, you know, if it is shut down, is it worth picking at all? Obviously not. So you need this thing to keep ahead of the game, and they did in this game. However, if this came to a top team close matchup where they understand lane matchups better and they can get into top lane a lot easier, is it still viable? Can you just win out on the early brawls? Like, put it this way, if it's at about 3v3 top side rather than 3v3 bot side, can you consistently win them with the ranged top lanes? Because if you can, Hoya gets that MVP of the game. I think it really changes the meta. I think it genuinely does. One of my biggest complaints of 26 so far is teams are not creative enough. We're not seeing the crazy top laners with this XP bonus, with the ability to kind of guarantee a more extended laning phase with no lane swaps. Where's our crazy shit in top lane? Where's our Noguri? Where's this guy that's innovating the meta?
I mean, I'm still sad that we globally have seen, like, I think 1 or 2 Gangplanks.
Yeah, I can't remember.
With the changes, I don't understand why. We're back to 200% crit damage. We're back
with Essence Reaver.
We're back to having Essence Reaver. We can build Gunblade on Gangplank, which gives it side lane sustain.
And also AP scaling for the ult.
Like,
whatever.
And the healing from W. So there's just so much that you can go for towards in this meta, and it's people, and it's so stale. It's as stale as like 10-day-old bread, and I hate it.
I'm glad there are a couple of votes in towards Draw there, who I think was actually very good. And you know, Draw is a player who had a really bad 25, folks. His 2025 was really not great. To the point where I was thinking, well, he might have ran through his goodwill at this point. Last time he was on NIP, though, this guy was very, very potent. You know, he was the guy that reinvented the lane swap meta. This guy was the guy that rediscovered it from solo queue, and he brought it back out.
Photic and Draw bot lane.
Photic and Draw, that classic duo has been together for a very long time. Of course, now they've split to the wins, Photic on IG and Draw returning back to NIP. But yeah, I mean, I think that Draw played really, really well there. Obviously, the Bard is now off the table, so we won't be able to play that again. But sadly, on the other sides for TT, not great signs of life again from them there. They tried to contest early. They had that one fight. Harry felt like he was the only person who could actually make plays. And I'm particularly a little bit worried about Feather, who I think has been very effective before. Feather's been one of the players who I've had my eyes on for a while. And he didn't really manage to achieve much.
I mean, you look at that class of supports, and it's like Feather, Vampire, YCX, and you're thinking, oh, surely Feather's gonna be the better talent, and now we have Vampire and JDG, and it's like, oh. I mean, it's a bit of a weird situation at this point, in my opinion. I do think TT, like you were saying before, they're in a bit of a nothing year. They're not really rebuilding, they're not really looking to like contest anything or like to bring up some young talent. Yeah, they have Keshi, which he has been great at some points, but it's not enough. Yeah, honestly, like this TT looks kind of dead to rights.
Replacing players like Beitran was really important to them before. Yeah. Replacing players like 1xN, really, really hard as well. Of course, they lost UCal at the end of 24, so they didn't have him for 25. You look back at the team which they did have end of 24, and they had, you know, Hoya I think was probably the weak link on that team.
Yeah.
But I think that Feather was really legit, and then you had, you know, Beitran, UCal, 1xN Feather. That's a really solid team, especially in the context now of what they've gone on to achieve. And to me, it's no surprise that they did manage to make a dent in 2025 with still having Beitran and 1xN and that winter split before he left. TT's one of those teams I feel quite bad for them because it felt like 25 wasn't really in their control. Just BLG approached them, was like, well, we want Beitran after winter, and then what can you do? But yeah, I'm gonna go get myself another coffee. I'm gonna turn the camera off for the next couple of minutes. And then we'll get back to it, folks.
Do we run ads or we good?
I've ran some ads already, but I should probably run. I'm gonna run them now because we're not gonna be talking about anything. I'm gonna save you for the next bit. I need another coffee.
Go for it.
Do that.
It's fine. Apologize to run there. I just had an immediate need for a bio break, baby.
That's great, Sam.
Great.
Cool. Yeah, I fixed audio midway through though because game sound was too high. So I'm checking it to like -5 now. We're in this setup. Whatever. That's only half a game. Whatever. Okay, let me go get that coffee.
Go for it.
Before it is too late.
Do you mind sticking the kettle on for me when you're...
Thank you. Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Woo. How are things for you, Harold? You all right though?
I'm good. Can you hand me my coffee?
I can indeed. There you go, sir.
I like it cold.
I like it cold. Can't believe Beitran is jobless right now. I think he'll probably get picked up by a mid-tier team at some point. Like, again, he had a rough time on BLG, but I think any jungler would have a rough time coming into BLG because of what they demand of their junglers, which is namely quite a lot, mostly to be in every lane at the right time all the time without any fail and no real ability to learn or grow with the role, or have your own opinions.
Or just to really be what's the situation? Oh yeah, just be Shun and be telepathically connected to all, I guess, in this situation.
Yeah, exactly, and exactly. And you're trying to replace and replicate some synergy that had been World Finals caliber, and now wasn't there. And there wasn't really a lot of space to have that turn around, and that was not a great space to go into as a new jungler looking to learn the ropes of a top tier team. Like, that's just never fun.
Yeah, I mean, I think the stopgap solution with like Shadow and then Beishwan and the entire situation of like swapping back and from, it really didn't help any kind of semblance of stability on the team.
No,
so
it didn't.
it was really just well then, like,
Yeah.
this entire situation is an exercise in what not to do when trying to build
Yes.
the world's
Yes.
qualifying roster.
It was not a great time, it must be said.
Hello, Blake. Goodbye. Good night.
Night. Nice to have you in here, Trinity. It is much appreciated.
Are you sure you don't want a donut?
I could go for a donut.
They're right behind you, right next to you.
Oh.
There's 12, so...
Significant number of donuts.
yeah, it's sealed on the other side.
I
of the
see
sticker,
it
so-
is. Brambles is great.
Yeah, it was on the way from Frankfurt.
yeah. That's fine then. Oh wow. Oh, fabulous. I'm going to grab one of these ones, I think.
Hell yeah.
You want one while you're here?
Yeah, I'll have a cinnamon one. Cinnamon sugar.
Fabulous.
I am a sucker for cinnamon.
You and the Americans both.
I am a very American European, to be honest. Like, I enjoy some American football. I enjoy, going to the range and firing a weaponry and that kind of situation. So I'm a very American pilled European. Let's go Jets, baby.
I never really did get into American football. Like, I love the idea of it. It seems like a brilliant game if you know the game. But very hard to watch in Europe in terms of, like, the hours.
Just watch the highlights, because watching it live is... I think it's, 60 minutes of gameplay, and it's about 80 minutes of ads. So, just watch the highlights. No, I'm not a Jets fan. I have a Jets jersey because my dad found one when he was vacationing in Tunisia. So I have it. And then I'm a Green Bay Packers fan. Because I really liked Aaron Rodgers, and now he's on the Steelers, but I'm not a Jets fan, I'm a Packers fan. Yes, Montes, I am a cheesehead. Fitting, I guess.
Basically.
Well, the team is back on the stage in the meantime. I think Predator's gonna be on Rumble now, surely. We are gonna have like some kind of priority on picks.
And that already gets banned.
Yeah.
Because again, part of why they let the Rumble through is because they have the Varus answer, right?
Yeah.
And again, one of the questions has always been, what can you lane into Rumble that wins? And the answer is not a lot.
I mean, I told you my pick into it, which is the Gangplank. Because, cool, he's running at me. Very cool. I blow up a barrel and then I run him down with passive. But, I don't know, man. This entire top lane meta, I'm glad we're seeing some shakeup. Because this top lane meta is stale as hell and I hate it. Every time when we're playing scrims and it's like, guys, I really want to play like Kale, or I really want to play Gangplank, and then my team's like, but Sion is so good here, and I'm like, fine.
There's also just an answer of like, where else do you get engaged from, which has been a big issue. Because if top lane's been one of your big engage tools, we'll turn the cameras back on.
Apple is on, so
Thank you very much, sir.
I only forgot about that.
That's fine. I wonder whether that might be the case.
Yeah.
But we're into draft before game number 2. And as we can see, we're going to have NIP over on blue side, but TT with first pick. Again, that is still disconnected here. Jace, Orianna, banned by NIP. The Yunara, the Nico by Thundertorch.
And what are you going to do now with Yasuo Fearless banned out? I mean, it's such a key pick in the meta right now. It's... Anyway, Rumble's still available. That's probably the most important one left. I'd say that's probably the one which people are angling for. Maybe Rumble, Jarvan, the two biggest ones.
Okay.
With the Rumble gone, Jarvan seems to be the last remaining hyper pick potential.
Yeah, and again, you could leave the Rumble up last game because, again, they had the Varus to answer it, as we were talking about. Jarvan now a consideration for Junhao. And again, Junhao and Feather, I still have some faith in for Thunder Talk. The problem is, who are they setting up for as carries? And I just don't know how. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize it was still running. My bad.
All good. More hype. Let's go.
There we go. More like it. There we go.
Or I wonder if the answer like here comes straight through with something like an Ornn, for example, into the Jarvan, where you can counter engage, you can break the Cataclysm, and you're just taking this like top lane matchup to just neutralize, or you just slam the Renekton and you say we win early.
I think one of the problems is, I completely agree compositionally. I think there are many things which deal with Jarvan as a frontliner, and if he does get kind of blocked in the frontline, he hates it. If he's playing into like 3 tanks, he really doesn't like it. Thresh is another one of those, which can cause you issues because he can flay you out of that flag drag.
Also potentially sets up for something like the Aphelios or for the Jinx, depending on that. I think actually possibly in the first matchup they may have made that play where they we saw, I can't remember exactly which team it was, but they locked an early Aphelios and immediately the other team just locked Jinx Thresh, and then the Aphelios was into a Malphite with no Thresh, and it was a disaster.
So now you secure the Thresh of the first part of the combo. Ryze locked in. Now, Aphelios is a strong pick, and it is going to get locked in. Now, the things, typically I see Aphelios as a Yunara counter, typically on that front. Yunara's already gone. Varus is gone. There isn't that much to stand. So even Misfortune's one of the better laning picks. That's gone too. So you're running out of lane options here for TT to play against this duo. Aphelios is pretty strong right now.
I wonder if you ban the Ziggs here, or if you ban Ziggs on the side of NIP. You already have Cataclysm, you have a lot of setup, and the guaranteed damage and laning power is there for the Ziggs into the Aphelios. Very mobile AD carry into something like a Ziggs who has a lot of area denial tools. Is probably one of the better answers. The other one is we seeing in chat. Ashe is probably the better one.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried for TT where you've locked in a Jarvan and I don't think you have great synergy with it. Jarvan Gnar is fine, but a little hard to set up because it's just quite hard to time your Mega Gnar. And Jarvan Ryze isn't really a combo. It's not Jarvan Azir for the attack speed. It's not Jarvan Akali for hyper dive. It's not like you've got something like a Vitally or something like that. I think that TT already have not got the tools to dive onto this Aphelios, which is why typically I'd say, no, I don't want to see a Ziggs with quite a low damage kind of top, or like a quite slow damage top lane, because no one's really like, adding into the combo.
Great read on the Ziggs, by the way.
They do, but in this case, I think it's good, because what else is going to reach the Aphelios? That was kind of it.
Aurora going to get taken away as well here. That would have been quite a nice option theoretically, but again, they've already got the Ryze and the Gnar in, so they might just lock that mid lane for Keg, give yourself some AoE. Viego would be a fun one. We've seen a little bit of Viego coming back into meta here and there. Monkey tried real hard on it the other week to make that one work. Instead, they will decide on the Aurora for now.
Yeah, it's a safe matchup, does well into the side lane versus the Gnar as well. What's the bot lane going to be here? I suppose Corki's the last one out. You can go like, I guess you could go Ashe Seraphine for real lane dominance.
It's really been the thing this week, hasn't it?
Yeah, and it's also been seen play in LCK as well. I think Ashe Seraphine probably is the duo. Thinking about it again, it probably is the duo which you need. Problem is, you are very, very squishy as a team if you do that. You do have better engage that way, but what happens if, you know, Guon ends up going towards something like the Vi, which can just fly through the engage and cause you tons of issues. Even like the Wukong would have been really painful with that clone. Ashe Seraphine will be the lock-in. The question is now, Guon, you've got last pick. What have you got to survive the engage combo of TT?
Support LeBlanc, support Elise. Let's go. We'll see exactly where the decision-making goes. These are fun hovers right now. They are certainly not guarantees. I think the Seraphine, as we've noted, is most likely the option here. And in fairness, it means if someone is locked in the Cataclysm, shooting that arrow, shooting that encore becomes significantly more simple.
I wonder if we see a spicy pick coming out from Guon here to really force something. The Kiana makes sense.
Okay.
Been the meta, can combo into the Jarvan as well really well. A lot of like...
His ult is your ult now.
Basically, pretty much. I do wonder where this mid lane matchup goes, because Heru is going to have that early shove, and the Jarvan early fighting potential is just so much more than the one that something like a Kiana can bring, especially before first pack or before first item, really.
My worry for TT is that absolutely no one here can withstand a burst combo. If you don't have Mega Gnar, everyone is getting one shot. I don't care who you are, everyone is getting one shot. Kiana's going to just turn up. There's going to be a point-and-click CC from Renekton, or the Graviton, or the hook's going to land, and someone is just going to explode. I think TT, I think they lack the backline access. They need to somehow get these like godlike arrows. Maybe they get a really good Realm Warp flank. But I don't think TT's been playing well enough for me to trust them to do that.
No, and again, don't get me wrong. You have just got everyone bringing some CC, and some of it's quite intense. Ash Arrow, Seraphine ult, the beat drop route. You've got options there. The question is, can you survive through the pick on the other side? And realistically, can you threaten the Aphelios? And I don't know how simple that will be.
Sam, if you want to use the cattle,
Now's
now's
the
the
time.
time to do it. And then close the door on the way back in.
Yes, boss.
Cool. All right, we'll get back into that game. Hit those Gyos and see if NIP can close out what has been, well, a very clean game one. And we'll see what they can do at the same game
Very
two.
dominant situation, really, here. I do think NIP not come out on the edge with the draft. I think it's gonna
Really?
be harder. I think it's gonna be harder to execute than the one they have on the side of TT. I think TT's draft has the reliability of Engage.
Okay, well, hit those Gyos, and then I'm going to have to grill you about that after. Well, depends if we're going to get the Gyos. Got it for his crowd.
I mean, it was a very empty crowd.
True. Okay, so about ease of access.
The thing is, I see Aphelios Thrash pretty easy to play, and at least if someone gets picked, you do have the Lantern out to safety. Now on the other side, you have Ashe, Seraphine, and a Jarvan, which are really good at pressing the go button. My problem is, if they press the go button, they're still probably dying to like a random, like Aurora ult. That's on top of the fact that I think that actually top side of the map, the lanes are actually pretty good here for the Renekton and the Aurora. The Renekton does a little bit more back and forth, right? You know, I look across the team and I'm like, I just don't think that TT... They might be able to push the go button. I'm not sure they'll actually have the damage behind it, as opposed to NIP. Get the cleanse out early.
That's not great coming through from TT, but the trade back is really good.
Yeah.
Zoom is below half HP already.
Yeah, he doesn't have a barrier either. He's going for the cleanse, which means that he won't be able to have that barrier for kind of just temporary HP. Kiana going for the 3 bot side camps. Sometimes we see Kiana go 3 bot side camps into doing something a little bit strange. Sometimes you go for a bit of a recall. There's the outside chance that we see something like a Flash Lantern gank at level 2, even though you've only got the hook. Map hacks, though, make that much less of a threat.
Yeah, this is the issue I have with NIP's composition, where information for TT around the map is going to be so much more prevalent, because you're going to have, especially early push, both in mid and in top, because that's the nature of the Gnar Renekton matchup. You're going to have push on the Gnar, especially early on. Not in this case, because there's been a stupid bounce back, but...
Yeah, well, this is the thing, right? It's more like first wave, sometimes... Well, it depends whether you're getting it on the first wave or two, or whether you collect it at tower and then you get the bounce back, which is often... And that's actually, by the way, folks, if you want a quick tip on how teams figure out their macro, they figure out who's got the push at the level 1, and then who has the push at the level 3 gank back. Hang on, Guan going towards mid lane, has that Water Blade in, flash away! Heru does skip away from it, but it's going to be the Manta Blade anyway. First blood goes to Care, and over push from Heru leads to him dying.
And all my points are moot.
Everything, yep. Sometimes, look, Kiana is really scary. I know you're saying that, you know, Jarvan is a better early fighter than Kiana. That's true in a straight 1v1. But if they're just in different parts of the map, like they were here, Kiana's still really good at that level 3. Comes in with that Water Blade, and what do you do at that point? Even there, an empowered W in the lane, and the E gets cancelled. Keshi, you can't do that. Oh my god, he actually might just kill him. He actually might just kill him. Oh, Keshi, no! Oh, Keshi, no!
Oh,
That should not be possible, folks. He had his dash cancelled. Empowered. Look, bot lane might go for a dive hit, but what? They can't even pull that off.
You can't dive a Thresh this early with Flay up and with the hook available. There's a Lantern, there's still a Cleanse available on Assume, so even if you get some CC that isn't the Flag and Drag, everything's falling apart with TT already.
So Junha's going for a Raptor Invade now, but what does he do? This jungler just looks like mid lane dying, top lane dying. What can he do? And already, like we were saying, look, NIP, very clean series. Now the problem is, TT have to play what should be an engage comp with maybe a little low on the damage side. But now they have to do it from behind the game. They're behind 1,000 gold at 4 minutes. Sam, you've missed a lot already.
Oh, God.
Because we were saying, oh, okay, a bit of a back and forth between us two in terms of who's got the easier to play composition. Hang on, he might actually just hear it. No, there's no flash on go. So, didn't even need the Kiana. So, Sam, Heru has now died twice. So he over pushed at the early levels, died because Guon ganked him. And then top lane, Keshi walked up to a brush, found like a half rage Renekton there, jumped and had his dash stopped by the empowered W.
Oh no.
And then he died, flash for flash, and then mid lane just died again. So TT are meant to have pretty good early game into like a pick comp later on.
Yeah.
They're now at 4 minutes, 1.5k down.
That's not great.
No.
That's not great.
I had a good old screech at the Rise dying for the second time.
Yeah, this has been quite how can I put this in the kind way? Because
You don't
this
have
is
to.
just,
You don't
this
have
is
to.
just really bad from TT. They're not reading the map at all. They're not respecting the positioning of the Kiana. They're not respecting the laning power of these champions. They might have the push, but the laning prowess, the 1v1 of the
He's
champions.
got
Oh,
again.
good one's got an Ice Blade. He's dead. Between worlds, in we go. There's the route. There's nowhere for Harry to go, and Care gets another. That's 3-0 on the Aurora.
3-0 on the Aurora. 4 stacks on the Dark Seal.
Oh, it's level
6.
6.
There's no flash here either.
Oh, he's going interrupted again. Slice dice. The dominance is rolling. I think Keshi will be left on about 100 HP, and they can just wait for more rage, and just get the empowered W. And I think Keshi's got nowhere to go.
He's already used it. He's just dead. Next skill comes up. He's a dead null. Hits level 6.
I think he'll die to the turret shot. Yes.
No, yeah, because because meta currently on the Renekton in pro play is to go absorb life. He doesn't get the triumph feeling, so he dies. But again, more XP denied from Keshi. Keshi has been put in the bin this series. Honestly, there's not really much else to say. Hoya has been the better top laner of the two.
The nicest
Across the
thing I can say about him is that's quite funny with the team tag that we have to Takeshi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Takeshi's castle.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's a joke we've been making.
Well,
It's
I
been
mean,
great fun.
I'm not gonna lie, Sam. This game does feel like a little bit of a prank show right now. Because, like, what do you mean we're dying in like solo lanes before 5 minutes? What do you mean we've got like 3 kills like that? Huh?
It's tough to see, I agree. And that means particularly for those solo laners for NIP, feeling very, very good. Care, very streaky player, as we have known. When he's on, he's on. When he's not, he looks truly terrible. Right now, it's looking pretty good. Hoya with another significant amount of rage to play with. He's getting run down a little bit by Keshi there, but again, it's just not that threatening yet. I think Hoya only at phased a couple long swords, probably is going to want to wait for that next back to get the completed Black Cleaver before he's really threatening again, because I think the Steel Caps is enough safety right now to keep Keshi in one piece.
That's going towards a Stride Breaker. He's going
Sorry, that's the one. Yeah.
Anyway, Hoya now taking the back. Oh, Keshi!
Oh, dear.
Keshi!
Good one's top.
He has no Mega, no ult, no Grace, and probably no HP
There's a
soon.
flash.
No maidens.
There we go. Ice Blade, bit of CC, he's dead.
Guwon's been playing very, very proactively this early game. The early gank into mid lane, top lane did it itself, let's be honest. This one is on Keshi, it's not on the jungler. But Guwon's been really, really active, really enjoying how he's playing the Kiana. And yeah, going back to this conversation we had just coming into game where I was like, well, you know, technically the Jarvan's meant to be the early dominant champion. That doesn't nullify Kiana's early power. Yeah, if you go up against directly the Jarvan, yes, you can have a couple of issues. You know, if you do get hit by that fly drag, you're probably just outright losing. He's never been on the same screen as the Jarvan. He's just been in the lanes, judged the pathing better, and TT have just fallen apart.
Ash Arrow, bot, assume we'll get the route down. The Deadly Throws comes on forward. The shield's back with that surround sound. Might make this a bit more interesting. There's no Lantern anymore. I think they could get in trouble here. Decent set from healing. Guwon's bot. This gets interesting. Can start to onslaught forwards. Good healing backwards. Don't flash for the flay. The healing is not fantastic from Assume. Will finally make that back, but Ryan flashes away. Guwon can't get in range for that route, and now Ryan can start running down with the approach velocity. This gets a bit more dicey. Grassblade comes on down. No! Kiana still gets the kill.
Has the cleanse can get through that? I was really worried for a second now that Guwon would just outplay them, but Guwon's the one that slips up and makes a mistake. Now Ryan 3 has 2 kills. He is the last hope for TT.
Yeah, I mean, if you're all putting your eggs in the Ryan basket of this situation, it is kind of desperate. As much as I think this guy has probably a good future, this first year for him, this first split for him, has not been the greatest. But as we see here, Care might be getting punished. It's a 3-man roam, but the Aurora's safety is kind of disgusting. So he just gets out.
Ghost pop from Hera to try and make that play happen. Doesn't really work out, and Care just gets to walk away.
Yeah, I mean, this entire situation for TT, it's like you're trying to turn out like just suppress every single fire happening everywhere, and just NIP are running around with a flamethrower setting something else on fire.
The thing is, at least bot lane, you've got the ice to help set that, deal with that fire somewhat. You are up about 10 CS there. You've got the 2 kills on the AD carry. If you can start getting the picks rolling, that's great news. We have seen Seraphines in the late game turn so many fights around already in the LPL. See that comeback versus, I want to say it was BLG that JDG had. No, it was the other way around. BLG got the comeback against JDG where they had,
Ashe, yeah.
where Viper and On just had the most insane turnarounds because the Seraphine was providing so much as the game got a little bit later on. Just that raw amount of shielding and roots gets quite frustrating.
Also throw into that game, though, the real hero, you could argue, was Knight on the Aurora. Sam, they don't got the Aurora.
They don't.
Sir, there's a problem. The Aurora's on the other team. They've defected, sir.
There goes White.
Good lantern safety there. Good lantern safety. You know, Junhao could have dunked in afterwards. There was no cleanse on a seam. You can see that TT, their game plan has completely reduced to we must play around bot lane. Now they've used one of those ultimates, they have to go waiting again for that to come back up.
They do indeed, and while that play was happening bot, it'll mean Guon will likely go towards these grubs and start those up relatively freely.
I'm looking at the situation and I'm like, first of all, assume he's building Collector. Send him to jail.
Yeah. No, particularly in this game when you have like a lethality jungler and a top laner that's very heavy AD as well, who's not even building that Black Cleaver. Let's go Storm Razor, folks. Storm Razor is just a better first item for Felios in a bunch of games. See that Harry's doing pretty okay here versus Kerr individually now. But the problem is he gave over so much gold early. His team is now the one which is going to have to bear the brunt of what went wrong in this matchup.
I will note that in I won't say necessarily defense, but like as a little note in terms of TT, who's building armor early here? The Rise is only going to do that third item. Ashe is never building armor. Seraphine can't afford to. Jarvan, again, will probably want the Black Cleaver before he goes towards anything like a GA. So really, it's only the Gnar, who again will need an aggressive item before he can consider armor, and even then he builds things like Sterax. So is anyone really armor stacking for the Aphelios to worry about?
It's really good against the Ashe Seraphine. You just don't build any semblance of defenses. Guon's on the roam again, though, so we'll pay attention to that. He's swept his way through. Keshi does not have Mega just yet. He might be a little bit dead, in fact.
He's 2 levels down. He'll be more than that soon. That was simple.
2 levels down and 6 feet under the ground. He's dead again, 1 and 4. Hoya and Guon comboing up very, very well. This reminds me of those really nasty kill combos that we used to see with Renekton in the past, where Renekton would set up for a diving jungler. Credit to Hoya. He's had an excellent series here. He has completely diffed Keshi on an individual level.
Yep. I mean, last game there was a bit more. You could offer a bit more defense in the fact that everyone was top lane and the flippy matchup flipped one way. This time around, it's just been straight lane diff. And then Guwon's turned up later on, and the damage just gets worse and worse. Hot lane, shove is still there from Ryan and Feather. Worth noting, Guwon around. This could get a little bit interesting. Still a few minutes till the next dragon. TT have at least stacked 2 of those, and an Ocean Soul this game with the Seraphine, with the fact that you can space with the range and the slows on the Ashe. Could be pretty good here, especially when you are into a relatively burst-heavy comp. The Ocean Soul could be quite good, but you've got to get there first. And that is not necessarily the easiest thing to do when you are losing the top side of the map so hard. Nice blade. Flag and drag leads him to a difficult spot. Audacity through. Grass blade next. Flash forward looking for that ult into the wall. That makes it really nasty. Mega Infernum Bomb comes flying on through as the onslaught is there. Assume helps get another for Guwon. They can jump for more because Hoya is here. Heru in danger. Has to flash the death sentence. Will still get rooted. There will be a flayback. And indeed, he's now left out to the wolves, or I suppose the crocodiles.
Yeah, the NIP's collapse is just so much stronger. They've got completed laning quests. They've got just so much more target access, and the positioning, fighting in the river against the Kiana at this point in the game is a death sentence. And Hoya being able to just burn the teleport, he has that extra HP shield, which means he can play recklessly and going forward, and yeah.
Guon just breaks their ankles. Completely breaks their ankles. They try and jump on the Kiana, but Harold's completely right. This is now the prime time for Kiana. It doesn't even end up getting the ult onto both bot laners. Doesn't particularly matter. The damage is done. This is why the lethality is very, very good versus these duo here. Particularly at this point in the game, the bot lane just explodes. If there's no one stood in front of the Ashe Seraphine, they don't really get to play as the duo really wants to. You're absolutely right here as well about the top lane role quest. Gives you the extra HP. Absolutely no threat under the turret. NIP clean up.
I know Harold said that fighting in the river against a Kiana was a death sentence, but I hope you know that Fresh Q is the death sentence.
Yeah,
the wrong champion. And you know, come on, you're a color caster. You should know.
I don't know. I think with the cleanse, it's more like a death like.
It's just like a commuted sentence. They've been asked to do community service. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a community service sentence.
If Thresh Q was actually his ult, we'd have Silas Stolen Threshold be community service. I guess.
That's great. It's like Silas's box. That's the idea. It's like rather than Schrodinger's box.
Well, yeah. If Silas is the box, I'm like, well, let's be honest, it's not a box anyway.
No, it's not,
isn't it? It's the Pentagon.
The bag.
But
is it? I feel like why have we not gotten like an?
In fairness, I can understand not calling I can understand understand not calling a champion's ult the Pentagon. That would,
Yeah,
that would
wait,
lead
wait.
to some quite confusing
I feel like the
statements.
Octagon and going like for a UFC MMA kind of vibe. Yeah, just why have we not got that with Thresh? By
That's
the
a
way,
great question. I mean,
like a boxing ropes one would
we
be
have
good.
had. I mean, we had. Look, Thresh has started to get some peak skins again. Janitor Thresh was great. And
Excellent. Yeah,
Sam made the point that we should have like a traffic warden Thresh. Where he has like the lantern is in fact just a traffic lantern.
Yeah.
So it's red light when he's holding it, amber light when he throws it out, green when someone takes it.
It's fantastic.
That's
That's actually great.
quite
And then
cool.
like everything else is like park. You can have like little traffic cones when you've got the rest of it too. It's just a chunk there. It's just doing it for the chunk. Do it for the DPS check. But that's one of my skins which I now need to see made is that one. But of course the other one is Cassanta. I need Cassanta, which is just Cassante just with like candy canes and everything. Yeah.
There's one I've been like thinking about for a long time.
Yeah.
And it's just the Hank Plank, and it's just the Gangplank, but it's Hank Hill.
You need to buy propane hydro
Exactly.
and propane accessories.
Speaking of propane hydra, Guwon.
Yeah,
Almost
yeah,
two
yeah.
completed items, propane hydra and inventory with the axiom arc. Awesome.
He doesn't even need to blow the cleanse.
I'm putting this out there. It's a minute until Dragon. I guess it's a little bit later on, so Ash cooldown might not be that high. But it's level 9. I take that back. It's going to be a fairly significant cooldown here.
No cooldown reduction, first level of it. It's a bit of a, looking for the freak pick. Assume probably needs to recall at this point, worth noting. So he won't be back quite in time. Well, he might be there for the very start of the Dragon. He might be...
He won't be there for setup, no.
Yeah, but folks, this is what the game's been reduced to. TT needed to have strong laning presence. They didn't. They've now got no platform to perform their picks off of. As you can see, there's no ward from TT across any of the river. They don't have the vision to make big plays as they'd like to.
Yeah, I mean, you look at this map situation now, and it's... Yeah, you're getting mid lane priority because of the nature of the Ashe Seraphine. So Aphelios just has to kind of catch the wave and, be happy with that situation, but... You look at the rest of the map and it's Care on the side lane, Aurora going towards the, probably I would say the triple mask build on the Aurora, maybe double mask into get Death Cap, probably. And this entire situation is going to be boiled down to a team fight where, oh wait, we've catched
Oh,
the
boys, into the back. It's the Ocean Rift. You can get into this brush. Bin tried to build up this before. Got the
boy.
Dominus rolling. What can you do?
Here we go, flashes on in. Dragon is still secure, but the turnaround is brutal as a supreme display of talent catches every single member of Thunderdog gaining the encore. Good. Feather needing to run away. Gets a decent heal there. Hoya can't quite get in range as Between Worlds happens, and it allows for a good weirding angle to blow up the Seraphine.
Buddy's got a shotgun. She's become the hunter. What happened to Seraphine? I don't know. Justice for the Bracken, etc., etc.
Herald mid.
Herald mid. See, if NIP lose the dragon, they get everything else.
Still soul point, I guess. I don't know whether they'll ever get the chance for it to matter. By the way, only just completing that mid lane quest for TT. Finally complete all of those. Heru will get hit by the Ice Blade. Is rooted up again briefly, but will not lead to all that much aside from a clear up of the jungle.
Small note, as we saw there, somebody tried to ward the Thresh Lantern. If that happens, if you've already input the command to take the lantern, just don't stop clicking, stop panicking, just let it happen. Anyway, NIP, they lose the dragon, which is a not great situation. Draw first in terms of kills.
Does get flashed on there, will likely die. Okay, so not the best retreat there. And now Ken needs to go across the veil. Gets slowed down there by Rhyme, not too much more. You get something at least.
Yeah, it was an overstay from Draw, who I guess looking around for some vision. He has a lantern for others, but certainly not for himself. I mean, this is a great angle from Hoya. The smite comes through first, so yes, that's going to be a problem. Realm Warp does not get them out to safety at all. It's actually a 4-man ult because Feather gets caught on the other side. The CC combo onto Java means that he's not there for the dunk to kind of control the terrain of the fight. The Encore's not bad, it's just, there's only so much you can do once the CC starts to land. Back into live though, and Kashi does have flash, and he's forced to use it very quickly.
Is indeed towards the red buff we look. As soon as going to try and steal that one away. There is a Mega Gnar, but I don't think they're realistically going to be able to threaten with it, especially without that flash.
I think here now TT are in a situation where they're permanently just looking for the combo button.
That's going to be the turnaround damage. The Encore, good. Does that allow anything back? That she flayed out of the flag and Dragon means John Howe is likely dead. Now Feather, without a flash, without the Encore, is also going to follow.
He just stops inputting commands. He just gives up, and that's in that situation. It's understandable. The situation is very dire. There's a 10k gold differential at 19 minutes, and this is the situation with this season.
I don't know why that. So this is what happened in the mid lane. I guess this is how Ryan lost his flash. Oh, he
He's
didn't.
dead.
He in fact, lost his flash and died as well. just the way that you said you just stopped inputting commands reminds me of like, you know, there's like patting the old horse on the back and just like, you know what, we can hang up the saddle for today. Just put the keyboard just back in the ranch.
And Guwon also died to Keshi while that was happening.
Okay, that was actually quite important. As much as I like find it quite funny, the imagery of being like a keyboard, like the last ride of the keyboard, like. TT actually get an important shutdown there. They're still 10k behind, and they do. However, TT, there is a chance they could clutch up through Ocean Soul. Problem here for them. Ocean Soul doesn't win this game. You need to be obscenely tanky to survive the amount of time that it would take to get HP that would change a team fight. If this is a Hex Soul, Infernal Soul, hell, even the Chemtech Soul for something like this tenacity against the Thresh-Hook and then the shielding for your Seraphine, that would have been quite valuable. They've low-rolled on the Soul here. This might actually be the worst Soul they could have had for this comp, which is so bursty against them. They're not going to survive long enough to get the Ocean Healer.
I will say Ashe Seraphine can at least slow people down and proc it relatively easily. Maybe if you can survive that initial burst, the Seraphine shielding stuff might give you a bit more value from the Ocean Soul, but even then I agree, it's going to be hard.
Sir, critical problem with the statement. Survive the initial burst.
Yeah, I know.
It's not happening, sir.
The maybe perhaps not a strong enough statement to make things obvious there.
Care has decided to go for the Riftmaker instead of the Bloodletter's Curse on the Aurora.
It makes sense because he's Soul AP, and it makes really good sense because the Aurora combo is quite slow. He might get jumped on by Junhao. Here comes the arrow.
Goes across the veil, and that means there's no actual threat, as Junhao needs to flag and drag away.
Yeah, so just going back onto that combo thing there, Riftmaker or Liandry's is very, very good where if you hit the first part of your Q, you wait until the Liandry's and the Riftmaker both stack up to the maximum damage increase, and then you pull it back, which increases all of the base damage from the passive as well. So this is very, very high as a 2-item combo. Because you're Soul AP, you feel a lot less pressure to go towards the Bloodletters. As you can see on the inventory of TT, there's actually 0 magic resist built across the game.
Yeah, I mean, in this situation, you're not really looking to build resistances. I once talked with somebody who at the time was trying to just help me learn the game a little bit more. And he was like, when you're behind, you have to build damage because you have to find the combo to possibly get the shutdown and then bring you back to the game. When you're ahead, you're building resistances because you don't want to lose the lead that you had.
Jovi's under a very similar mindset. He's often been a very big defensive item builder. I know he's had similar conversations, so I know it's certainly a philosophy of the game that has a fair amount of proponents.
Yeah. Honestly, like in this current year, I'm having a lot of fun with a lot of cheap defensive items that are really good on bruisers. Example 1, Bandle Pipes on Hecarim.
Very silly, yes. Very silly.
Or Zeke's on Hecarim, same thing.
I can see how that works very well. So should we just do like Triforce or Shojin into Zeke's?
Shojin into Cleaver into Zeke's.
Right. You wouldn't do Zeke second?
Depends. Shojin is core, so...
Yeah, has to happen. Ooh, gets hit by the arrow. Does go invisible for the majority of it. It's going to get room prisoned here. I think he might be in danger here. Does get across the veil there, but they're going to run walk forwards. Guwon potentially in danger, but they just can't catch up.
No, the bunny is too slippery. The bunny goes back into the hat. He goes back out of the problem there. So, 2-man Baron, they did this last game with the AP Barrister. That's a Kaiju fight, which Keshi's losing.
Flash on forwards ensures that death. Now to the Baron we go. Junhao is going to be around, maybe looking for the flag and drag into the back of the pit, but Hoya's going to try and interrupt this over. They look to get that damage onto Junhao. He does get in the pit, will immediately get popped though, as Assume and Guwon press R.
The amount of chakrams on Assume, and just Junhao just goes pop, and it's not...
He just dies, he just explodes. I mean, this is what happens when you fall so far behind. Jarvan is not a champion that can be played from behind, really. He never has been, even across some of the early years of League. Jarvan was always get ahead early, stay ahead. And Kel's used on to draw there too. I don't know, TT, they've just not mounted much of a resistance. That early game has been too shoddy in both of these games. NIP much more coordinated, much more effective. Their laners were stronger too. Oh god, they could even just kill Hera here, maybe. Force the flash.
He's going to be forced to flash away. Baron still rolling. Assume with the Gravitum Infernum combo for the big burst options. Will not have his ult up and available to really abuse them, but still, damage there is largely done. Thunder Talk find themselves down over 14,000 gold, 2 games in a row. NIP have been absolutely dominating them. There's a Medjai's now in inventory for Care, just to add insult to injury.
It's been there for a little while, but I am glad to see another pro player not butchering gun rotations on Aphelios. Looking at you upset.
Hey. Like, I know a couple of years ago that was the big thing. He's gotten better at it.
But honestly, at this point on the side of TT, you're just looking for the possible miracle, like a Gnar combo into maybe like a
Encore. Yeah,
yeah.
you need to land all of them all together. And realistically, you could just use another item on this Ashe. It's the honest answer. If you can get the Infinity Edge to just give that bit more straight up DPS, maybe a second item on the Seraphine, you might have some angles, but it's just not easy. And again, look, Rise finally got those 2 items completed, but there's no actualizer, no real ability to put the gas on when you need it to really pop the target you catch.
I mean, you're definitely going to be able to sustain like 1 or 2 combos maybe coming through from like the bunny right now, but the situation is you're not really dealing any sustained damage. You're not really in a situation where you can do anything, and the bunny with a shotgun. Oh.
That is most of the HP bars there of Thunder Talk forced off, and they'll need to back away real fast.
We appreciate all the... Oh my god. Yep, 3 out of Mephelios get collected. Feather goes down. Couldn't keep the distance. TT, it really just has not been a good day at the office for them.
No, it has not. Towards the inhibitors we go. And into the final stages of this game, Thunder Talk find themselves caught into their own Nexus turrets, 2 inhibitors down, and NIP aren't stopping anytime soon. Another little look forward, a final gas, the Cataclysm comes on through, but I fear Thunder Talk, the Cataclysm is your own, and unfortunately it is your base that crumbles under the might of ninjas in pajamas. The Shinigami come for them all, and in the end, NIP are the ones claiming the scalps.
NIP clean up the series 2-0. Folks, I know that we want to talk about the consequences of the series, blah, blah, blah. I am just seeing, by the way, last couple of minutes, and people talking about in chat, there are some rumors that Bin has left BLG.
What?
Which is...
Excuse me, what?
Is that rumors? Is that...
Yeah, there's been a significant amount of talk about it. These are rumored right now, but if that does happen, that is... I mean,
The BLG drama never stops.
the rotating jungle from last year. We'll wait to hear more about that, but just wanted to say that on stream. There are rumors going around on Twitter and the like coming through from various Chinese sources that apparently Bin had a big argument and he just packed up his bags and left. Chance that he's left BLG, how insane would that be?
Wow. Wait to get some more clarification on it, but obviously we're just as surprised as you are, and we hope that this is just a rumor, because of course we want him to be peak Bin, but oh my god, that'd be such a big change. Anyway, hello, welcome back. My name's Nymaera.
This is Harold Hamhand, and this is Initialise. We're brothers. He's a good friend of ours. And we're casting LPL. If you are enjoying what you're seeing here, please think about dropping a like, a follow, a share, things like that. It makes a big difference to us. This is our living. It's how we do it. And if you are enjoying what you're hearing here, think about helping support the cause. With no official LPL broadcast anymore, how else would you hear about breaking LPL drama? Like Bin potentially leaving BLG and watching games like this as well. That's all I got. Carry on.
MVP. Go on.
Guwon probably for the... I mean, I think,
for this game.
I think it's Guwon. Who won last game, by the way? Was it Hoya in the end?
It was Hoya, yes.
It was Hoya. I feel like Joe possibly a little robbed there, actually.
He got 3 votes, Hoya got 5.
Fair enough. That's not unreasonable. I just think, because I think Joe set Hoya up for success so well that I would have perhaps given him the nod there, but I think that's a relatively fair trade. The fan vote is very Guwon favoured here. He was pretty exceptional early game, so...
Yeah, I mean, I would probably even give Guwon the player of the series. Might be Hoya, because even in this game, he got this solo lead in the top lane. He denied so much. He basically made Kenshi a non-entity, the both games. So, you're in the situation where, like, I think the MVP to the series might go to Hoya. I wouldn't see it badly going on somebody like Guwon as well, because even in game 1 he was really good. But we're gonna have to see what situation happens here. But you know, NIP dominant victory over TT, what we expected, honestly. NIP, to me at least, have looked like in their wins, they've looked like the most dominant team in the group.
Yeah, I think because the other teams you'd think about are WE, who don't have a good early game, and then you have teams like EDG, which have very good early game, but then their late game is very, very shoddy. So weirdly, despite NIP not having the best record against the top teams, you know, they lost against WE in their 1-on-1 versus EDG. When they do win, they're probably they're probably the most complete team when they're actually winning. I do agree with that. So that's the caveat.
I can agree with that. Hey,
Gorilla, how's it going?
Glad to have you guys all in here.
And then when they lose, they look like the worst thing in the sport.
It is the Brain Blade.
Oh boy, I love it. When you guys were not here, I dubbed NIP the Weibo of Group Perseverance.
There's some truth to that, right? They are quite inconsistent. And again, this team, when it falls behind, when they don't have a good early game, is not good. Care without a lead, tragic. we all know how bad Hoyer is without a lead, and it is very poor. Like, he was actively a lost condition for Thuntalk for years because of his poor play from behind. But from ahead, we've seen some good stuff from this team now for NIP, and that's great news. I think they're going to be a solidly middle-of-the-pack team. We'll see what they can do with playoffs, likely getting towards a decent confirmation for them what level of Knights Road they end up in. Are they taking the high road or the low road on their way to Scotland will be a debate for a little later on. But so far, good.
They're at 3-2 right now, 1-1 against the 1-1 against the WE. Currently 0-1 against the 1-1 against EDG. I think 0-1. No, 1-0 against WE or 2.
What? Right, you know what? Let's look this up rather than.
I'm lost in the sauce. I think
a little bit. What we could do is we can find out. Is the answer?
I think they're now 3-2. Yeah, they're 3-2.
They're 3-2. Sorry, they're 1-1. Yeah, so they're 1-1 versus WE and EDG. So yeah, they're 1-1 versus both the top teams, and they're
which means their next game is against TT again.
Yeah. So they actually hadn't played against TT at all during this. Sorry, I got that wrong a little bit earlier with the W thing. I remember them losing one series. I forgot about the other one. So actually, the top of the table is all over the place because WE and EDG, they've only played one series against each other. So we have like one more of like the top. We're going to have an absolute clusterfuck here, folks.
We might have 3 teams on 4-2 having
which mean they all destroy TT, yeah.
Oh my god. So I'd imagine we don't get tiebreakers for that particular scenario. I'd imagine we don't. So I'd imagine what happens is, what it tends to be is head-to-head between the 3 teams. Oh, we've got a post-game interview. Anyway, we'll leave you with that. But basically, folks, the team which loses out on the tiebreaker, however it's decided, will be really screwed because they go basically into the bottom half of the teams, effectively, meaning they don't get that first round. They don't have the second leg. Okay, we'll go into a quick pause.
我觉得今年26人在大换血之后整体来看，一切都是向着好的方向在行进的。卓哥，你觉得目前大家相处的如何了？在性格上、生活上等等方面？
我觉得大家性格都非常好吧，然后尤其是我们中上性格都非常成熟。然后昨天不是刚输完嘛，而且还是那种被翻盘的输，其实大家回去之后还在相互鼓励、相互积极的沟通，我觉得这是非常难得的。
对内氛围看得出也是很融洽的啊。从今天这2场来看啊，看得出 NIP 在团战的协同性上确实比昨天做得更好了。想知道卓哥，你觉得目前队伍的这个整体磨合度达到多少了呢？
我感觉是和之前一样嘛，60-70。有很多中期的时候可以做得更激进的动作，大家可能还是过于拘谨吧，然后还是比较保守。我觉得大家可以再放开一点，
还有上升的空间啊。聊到今天比赛，从第1局来说，对于 NIP 也是非常轻松的拿下了。从上路一血开始，无论是上下2路的对线优势，包括团战的这个中期的团战，都做得相当不错。我想知道今天教练啊，在今天赛前给你们特别叮嘱了哪些比赛内容？今天看得出打得更加谨慎了啊。
因为我们输给 WE 和 EDG 那2场，其实都是有优势没有把握住嘛。复盘的时候，其实有些机会一看，感觉还蛮容易抓到的，感觉大家就是心态上过于的紧张了可能，所以昨天回去之后就是跟大家说，就是放开一点，就是不要太在意输赢，就把游戏内容打好一点就可以了。
明白了，教练也是稳定了军心了啊。第2局来说，我觉得更算是摧枯拉朽的碾压局了啊。那对面在 BP 上的选择会更偏团战输出一点，那你们是怎么针对对面的阵容来制定一个战略的呢？
我们的话其实没有太考虑对面的选择吧，我们觉得就把自己的阵容搭配的有合理性就可以了。
确实今天也是看得出 NIP 打得很冷静、很稳定了啊。也聊聊你们的下路组合吧，因为之前在赛后采访的时候，阿萨姆也是聊到说，卓哥啊在场上非常之冷静，是非常会配合的辅助选手。那你怎么评价你的 AD 呢？
我觉得他也很会配合吧。他在 BP 的时候其实就给了我很大的那个自主权吧，他会很多选择的英雄想让配合来我嘛，所以我觉得他反而比我更会配合吧。
很高的评价了，我们也是很欣喜看到2位的配合默契度也是越来越高，越来越娴熟了。那今天对阵的对手 TT 在下一场还将面对到我们的组内赛最后一场。那对于 TT 来说呢，他们其实大部分都是从 LPL 包括是2队晋升上来的新人小选手。那卓哥作为我们 LPL 老将，有没有对新人选手的一些建议也好，或者鼓励也好呢？
我觉得打职业的话就 不管你多强都会有低谷期吧，然后不管多强都会输。我觉得一个优秀的选手最好的地方就是如何正确的面对失败吧，就希望他们能从中吸取到教训，然后也不要丧失向前进步的信心吧。
哇，说的太好了！我们也把掌声送给卓哥，送给我们的新人小将们。虽然刚刚我们卓队啊语重心长地分享了自己的经验和鼓励，但是下一场面对你们的时候还是不会松手的，对吗？好，我们也期待两队在下一场的精彩表现，同时也谢谢卓接受我们的赛后采访了。接下来的时间，我们把画面交还给解说席。
Hello everyone, we're back. This thing's over. I guess we need to run an ad break and get ready for the second series. We're still going to be on break a little bit, folks. Yeah, let me run an ad break and we'll get back to you. I just can't believe that we live in a world where we might get like BLG the Shy. That is ridiculous.
The rumor mill has begun.
But like, guys, BLG, their roster should be like one of the greatest of all time. Legitimately, they should be with like Knight and Viper, with if Bin refound form. What the hell's happened, you know? I mean, in fairness, Bin has looked bad the last year. By his standards, absolutely, he's looked bad. Oh, what the hell? I love that he waits out his auto attack reset timer, so he knows that when he flashes, like if the auto attack gets through a certain point, you don't get to flash away from that. That was really well played by Hoya. Had a great series. Yeah. He's my player of the series, actually. He is. He played really, really well between the two, even though he didn't get no, he got for first game. Yeah, he's my player of the series. That guy was really, really good.
I mean, every time we see a replay of TT doing something on the map, Hoya is involved.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised if he got another POTG and POTM. So
yeah.
Just really good. Not really much else to say. Anyway, I now really need my emotional support, Long Cat, because if BLG, if Bin lives BLG, I will be very sad. Considering he's the reason I started watching the roster, because he's a very good top laner.
Yeah, I just don't know what do you even do about this top lane situation, man?
It's like what's available is Breathe.
It's Breathe, the Shy, Ala, Shanji.
Solo kill.
Yeah, so it depends how much budget they've got to throw at it, because roster caps are a thing, right? Unless, outside option, could you import a top laner from LCK? Is there anyone else available?
It's time. BLG Dokla, it's happening.
BLG Dokla, holy shit.
Yeah. BLG Wonder Trust.
Yeah, I don't know. You have, like, BLG's whole style is about laning pressure, snowball through early. Bin for Breathe, I know the script. True. Yeah, true.
It's been done in the past.
Every so often, you know.
You know, Breathe was the original, like, young character. Like, there was 369, and then there was Breathe, who was supposed to be this great guy. And then Ben came along and just said, no, I'm him. And then there's...
Yeah. Because they both came around a similar time. But then realistically, 369 was the guy that did it before and after. Hoya player of the game. You should also get player of the series, too. Hoya was really, really good. Danny's on BLG? Yes, Danny's on. Yeah, I genuinely think we might get a world in which we get BLG the Shy, which is insanity.
We'll see whether they work it out right, because there's a world where BLG, they force Ben to take a series off and it comes back afterwards. But yeah, we don't know. Again, as it stands, it's rumours. Rumours with some weight, don't get me wrong. And there's obviously been things like on the LPL homepage, but they've got substitutes registered and Bin's registered as a sub on there. So there's stuff lurking under this that's definitely making us raise our eyebrows. But as it stands, we've not seen any official communiques yet. So it is all somewhat speculative as it stands.
Only 2 votes for Guwon for this game? That's kind of... man. That feels really bad. Player of the match, of course, goes to... Hoya!
Hoya!
You know, great series overall. The Varus just gets to shut down the lane. The Renekton, just great laning prowess to pressure Kenshi out of the game. Just really good in general. Not really much else to say.
I'm sorry, folks. I know that like this series is actually very important. The 2 is really good for them. Blah blah blah. But like, guys, if Bin is actually leaving BLG, that changes the whole landscape at the top of the LPL.
It really does.
Like, the Bin's not been great, folks. By his
standards.
Yeah.
And he hasn't been for 25. Honestly, I think the fall off started halfway through Worlds 24. I think his semi-finals and finals at Worlds 24 were not great. If you look back at them, compared to his quarterfinals and his groups, he did fall off an awful lot. But then, 2025 was just not Bin's year. It was not at all. He really fell off individually, and it seemed like it was continuing a little bit coming into 26. How do you replace a player like Bin, though? Like, there are very few players who can reach that ceiling. And the problem is, I think that the level of top lane in general has kind of gone down globally. You look at 2025, basically you had like Keen who was kind of running the shop, and even he couldn't do anything at the Worlds 25. The finals was fucking Doran versus Perfect, Both players who I don't think in any other year would have made a World Finals, just because if you have a poor top laner, typically you don't make it far internationally. Typically you don't. But last year, I think that, and poor is, it's for a certain level of poor, folks, for a certain level. Like, you compare it to like, Nogari, Bin, Zeus, Khan, Smeb, like these crazy top laners. You wouldn't have made it to a World Finals through them in most metas. I think Fearless plays into this a certain amount. Wow, all but one went towards top lane. It's crazy. But yeah, it's really... Yeah, I think that you do want to have a powerful top laner. You always do. I don't think you can do well internationally with like a poor top laner, really, sure. Ever. That just doesn't happen, really. And also says a lot right now. I think that Doran is between Doran and Keen for best top laner in the world right now. I just don't know what you do.
I mean, in fact, also, I think Doran has been one of those players who has, how do I put this? He has been on the verge of being genuinely great for a while, and then he has those moments where everyone goes, oh god, what just happened? Not that Khan didn't have that happen, but I think Khan was more of a dominant force with the occasional finals fumble. Whereas Doran, we had that whole joke about domestic Doran versus international Doran, all those kinds of things, and the Kruglord moments and all that jazz that just kind of coloured people's perception of him somewhat, and I think understandably so. But you're right, we haven't really got that consistent level of like the top tier tops right now look quite limited. We don't have 4 or 5 who are going, damn, these guys are all really good. Consistently anyway.
So we're on to our second series now, JDG. Wait, but we have to keep going like this.
We're good with this? Good with this?
Yeah.
This is cool. Alright, we'll carry on with the TriCast for series 2 then.
Chat is happy.
Yeah, as long as chat's okay with it. Obviously, LCK playoffs is happening right now, so like a lot of people are over watching that. Or like, yeah, like it's not playoffs. No, it's not playoffs, but it's the best of 5s because they have like they have this thing where basically the last week is like a super week where they get best of 5s, not best of 3s, and it gives you more points.
I missed on that bit of the.
Yeah, I missed on that for a bit too. But basically, what this means is there is actually a chance that like there's a chance that like Genji and T1's group like lose.
That whole thing. Yes.
And that would mean that like T1 would have to start in play-ins again effectively.
Well, that's so ridiculous.
Yeah.
Of course, T1 are in a second because of game score because they're T1 and still do some random ints here and there.
Winners group 1, 2, 3 do they get seeded into this immediately? But basically, like. Yeah.
This is the format that hurt us in last summer as well.
This is different. Last winter was the only time they had the double group thing, so that's not true.
I'm trying to think what happened. How did people get seeded weirdly in summer? I thought there was similar shenanigans.
That was a different thing. The groups thing was only for winter last year.
Right. What happened? Was that just T1?
Remember the winter? Yeah, T1 struggled in summer a lot. That was just
I'm trying to remember what the.
However, basically the winter thing was remember that it led to the first round playoffs matchup of T1. HLE.
Yes,
one
I remember
of them
that.
Couldn't go.
Yeah.
So that was the thing about winter. So we didn't have a double group. We didn't have like the 2 groups playing off against each other.
Was there not something in summer as well? I thought there was something in summer as well.
Not for that. No, that was just upper group and lower group. That was basically just remember that was like Legend and Rise, and Legend was just like Nongshim getting their heads kicked in
all the time, and Rise was Rise. Yeah.
Yeah.
Peak Rise gaming.
I'm
yes.
gonna take a quick break, folks. We've had an ad break, but I guess we can run one more after that. But
yeah, I'm gonna go take a break.
That's super fair. Turn the camera off briefly. You alright for coffee and stuff?
Yeah, I'm okay for now.
Cool. How's the cat, Harold?
Very chippy.
Chippy?
Yeah. What's the word I'm looking for?
Chipper?
Chipper, yes.
So this would be the one I'm thinking of. So it's probably the one you're thinking of.
Yeah. I mean, I currently really need it because, I mean, what do you mean Bin is leaving PLG?
Well, we don't know for sure yet, but it's certainly looking like there's been some weirdness happening.
Yeah.
And we don't know whether this is just a brief spat or what. LPL drama is LPL drama, as ever.
Yeah, I mean, LPL drama kind of like, you can't have a split without some degree of drama, I guess, in the situation, so. Man. JDG Weibo.
Yeah, so this is obviously a very, very significant matchup. JDG, arguably the best team in the LPL right now, just 2-0'd BLG, which is obviously very significant. Let me get to my LPL shenanigans. There we go. Right, so the key things here is basically JDG's come off the back of some very, very big results. Namely, getting 2 over BLG. They've gotten the win over Top Esports, win over AL so far. They are 0-1, however, versus Weibo and IG. Arguably the worst teams in the group. Well, Top Esports is in there as well, right? But they are certainly very volatile, and JDG kind of got caught out by them a little bit, basically because they're the teams that do weirder stuff in the early game, and they aren't as prepared for it. And Junja and Vampire go for plays that aren't necessarily set up for it, and it goes kind of wrong. Keep our eyes on that one a little bit. Weibo, of course, with the likes of Xiaohu and JDG, are not exactly without experience, and Elk kind of got some pretty crazy games the last time as well. So at the very least, we're expecting some fireworks. Both of these teams are known to be a bit of a bloodbath squad. Elk in particular has been, when he's been on, absolutely monstrous. Gala's been on good form as well. I think, honestly though, my eyes are going to go towards these junglers. Both of them have been really, really big at setting up their various lanes for success, both towards mid lane and with their supports. If you get them unlocked with the early pathing, it is a massive, massive way that both of them have been finding their victories.
Yeah, the EDG graduate clash.
Yes, I suppose it is.
Yeah, in this situation where you're looking at like a player like Junja, who's always been, in my head, he's always been one of the more mechanical junglers in the league. Like, I remember
he's run the LCP. Well, he's been running the LCP for. Are we talking JJ or Junja? JJ. Okay, fine then.
Like when he was playing Lee Sin back in at Worlds when it was meta, he's playing more of like the Kiana, those champions like that. JJ on those champions for me has been the big win condition for Weibo. Junja, the best Malphite in the league, to be honest.
When he's not the sole engagement, so they all know to flash away from him, definitely very dangerous. I think for JJ as well, basically he's just very pleased that Jarvan's in meta. He was always the big Jarvan player.
Yeah.
Is fantastic on that skit, on that champion. See what he can do with it. That champion rather is the one to say it. And again, it should be really, really fun. I think this is a very exciting matchup. Again, JDG want to get some vengeance. They've just come off some very big wins. If they can get the win here as well, it helps secure them potentially at the top of the table. Anyone's Edge and BLG, JDG, all at 4-2 right now. All kind of falling to very different teams. I think AL, for my money, are probably the weakest of those threes on paper. Again, we've just been hearing about that BLG drama, so we do need to track that, because again, losing Bin would be a major blow. Make no mistakes about it. AL, I mean, who did they end up losing to again?
They lost to BLG.
BLG and JDG, which I think is fair, because basically any team that can outlane them has caused AL a lot of strife, because then it doesn't unlock Tarzan and Kyle to get out of the map and do the things that they are so good at. And actually, that's been problematic. Whereas I think JDG, on the whole, have been laning early pretty well. The issues have more been in the, well, what happens if we've drafted to a position where Honkyu isn't playing weak side, right? Where Junja's sole engaged and it's very easy to track what's going on. Or, oh god, Vampire had that really bad Bard game, who can still be a little inconsistent, even if, of course, the last Bard game we saw from him was immaculate. Very fun team to be watching, as we've been talking about. I'm very excited to see them come together so well, so fast. Bringing in that LCP top-tier duo from CFO has worked out really well for them so far.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, JDG have surprised me. I expected a slow ramp-up into the year, probably going towards a more mid-centric kind of play with Junja, who was that catalyst of action going forward on the side of on the CFO at the time. But now you're in the situation where you've got a really, really well-rounded team where Xiaoshu's playing really well. Gala's just putting up numbers because he's Mr. Consistent at this point. He's always going to perform to some degree. And you kind of just looking at a situation where you want to round out this team. You want to like finish off all this situation and kind of like find your proper playstyle.
And a happy birthday to Xiaohu as well, the Spring Tiger, one of the greatest players that the LPL's ever known. He's been all over the place this split, not gonna lie. Occasionally fantastic, had a couple of big slip-ups, but honestly, it's still a pleasure to be able to cast a guy with such a insane history. You know, a guy who's oh, hang on, is these top 5 win rates
rate,
of all
yeah.
time? Damn, I didn't quite realize. Oh, he did play in like the season 8 meta of kind of season 7, 8 Swain meta.
He was one of the first people to pull up the Lucian mid as well, because he had that very famous game internationally where Faker drops the Orianna, Lucian gets slammed by Xiaohu and destroys him.
2016 MSI, yeah, he was the first player to show the mid lane Lucian of that era, and he's continued to have a crazy amount. Mid lane champion pool, oh my god, wow, that's kind of crazy actually. So this is Honkyu and Xiaohu with
Alongside
most
Rookie.
and Rookie. These three have the most played mid laners, Knight and Care just behind them. Why has been rumored to be leaving? It's only just rumors that we've heard just now, and apparently there's a big like argument and stuff.
Yeah,
And,
argue with the manager allegedly.
Yeah, but again, take it with a pinch of salt, I suppose. We'll figure out things as it comes through, but obviously, very crazy stuff.
And I think that mid lane matchup, as we're talking about there, and again, we'll come back to the BOG question, I've no doubt, but we're going to focus a little bit on JDG Weibo because it's right in front of us and it's a big matchup. Honkyu, the young gun, the rookie of the year globally last year on CFO, was a monster. On the other side, Xiaohu being one of the most veteran players, period. Has got so many titles, so much success behind him. Role swap top, found success with Syndra top, came back to mid. Ridiculous level of experience differential.
As the graphic just showed on the screen there, like we have like Honkyu with 15 odd LPL games. Xiao has 1,096.
There we go.
1,096 games to him. So there's a chance that, well, he won't hit it today, but he'll be hitting his 1,100th game within LPL fairly shortly. Hey, Galfi, how's it going? And Surreal, barely started watching League of Legends tonight. I never even played the game. Seems like a really big deal, particularly in Korea and China. It is it's huge. It's just monolithic. It's one of the biggest kind of cultural things in terms of young people and gaming in general, particularly for the LPL. I mean, I flew out there in 2023 and like there were people with like lock screens of like Project Fiora and whatever. God, it was a cool time going out there. And yeah, I mean LPL in a bit of a weird state after getting so close to winning the World Championship recently, but not quite able to manage to do so. So they're trying to find that success. Anyway, there's a bit of an interview. I'm gonna let you listen to.
我们前彩来向大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 JDG 的中路红 Q。
好，欢迎红 Q。那第一个问题呢，也想问，比赛进行到现在呢，越来越多的粉丝喜欢上了你啊。一方面是觉得你很可爱，另一方面呢，也觉得你的中单打法很具侵略性。所以想问问，你觉得自己是一个什么样风格的中单选手呢？比如更爱打线还是发育？
应该算比较有进攻性一点的中路吧。然后比较喜欢打线或是打架嘛，应该是看团队需要我做些什么，然后会尽量的去做。
所以也极具观赏性啊。那第二个问题呢，也是想问，今天再次面对 WBG， 你觉得队伍要做到什么内容能够帮助你们完成这场比赛的复仇战？
我觉得我们配合就是没有做到的非常好吧。我希望我们这场比赛就是配合能做得更好，就是希望少掉一些点，然后做好团队的工作。
好，也希望你们今天的比赛有一个好的发挥。 好，欢迎来到我们的前彩环节。我们请到 WBG 的 AD 选手 Elk 进行我们前彩，来向大家打个招呼吧。
好，大家好，我是 WBG AD Elk。
好，欢迎 Elk。那第一个问题也是想问，我觉得近2场比赛，其实你的发挥非常的出色。那我有注意到赛后的语音当中，其实你的沟通频率非常高，也会经常去问队友的一些感受，你自己有注意到吗？
因为就当时局势来判断队友会不会亏吧，因为。 他如果来帮下了或者干嘛了，然后我就会主动去问一下。
我觉得这也是一个非常好的一个沟通表现。那第二个问题也想问，你和二哈之间的配合，我觉得也更加的默契。那在你眼里，觉得比之前相对来说做的更好的内容有什么？
我觉得我们就更加稳定了嘛，然后一些2个英雄的对局，然后想法也统一了一些，然后大家就配合的越来越好。
好，那也期待你们今天在赛场上有一个好的发挥。
Okay, we're back. Hello.
No, I need
hello,
put
how's it
you
going?
across a little bit. Sorry,
Yeah, we're trying to figure out how to squeeze like 3 casters into about that much space. Okay, like that much space between like here and there. Anyway, onto the stage we go. We'll be over into Beijing. And JD, oh, hang on, no, it's not. That's not the Beijing arena. Weirdly, that is Shanghai. I would have thought they'd be playing in Beijing, but perhaps they played a home and away game. A lot of the games were played in Beijing recently. Perhaps they're traveling because a lot of other teams had to travel out to
Makes
them,
sense.
perhaps. Hey, Angie, how's it going?
Again, that's partly why sort of we've seen the what's the word? The shenanigans with the fact that Thundertalk hadn't played NIP at all until today, so they've got 2 games back-to-back against Thundertalk because of shenanigans with traveling to various arenas. Because NIP obviously Shenzhen.
Yeah, so some of the schedule looks a little bit skew-if because certain teams are playing a lot of games in a short amount of time. It's basically due to travel concerns. The schedule will be there because you have to travel out to JDG's arena in Beijing, WE in Xi'an, or
NIP in Shenzhen.
And NIP in Shenzhen. So certain teams have to fly out about the place. Of course, when it comes to the Ascend group, it really is JDG. That's the one with the arena up at that point. Teams walking out onto the stage though. JDG Weibo, one of my favorite matchups in the LPL. Always goes the massive distance. This always go and deliver something a little bit crazy. And one of my worries about JDG is they struggle against more chaotic early game teams with more intricate jungle pathing, which I think a player like Wei or JJ in these teams like Invictus Gaming or Weibo have managed to pull one over them. JDG lost to Weibo after beating BLG and beating Anyone's Legend as well. JDG do it against the top teams very well, but it's actually these bottom teams they're struggling against.
And last little note, because I do want to make sure we're focused on the game in front of us, but Ferguson in chat, one of our most reliable sources, has just said the promotion of Wembo to the starting roster of BLG has been confirmed.
Yes, I did see that Wenbo has made it up to, and he wasn't there before. What is the beeping on the watch?
It's just at the hour.
Oh, okay, right. I thought it was like a heart rate monitor or something like that. So, okay. Okay, so in terms of what we're expecting for this matchup, JDG have been winning through lane pressure and through Junja using that as a way to get ahead of the game. My problem is, when they played against Weibo before, they didn't win through bot lane. Actually, I think that Erha was by far the better support than Vampire on the day, which I didn't expect at all. And I think it also helps that Elk, I think, has started to peak up towards perhaps best AD carry in the world. He had a bit of a rough last series, but the fact that you can even consider that, even if you don't agree with that initial statement, is crazy. Weibo somehow have locked into Elk on incredible form, who's performing perhaps better than BLG are right now, especially with all the drama around them. Things start to get a little bit questionable, don't they?
It does, and there's some great matchups to talk about here. Elk versus Gala, oh boy. Xiaohu versus Honkyu, the old versus new, that's a big one. Junja and JJ, the EDG graduates. Pretty good stuff to be keeping our eyes on, make no mistake about it. I'm glad you called out the support
champion
matchup.
Graduates as well.
Oh, yes.
Junja JJ. Junja was the understudy to JJ. He played in the summer before they went to Worlds in 2021. Didn't play at the World Championship, so people overlook him, but he was there on that team. We're getting into that first draft. Let's take it away, guys.
Right, so JDG will find themselves over on red side with first pick. Reminder that side select and first pick are decoupled in the LPL. Do keep that in mind. Silas away from Xiaohu, the Rumble as well. On the other side, Varus, Malphite off the board. Giving Junja Malphite right now feels like a mistake. We've seen one dodgy game from him. All the others have been so damn frustrating.
So we still have stuff like Jarvan, Yunara, Orianna, Azir,
Nikai,
and of course right now Jace as well as unbanned. You assume that has to get put through.
We saw a Jace get through the other day, and it was a bit of an eyebrow raiser. It did end up causing a fair amount of damage early on, despite some attempts to keep it in line. There is the Nico ban, the Orianna's gone, Jace open, alongside a couple of those other picks you were talking about, like the Azir, but Jace surely has to be the pick up here. Junja going to be likely tasked with piloting that incredible champion.
Yeah, hi. I am introduced myself towards a professional standpoint. In terms of game, that is my favorite champion.
So we're definitely going to be quizzing you about that.
Yeah.
And one of the things which I'm now interested in is, okay, you've let the Jace through. We saw a little bit in Demacia Cup. Look, Jace is possibly the strongest champion on the patch. Ridiculously strong. Are you immediately going to lock in something like a Nocturne with a diving champion? Something like Nocturne Akali? if you're going to let the Jace through, you must counter it. We've seen teams across the world try this and not work very well. Jarvan struggles in the individual matchup, but you must dive onto the Jace. If he's allowed to sit there and just artillery as the glass cannon, he will win the game. You must dive onto him.
So you're going to need some threats. We saw this the other day. IG managed to pick up a Jace, an Ezreal, and an Onivia combo that ended up proving to be absolutely deadly to stop the dive. It was a load of short-range champions were just locked in place by the Onivia, and it caused absolute chaos. Sure, they killed the Jace a few times in the mid-game, but doing so that cost them so much. Azir now locked in. Xiaohu, obviously, probably one of our best Azir players. LPL's never been a great Azir region, but Xiaohu has always been one of our better pilots of the champion. Don't know whether that's necessarily what you need to threaten the Jace, though the shuffle can help.
We used to be a good Azir region when we had Scout and Yagao playing in the top level, because actually they were two of our best ones, but it feels like we've lost a couple of our top tier ones. The Sion's there too. I'm worried, folks. I'm worried already for Weibo, because they don't have a diving mid laner. You have to get through the Sion now as well. I think Weibo are already getting outdrafted here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the situation and, like, you're going to go for the Ziggs, which we've seen great
Double
success from Hongq, double poke. I was looking more towards an Akali.
Okay, I'll put this out here. Gala plays the Ziggs as well. That is a flex pick, and there is a world where if they lock something like well, I should have said the Rise, but something like the Onivia to add that bit of additional frontline CC zone control could have been very problematic. We saw that just the other day. Debating an Ambessa as an additional dive threat. You've got two long-range poke champions. You must close the distance on this.
And, you know, Hongq plays the Ziggs into the Azir. It's a very good matchup for him. He was beating Knight in lane with it. The problem with Hongq was his side laning wasn't good, and actually Knight massively outperformed him in that game, in the side lane specifically. You know, JDG, they now have double poke. This reminds me a lot of, you know, the 2023 meta when you'd have stuff like the Jace and the Ziggs that just destroy towers. Going to the second round now, there is of course that flex potentially of that Ziggs down towards bot lane, removing some stuff like the Poppy, which is that anti-dive, anti-engage champion again. Weibo needs to find a way to get into the backline, and I'm really worried that with this combo already, they're going to struggle to do that.
Does worry me a touch. The Poppy ban, as you noted, quite sensible to stop some of those diving options. They're going to get banned away there. What are JDG going to remove? I'm looking at some things like a Kai'Sa probably needs to go away from Elk. He has put up two games of Kai'Sa, and he got a 15 kill game and a 19 kill game. The Jhin as well, he has looked exceptional on one of our most dangerous players when he can basically get involved in kills in some capacity from a long way away. He's very good at following up on things. Braum, interestingly, banned away, which can be not bad into some of the anti-poke.
I think, well, for me, I think it's actually on the other side of this, where they need CC to make sure their skill shots land. So they're looking at Nautilus, they're looking at Alistar, they're looking at Leona realistically, and Braum is very good versus all of those champions.
Now, they might be left with something like the Rakan. It wouldn't surprise me if we saw the
Nautilus locked in on 4 for Weibo, counter pick AD carry, just to take away one of those better champions away from Vampire, who's very good on the melee engaged champions, and make sure there's less champions which can combo up well with the Ziggs.
I feel like Leona may end up being quite a valuable pick here, as it's comparing with the Ziggs should they throw it bot lane, and can also just be a good support for Vampire in general. And if you do want to flex that Ziggs mid, very possible.
I am eyeing a possibility for JDG to just slam Kalista Renata.
Yeah, I've been having this conversation with Alex off stream a little bit here as well, like over the last few days. Because of the way role quests are working, lane quests are working, I am surprised we aren't seeing more very, very hyper-aggressive bot lanes. Things like your Kalistas and Dravens, because you can't lane swap out of them anymore. Instead, we're going to go towards the combo piece and the Misfortune, who was pretty lane dominant, is better into the poke because she can build Bloodthirster. So she's one of the better champions at dealing with poke. And now if you do land an Ambessa ult, a Jarvan ult, the follow-up of the Misfortune can certainly make people like the Ziggs and the Jace have a bad day.
Resident Sleeper, AD carry, pick. Why are we picking Corki still? Like, this is like the same thing that happened with all of these fucking AD junglers, AD bruiser junglers. It's the afterthought of the last year. Corki's not that good.
Well, so while I'd agree with that into stuff like the Yunara, it's still a lane dominant champion, and it brings you some poke as well. So now you have triple poke here. I actually quite like this. I think it's fine for the lane matchups. If you're going to go into the Misfortune with the Varus and the Yunara gone, sure, whatever, this will end up being fine for it. They lock in that Nautilus, which you said is a comfort pick for Vampire. Her on the other side kind of diffed Vampire in the last time that they saw them. Of course, Vampire then went on to have an insane game the other They do lock towards that Leona. I was for a second like, there has been some. I wouldn't want to lock that into a Nautilus, but there have occasionally been some Camille support games, and it will be the Leona for air her, which means that they have that long range engage. Personally, folks, I think that Weibo come away with a worse, more fragile composition. On the other side, you have triple poke with double frontline. That looks great. However, JDG against Weibo the last time couldn't make it happen early. They fell apart in bot lane laning phase. JJ got ahead of Junja, and that was a big problem. If JJ can similarly have a great game alongside Air, who did diff Vampire in that last series, as we were saying, unexpectedly, given how Vampire was very good in a number of our other series, like against BLG, Weibo need to make things work early, otherwise this game will be very, very hard.
Completely there with you. At the very least, Misfortune builds Bloodthirster, and Bessa gets Omnivamp. One of the better ways of dealing with poke is just having a wave and healing through it. And there is some truth that in between Jarvan, Bessa, Leona, with follow-up from the Azira Misfortune, who do have that capacity to get to those plays, either with pressing the R button or sliding on in. You can theoretically catch people out. We saw Leona into poke work quite well the other day, where she just presses W and tanks up the skill shots, and they don't really hurt her for 4 to 5 seconds, which can be all you need to get some wards down. You've got options there, but I grant you, if a play goes long, if you just end up dancing around an objective, the extended poke, the continual DPS, the range advantage looks damn good here for the side of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, I do think, JDG come away with that far and away better composition, because it's just going to be simpler for them to execute in this situation.
Interesting, so you prefer theirs to the poke one, because again, Alex is completely opposite.
JDG is the poke one.
Yeah, have I got this wrong? Yes, you're right. Sorry, I thought I heard the wrong name. Oh, you're right.
Let's get this game. And most importantly, let's hear those gyos.
They deliberately turned the crowd mics down there a little bit, and even then the mic was peaking slightly. God bless you, JDG fans. You are a spicy lot, led by the dulcet baritone of that particular chant leader.
Okay, already interesting stuff. We're going to have mismatched jungle pathing. JJ and Junja,
of course, our EDG World Champion junglers, pathing opposite ways. Bot to top for the Jarvan, top to bot for the Jace. The Jace isn't really looking to fight early. He just wants to full clear, probably get access to the bot side Scuttle Crab. So we'll watch out for that 2v2 bot lane. I mean, we have seen Jarvan occasionally 3-camp and bot as well.
I was wondering about that, because theoretically there's a level 2 option here. He picks the Krogs and goes bot, but I think with the wave shove being as aggressive as it'd be too far.
With the 2v2 playing the way that they are, it's an unlikely eventuality.
Right, not seeing too much more there. Again, Honkyu played a Ziggs game the last time out. Absolute teamfight masterclass from him. Was basically impossible to touch. Was really, really good on the champion. See whether he can make it work here again today. It's always been a good matchup into the Azir. Knight has been our Ziggs into Azir player largely, actually, interestingly. But Honkyu clearly picked that one up and feeling happy enough to pilot the champion and cause some trouble.
3 camps into a bot side play. Here we go.
He is on vision.
Will it matter? Junja on his wolves. He's not going to be there quite now. Gala and Vampire now roaming over. There's a smite for JJ, so I think at the very least he'll look for the smite fight. They'll know that Junja is likely coming on over, trying to put the blue buff between himself and the Nautilus. The shot blast does not allow for the steal, and now JJ is going to get that kill surely onto Junja, and the first blood goes the way of Weibo Gaming.
Exactly what we were saying before the game. JDG, they don't know how to deal with these more chaotic early game teams, and junglers like JJ are way on Invictus Gaming. This is how they lose to these teams in Group Ascend.
Yeah, the buff still coming through. Just the presence of mind of having, you're just gonna be able to fight better because you have Conqueror, you have Jarvan, one of the best melee fighters in the early game, into something like a Jace, who is, as much as I love him, he is my dearly beloved champion. You don't want to fight against a Jarvan in melee ranges.
Most champions don't.
I'm going to hold your Mercury Cannon while I say this. You shouldn't be fighting a Jarvan in the early game.
Yeah. You're not Shinzao, you know?
Exactly.
And you could see, JDG knew it was happening. It was on full vision. Vampire roamed over as well. Couldn't get it done. They not only lose that kill, but they lose the buff as well. Zucker's definitely struggling a little bit against Xiaoshu here, but they'll be fine. So Weibo have themselves step 1 of the plan done. Get ahead in jungle support. The bot lane helping with that too. We're saying, look, realistically, the way that Weibo won against JDG the last time, they got that early shove or the early pressure in the 2v2. They used that to go into a jungle advantage too. Have that first kill onto JJ. Where does that go next? Much better vision control this time though from Junja, who goes into the enemy jungle, drops a control ward and 2 vision wards.
Yeah, I mean, Junja trying to salvage whatever is left of this early game. He is currently down 2 camps. He lost 1 Scuttle, then he lost his blue buff, which is not great. And as a Jace, you do struggle a little bit with mana, especially early on.
They did get bot scuttled, so he wasn't double scuttled, so that one's fine at least.
Yeah, that is fine, but he's still going to be in a situation where you're just trying to find your tempo back into the game. As this Jace, you're not really like reliant on a level 6 like a Jarvan is or a Vi is, but you are reliant on items.
Yes.
You do want cooldowns and items. And
You want Ghostblade real fast.
okay, I am going to enter into a little bit of a build,
Sure, tell us about
debate
Jace
in
builds.
this situation, because I was talking with Pablo the other day, and we're having a conversation where whether full lethality or a more CDR intensive build was the way to go for Jace jungle. His point was, it doesn't matter if my EQ deals 900 damage if I can only do EQ every 6 seconds instead of every 3 seconds.
Now, funnily enough, I disagree, because I think the reason why you typically go for the CDR build on the Jace is because it actually has a HP attached to it, and the HP ends up being a laning matchup thing. You don't need that in the jungle. Glass Cannon for a Jace, you can come out of anywhere from Fog of War, so you're not tied to waves or anything, you're more consistently getting that damage down, and a single Shock Blast at that point can turn the fight. You're fighting in the mid lane, Honky trading well against Xiaohu, but Xiaohu putting some damage back!
Ooh, has to slide forward there to try and get the shield, and it still doesn't work out. There's the damage you need. Honky gets that first blood.
You did not need to shuffle forwards there. You needed to flash away. And again, that Shock Blast out of Fog of War, just as we're talking about it. One of the great things about Glass Cannon Jace, and of course it doesn't matter here, you would have been the same build, but Jace being able to drop off a Fog of War and get that unexpected Shock Blast angle from jungle, because he's not coming off of a top wave or a mid wave, can be hugely damaging.
Elk gonna get a bit of CC back there. A Vampire gonna get CC'd in turn, but again, you're still gonna get that heal off of her. A nice little pick there from Vampire to burn a summoner at least.
I'm glad to see finally engage supports and engage matchups running after Shock again.
Elk might be in danger here. The Shock Blast goes wide, but that's still going to be Era likely dead. Thundering Blow away. Not bad attempt there at surviving, but still going to be Gala picking up the kill.
Really important that JDG have managed to get something in this jungle support. Junja gets himself an assist in both top in mid lane and now in bot lane. As we were saying, look, realistically, Weibo won the last series because JDG's jungle support got diffed. In this game, though, it seems like they are fighting back a little better despite that early clear and that early invade going to the side of Weibo.
Elk, of course, does get to stick in the lane at the very least. We'll be able to clear up this wave. Plate still goes the way of Garland kill as well, so that's feeling pretty nice for that Corki, who does want to get that lane dominance rolling to allow people like Vampire to go join Junja on those roams around the map.
So rated dirt completed for the Jace already. His poke is gonna stick a lot more, while JJ in the meantime has reached that level 6, which might not be a power spike for the Jace, but for the Jarvan is a pretty important power spike. As we see here now, Junja is just cycling through his jungle. JJ has that tempo advantage off of that early fight, so he's going to be able to pick up this trick at pretty much no cost for himself. Oh, the flag trick on the pit. Finally, somebody's doing it again.
Well, no, will you just go over the back of the pit and you go out the back of it?
But you drop like, I saw this first when I started watching Pro League. I was seeing Jankos doing it on the Jarvan in 2019, where you drop the flag behind the pit so you have a free way to escape.
Yes, yeah. I think particularly when you're on blue side, it's such an important way to get that more for free. Now you can see Vampire actually is out on the map now, and you can see that unlike the last series, their vision control is a lot better than it was in that first time, where it just felt like Weibo got ahead on the jungle support, and just JDG never had information beyond that point. You're going in for jungle invades, getting some gold, that item-reliant Jace, as you're saying, really does need to get access to camps. Need to see JJ start to really pull the trigger now in the next available opportunity. He's going into bot lane, might have an angle there. Instead, gets spotted out by those Phaelites because of that control ward in the Pixel Brush.
The other thing we've got to keep our eyes on is for all that you have got a Cataclysm, Honkyu can be the one that fills it up by Mega Inferno bombing. He's in the mid lane, very easy for him to roam around and throw that ult. Instead, that uses it to cancel Xiaohu's back, keeps him in lane there a little bit longer.
What I'm feeling a little bit of a struggle already for JDG is this top lane matchup. Xiaohu has XP lead, he has a farm lead on a Sion in a matchup where the Sion is not necessarily going to be the most happy in this situation, considering Ambessa's max health damage on her Q is not fun for a Sion to deal with, but...
Oh, ult in bot side. Oh, Vampire, you did not want that fight!
Ow! And then he gets flash double upped, and he is a dead Nautilus, punctured in the diving suit.
We saw, hang on, and that's going to be ult cleanse. Almost Captain Jack there from Gala. Vampire misjudging things. Junja is coming behind them, does have flash. If they overstay, this could be a dead bot lane.
Could be. They're going to surely spot him out now. We're going to try and body block. Elk now left into a dangerous position. Gets the barrier, will not survive though. Nicely done from Junja with the wraparound gank.
Eher tried to flash to stun, didn't quite get the angle right. Ends up being Elk going down. down, so the mistake of Vampire picked up by a good play from Junja.
Vampire just face tanking the bullet time. He had no level 6, no way to interrupt it. It's just, well, now I'm here.
I think he misjudged the XP because he hit level 6 as he went in. So I think that was like, I hit the hook, oh no, I've made a horrible mistake. That's just missing the XP, I think.
And at the very least, Junja's around will allow a bit that trade back, of course. Or because that happened, JJ does get the grubs on the other side, so it's not like it comes for free. So it ends up being the 1-for-1 of the extended play. Of course, Gala is the one who has donated that additional kill, keeps him ahead of Elk here on the Misfortune, who is now down both her summon as well, which could get a little bit interesting to track.
As we go into the next phase as well, we're going to see one item Jace rolling across the map. JJ yet to make a second real big play after that invade came through. Worth noting, Honku has the traditional kind of zigs into Azir CS lead in the mid lane. Of course, got that kill as well, so he's up a significant amount of gold.
Yeah.
And Azir hates playing against Pokecoms. Really hates playing against Pokecoms. One of the initial counters into him back in 2015 was mid lane Varus, the Legolas
Shout out
build.
Kuro.
Yeah, it was Kuro. Of course, Faker had that one famous game where he outdamaged the entire enemy team on one of his very first Varus games ever. So Weibo needs to somehow close the distance before that becomes an issue. Now, Zucker, once he gets towards the Eclipse, will be much happier with that. Actually, one of the things about this top lane matchup is that pretty much most top lane players pretty happy to handshake on both sides of this matchup. Sion never really gets killed by the Ambassador, but the Ambassador doesn't really lose any farm against the Sion that much, especially when you get into mid-game. The early levels, Sion's actually much more powerful at trading than people can recognize. So we have that first item from Zucker now. Weibo really need to be aware that the longer this game goes without them making a big play, the worse it gets for them. JDG are actually chilling quite a lot now.
Who is our guest friend? Someone's asking in chat. That is Harold, who is a long-time friend of myself and
You'll see him in chat, fair amount.
Yeah, you will indeed see him in chat. He's a mod here. He's modding my channel as well. Also is a commentator for UKEL and a former coach as well.
You might see an engage on the bot side. Gala does have flash, doesn't have cleanse. We'll see whether that saves him. Here comes the play.
Oh boy, well there's the Valkyrie, forces flash, Cataclysm comes on down, he's a dead man.
Yeah, I mean, really good combo on the side of Weibo. The patience, the way that they forced out the flash and then they knew the Valk was go over, Jijin knows at that point he can pull the trigger and there's no escape because there's no Callista on the enemy team, so there's no way for that Corki to leave. There's no thresh.
Will slide away, but it is going to be another wave down, and that's going to be the turret, as I was about to say actually, because the Satch will come in just now. Mid lane quest taken by Honku. Their poke combo is very much online. Xiaohu's earlier mistake in mid lane, I think that might come back to bite them. I'm not sure this would have happened to the tower at this point if Xiaohu hadn't died at that point. He's now down, what, 20, going on 30 CS, full tower, Honku destroying Xiaohu.
1,500 gold lead now. He is in such a strong position, and the double poke mid-jungle from CFO, the Flying Oysters, decide that maybe they're just going to sow some flying bombs instead. Like, that's pretty nasty stuff to witness. And as a result, you've got a Luden Spellslingers already for Honku, who is pretty damn scary. Already completing that mid lane quest is going to be such a menace for poor Xiaohu to manage. Again, at the very least, Elk is now with a lead. That's pretty good. JJ, of course, on this Jarvan can still cause some problems here. But for all, we've seen some nice proactive moves from Weibo, particularly around that bot side. Elk getting some good punishes on Vampire. That could punish just now on Gala. All of this is good stuff. Still not really led to a gold lead, has it? Because mid lane has just been absolutely mashed.
Yeah, I mean, Honku has just been controlling the lane so very well. Like, we've seen this before against Knight, who, we've had comments about this Azir. So, the situation was different, but still, he's having this impact in the lane by just pressuring the Xiaohu out of the game.
Funny you mentioned that game though, because the laning phase went well in that game before, but even then, he didn't take the turret like this as a better game from him. Honku actually struggled a lot more in side lanes. That's one of the skill sets we're tracking to see, can this younger player learn that more intricate skill set of how do I safely play around side lanes, particularly now you're against the Leona, Jarvan, and Ambassador, which can pull the trigger fairly effectively. I'm worried about how that trigger pull will happen in a 5v5, because you have to get past the Sion and that Nautilus. However, in the side lanes, that might be where Weibo can find themselves their advantages. JDG do hold a slim advantage, starting up the Dragon. We might see a combo come in from Weibo.
Weibo have gotten the early objectives so far. Would like to play for this one again. It's Ura who's tanked up initially. That's a decent chunk, but it's only on for Leona. Perhaps not the most valuable target. Still, the chunk is valuable. Heal now popped. Xiaohu on vision. Dragon goes down. Weibo don't want the full contest. They just don't have the control.
Funnily enough, Sam, I would contest that chunk onto Leona being important, because it's before the Leona had engaged. In this combo, you must be able to engage, and if Leona has 0 HP, I think the carries just say, well, we're going to kill you before you land that. In this specific circumstance, because the Leona is so much of the ability to face check and go forwards, chunks like that, as we can see, kind of new to the ability for Weibo to approach an objective.
Yeah, I guess I was just remembering that last time we saw the Leona into this and she was able to eclipse a lot of the damage. Didn't get a chance to do that this time around. Does have the locket first here, actually, to try and help mitigate some of the poke. I think that's not an unwise decision, actually, considering the style of game you're likely to be playing here.
I think it's also the correct adaptation when it comes to engage supports, because we've seen a little bit of support engage itemization being all over the place this split, to be honest, because we've seen Protoplasm first with no resistances, so it wouldn't scale. We've seen the Lockets and Mikhails. Just go Locket.
Elk, by the way, just completely outstepping Honku there, sidestepping like 2 Qs, getting a double up off the minion as well. Like, Elk was just completely just out dodging.
One of them has sustain and the other doesn't.
And it gets to the point where actually, you know, if you throw that satchel aggressively like Honky's doing, you might just die to a bullet time just after, because that's your only cancel. Junja heading down towards bot side now, trying to maybe combo up with Vampire. Again, not as tanky as you might think if that Eclipse doesn't go down in time. We saw that around that last dragon. I think JDG are really chilling right now. Weibo, as we said before, just going to reiterate, the longer they go without pulling a combo, the worse it gets for them, because the more gold goes to Honky, the more gold goes to Junja as well, without them being interrupted with gaining that. Teleport's coming in from Zerka, has that teleport shield, trying to wave clear out.
Not a dive there.
JDG, oh, there goes the ult, but it misses.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Still going to step forwards. Ura gets a little bit of damage taken onto him. Zerka with that teleport shield. Too much damage onto him, but again, the attempted trigger pull misfires this time.
I mean, here, Weibo are just trying to like salvage whatever they can, but into this situation, JDG's target access is just so much more. Like, we're in this situation where JDG, they're slowly pulling ahead. Yes, Elk has a gold lead, but this MF has been probably going to run into the issue of, well, there's a Scion here. What do I do?
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be on Xiaohu to try and kill the Scion, but Xiaohu's so far behind. How does that work? Weibo are quickly falling into a situation which I was worried about, which is if it becomes a game about the Scion, they don't kill the Scion. They must get past him, and Xiaohu, I don't think is going to let them do that very easily. We see the opportunity coming out of Junja very interestingly, actually, not going towards something
like a sabotage.
Like the Edge of Night, I would say in this game, actually. Jumping onto Honku. Again, his side lane play has been a little bit risky. Loses his flash there for free. That's a problem.
I will say, at the very least from the few Jungle Jace games we've seen, it's not allowed through very often. It often has been that opportunity second. Edge of Night has come in third. Basically, the Jace just want the damage now.
And to be honest, the item, as long as you're hitting from Fog of War, gives 27 lethality.
It's ridiculous. Yeah, it is ridiculous. The problem is, like, the way that JDG lose this game is the Jace gets jumped on, or the Ziggs gets jumped on early. And sometimes the Edge of Night can kind of cut off that loss condition. Going into that conversation we had before, when you're ahead, build defense. When you're behind, build damage. Right here, I think that he probably should have maybe thought more defensively. He'll probably get it to the next anyway. Jump on to Junja, here we go.
Flash away. There's the heal from Vampire.
But does the spell shield really matter in this game when there's a Jarvan?
Against a Leona, yes.
Against a Leona, yes, but as long as you're like fighting in a team fight, you're
now you're a flashless Jace now. If have flash ults you, what do? That can be a big problem. He's going to flash away now, Vampire in the river, but I think it could be a huge issue for him later on.
Solar Flare after Vampire, potentially a bit of a dangerous spot here. Has to flash himself.
So flash for flash in terms of those supports. So yeah, I think eventually, look, he'll probably get it third anyway, but we can already see here that potentially, you know, in some of these situations, it would give you that ability to stay more safe from the engage. Again, JDG, their MO is don't die to the engage.
Yeah, I also think there's really good instincts coming through from JJ to just burn the summoner and the ult to just try and force something, because he knows his flash is less valuable than the one on the Jace.
Completely agree. Yeah.
So, like, it's just really good instinct there to just pull the trigger and say, I'm going to burn these 2 cooldowns, because I know my cooldown on this summoner is less important than your cooldown.
It's what we call summoner economy.
And now I really want to talk about that specifically coming into a potential dragon fight in 30 seconds, because there is no flash on Junja, none flash on Honku, none on Vampire. Those are big flashes down when Weibo Gaming are going to need those combos in those team fights to stick, and people unable to get out of Cataclysms because they don't have flashes sounds like a pretty good way to ensure they stick a bit harder.
Yeah, and it's also, you know, got Leona and Bassett. There are plenty of things you need that for, and if one of them lands, everything's going to land afterwards. Ult to stop Xiaohu from recalling, does have the teleport to get into the play. Honku doing very well at putting out damage, has that Ludens. I love that the old icon's back, by the way. It's just so much better than the gun. Harold was taken there by JDG. They're going to instantly slam that in top lane. That'll be another turret down. I think Weibo are going to get themselves a free dragon because of that.
Oh, he needs to leave. Well, there's the opportunity poke.
Yeah, call that Lancer because that was a B1 bomber kind of situation. Really just not fun for Xiaohu there. You're struggling in this situation. As we see, though, Weibo are picking up their second Drake. Ocean Soul into poke is a good win condition to have for the side of Weibo, because we're not in a situation like before where TT are super squishy. This is a team that can withstand some of the poke, at least 1 or 2 skill shots, and start healing back up.
I think particularly if, like, Leona, we were talking about, she needs to keep her HP high. If she actually manages to survive through a bit longer, it would help an awful lot. And the Ambessa is the big winner of it, really. The Ambessa are able to kind of, like, spin into the backline, get damage down. It looks like JDG trying to finish off the outer ring of turrets. Just took down that top lane for Honkyu. Harold into bot lane. It'll be a 3-turret sweep. Weibo, no turrets themselves just now. They're not falling behind a crazy amount of gold. So if they do get 1-1 fight, they will be able to clean up the turrets on the other side. But JDG getting massive map control is going to be a big threat for Weibo, as the vision control goes with it. Vision control for a poke team means they can more safely sit on that platform and throw out their skill shots.
Worth noting, Ocean Rift could be a bit of an obnoxious soul against a poke team.
Yeah, Harold was just mentioning that.
Yeah. So I'm glad that Harold was mentioning it. I'm not sure what I was doing when that was said. Clearly just didn't register. Apologies for that one, friend. But glad to see that as great brains of League of Legends are on the same page.
Glad we're all on the same page, absolutely.
Oh my god. Weibo, you were looking so good, and then I look at your ID carries inventory and there's a collector.
I mean, who builds armor this game outside of the Scion?
Now, in this game, again, it's one of these problems where Misfortune with the Lord Damas Regards is still not killing the Scion. You realistically need to max... This is Elk saying, I'm not going to kill the Scion. I'm maxing damage versus everyone else on the team and hoping I can blow up Gala or Junja. I understand that it ends up putting all of the tank killing duty onto Xiao, who's also behind. This may lead to them losing the game. However, if he hits the carries, it will be valuable.
That's basically the decision-making process. And again, much like when we talk about are we build with Nymaera on stream, it is you are built to do this particular thing, and this is to blow up squishies. Jace, Ziggs, Corki, even Vampire when he doesn't have the Aftershock are all very vulnerable to potentially just getting popped in the wombo. That could still be very much the win condition here for Weibo, who are going to have to pull off those combos in order to find success. And we've talked about that from draft and how, not want to say necessarily narrow, but like the opportunities in which to get those combos are going to be very, very specific. You need to hit them hard.
Jonas actually brings up a good point here too. You do actually have the Jarvan Q and Black Cleaver, which is a... Hang on, Gala, face checking.
That's a fairly decent amount of damage. Elk gets Locket shielded there. It has the Bloodthirster too, so the turnaround poke not that crazy. Gala just about gets out, but does have to burn the cleanse.
Yeah, and Elk does have the sustain, so he'll feel happier about this. Again, summoner economy for Weibo really has a lot of value. You've got to be careful with that. Got to keep your HP topped up. Does have the ult to throw somewhere. Missing that, but it does blow the heal.
Oh, Scion. Elk gets jumped on. GJ didn't manage to get in front of it. That means that Elk is going to have to flash away. He gets a load of shields, but he's dead, surely. But Bloodthirster healing not enough. Turnaround into the backline goes the Ambessa. Scion now in danger. May well go around. The Cataclysm comes on through. Lots of CC, but no one dying. Honkyu's ultimate comes flying on in, and from downtown, the artillery piece means that JDG win the fight.
And then the control coming through from JDG and the power of this Scion. If your MF is mispositioned at any point, like, yeah, you're gonna deal a lot of damage to the backline. Cool, there's a Scion in your face. Are you gonna be able to deal with that? Not in this situation. The knockup comes through, the old full damage comes through, and through the Locket and the barrier, Elk still goes down.
The initial overpush is because they get a lot of damage onto Gala. I wonder whether JJ should have face tanked this. I wonder whether they should tank it. I think that probably saves it. I think maybe they thought, oh, they won't fully go for the engage afterwards. But realistically, item build doesn't matter at that point. It just doesn't matter. Like, there's a Scion in your face. Misfortune never deals with that. I also wonder whether Xiaoxu could have actually jumped onto the backline there instead and just said, look, realistically, I'm not killing the front line myself either. Great fight from JDG. Great roam off the side lane from Xiaoxu. The Scion is becoming main character now. The Scion is going to be so hard to deal with.
I wonder as well with that Locket and that barrier a little bit late because the poke lands before the shields come in, and so the shields come on and don't actually tank the big burst blast of damage, which is problematic. Now Junja's at 3 items. He's gone Cyrilda's third to hit even harder. Who needs Edge of Night when you can just delete someone, I guess?
Okay, we'll see if he dies because of it later. I'm just saying. If he gets hit by a Leona or he dies, we shall see. Gala, no cleanse, does have flash. Airhouse, the one getting caught out right now, though.
So many wards in that bush.
Yeah, they really want to see that particular flower, you know?
And poke comps with vision is always the name of the game.
It's the petunias. It's the bowl of petunias.
He's not turned into a whale yet. Oh,
no,
not again.
No. That's the other person that turned into a whale. You know.
Well, we've got ourselves dragon in 10 seconds as well. I don't know whether that's going to be a whale, though. I think that's probably going to be a dragon, not a bowl of petunias.
Weibo are not going to... they're not going to contest this one. You can see that JDG going towards that top side camps, some plates towards Xiaohu. Weibo are kind of reduced to playing towards this kind of smoke and mirror style now. They need to break open one of these towers. They've had full court press against them. It's been a much better early game from JDG. I think that... Junja getting more active, and particularly Honku. Honku's the guy that's bailed them out of this. If they hadn't had that pivot from Junja, flashed onto...
Does get jumped on TP's flying the solar flare, the turnaround with the bullet time is good damage. Junja needs to survive, he dies!
Edge of Night! Where is it? Junja dies, he gets hit by the Leona, and he dies for it!
And that's the situation we were talking about, the summoner economy not having access to those safety tools anymore.
I think it could actually be Baron.
Oh my god, Edge of Night!
It's an Edge of Night! He's gone for the 3 items, he dies, and this might open up the Baron!
Ziggs isn't here, but if the Ziggs can start landing poke, that's great. But again, you've lost your Jace, who was a core part of that poke composition, and you're playing 5v4 into a wombo combo that you now have to approach.
I think they have to turn for the fight way, but I think this is a really dangerous flip.
They're going to try and play it. JJ got a lot to work with. Sion stepping forward. Xiaoshu, though, taking negative damage right now. Backline goes Zucker. There's the hook onto him, but he's starting to threaten fairly well. Down to 2,000 HP. The Mega Infernable has to leave the bingo back in. Secures the Baron. Zucker to the backline, threatening both Gala and Honku. Makes things tricky. It means Xiaoshu is trapped in the pit. Zucker may well just die here in trade for said Baron. JJ also down.
It's going to end up being Baron for 2, but they got the kill earlier. Weibo are so happy with this. I think that build from the Jace means you cannot play like that. He got caught out in the enemy jungle. If he had an Edge of Night, perhaps it would have changed something. Of course, got hit with the Zenith Blade, and even if you flash, as soon as it's tagged, it will follow you. Now the question is, Weibo, you've got Baron on 3. Can you get some of that standing gold from the towers to even up this gold advantage in the game?
You are currently on a negative 377 gold Baron power play. So as it stands, you have lost gold. But you've got a couple minutes here to turn that around as a shuffle on the vampire. He's gone. What is he doing there by himself?
What is he doing there? This is where the problems really come in. JDG, they're not going to be able to snap engage now to potentially stop the Baron push being so deadly. One of the other bonuses of this, JDG can't take the Baron themselves. They are a poke-comp. If they'd gotten it, it would have been game over. Some big mistakes from the jungle support where they lost against Weibo just the other day, really. It might just set them behind in what should have been a pretty easy roll into a game 1 victory.
Okay.
This entire situation is a mess. Junja is greedy. He's just being greedy. He could have had Merc Treads completed instead of the sitting on the long sword. And Vampire is just out of position.
Now,
he does this all the time!
So on WE, this is something which we tracked as well. And this is something which we want to look again. This is a fairly new support. He's had a couple of years in pro play now, but realistically, we're trying to see whether Tarbay can instill better map movement into him. He's very good at the engages, very good at his clutch plays. But when it comes to vision control, walking around Fog of War can be a problem. Xiaohu, he has himself the glide. He'll be safe, I think.
Can't quite get him with the Sion up. Flashes the Q. He's out to safety.
Again, if you had a Nautilus there, probably a dead person. If you get that Nautilus ult, very dead. Vampire dying earlier is a big problem. It kind of doubles down on the losses which they already had. The gold lead from JDG was about 2.5k, under 1,000 now.
I think burning the flash off of Xiaohu, though, is a massive deal, because Xiaohu is the guy that kind of makes the teamfight engage happen together with Shisha. If he has no way to reach the backline with the shuffle flash combo, you're kind of in a situation where you're relying on Zeka to buy so much time for you, the rest of your team.
Takes a lot. The bullet time back is decent, but the damage isn't quite enough to finish off Vampire.
Takes down the barrier. Great damage from Honku. And you do remember sometimes that, yes, there is a Ziggs with an insane amount of damage on the other side. Gala taking some damage from the turret, the Azir turret working well. And what you'll notice now is that Weibo are across the river for the first time this game. 3 turrets to 3. They've managed to even up the gold with a 2,000 plus Baron power play for themselves. And you're starting to notice now actually that Xiaohu was very much out of the game. He's back into it now. And of course Elk is main carry, has the Lord Dominant's regards now, so the build has started to correct itself. Now he will be doing significant damage to Xiaoshu.
Yeah, Infinity Edge, 75% crit, probably gonna go towards a rapid fire cannon to get some of that poke back. But in the meantime, Xiaoshu, 3 items completed, probably my favorite tank combo items. It is the Unending Despair with the Spirit Visage and a Wave Clear item. This gives Sion so much survivability in the team fight, especially when there is no particular way other than a shuffle to displace him from
Cataclysm and a prayer.
So now we have Dragon up in 20 seconds. No one's on Soul Point yet, but this would be the third one. Weibo gets this cleanly, and JDG are starting to feel really threatened actually at that point. Because again, the Ocean Soul, that's what really threatens JDG. The extra sustain, I think, would be pretty much... I don't think they could do much about that.
Zucker's still only at 2 items, but has got most of a third inventory. That will be the Death Dance, I imagine, on this reset. Should have it. Has got Teleport, can join.
Okay, Sound's coming in first, has the Teleport Shield. They're going to take control of the river from this. Ambassador a little late on the reset. Makes it a bit hard to play with that. He's going for a deep Teleport. I don't know if they'll spot that. I don't think it's on vision.
No,
we'll see if he comes in on a different angle as well. Double Teleports coming through. Can they catch someone? Lots of flashes up for JDG for this fight.
Gala? Oh, they have spotted him now. There we go. Necessary look at the rocket. Xiaohu on a potential flank angle is behind the pit. Able to get some DPS down. Xiaohu gets a Q, but not the full knockup. In the pit we look. Look at Zucker. They still don't necessarily know. Vampire needs to keep an eye on him. The Dragon goes down in favor of Weibo. That's Soul Point for them. Turnaround fight potentially. Look at Zucker's finally spotted out. Do JDG want this fight? They're in the choke point there, and I think Weibo happy enough with just claiming the Dragon and getting to Soul Point.
Jace can't really go in there without dying. He doesn't want to go for the smite. Weibo clean Dragon take.
Yeah, I mean, Weibo just forced them out of the situation by just the threat of Zeka. Zeka didn't do anything other than TP. He stood there and he was like...
Maybe a dive onto mid lane. We'll see. Xiaohu, no flash, slides away.
Good. Just disengage. That's the word I'm looking for there. Gets out. They lose a Sun Disc, but of course that's not really a turret.
I think it's a good angle of recognition coming through from JDG, knowing that they have to make something happen, and denying the Sun Disc is still pressure because of the cooldown of it.
Well, also note now, Zucker at level 18 with 3 items. The Scion, the Ziggs, neither of them want the 1v1 and extended lanes versus that Ambessa now. Could become a bit of a win condition in and of herself. That additional pressure coming in on those solo lanes, difficult to deal with.
And we've seen Zucker. For those of you that don't know Zucker very well, he came off of IG in 22, and he was the biggest move of the 22 to 23 offseason. He went to LNG, and he was contesting for best top laner in the league against Bin and 369 in that year. Now, a lot of people won't have seen as much of him because they kind of fell apart at Worlds, and if you're only an international viewer, you probably never saw the best of Zucker. Zucker can contest as best top laner in the LPL on his day. We've seen sparks of that again in 26, which I'm very excited for. He had a very bad year on LNG last year in terms of the results, but he individually showed some of that great play. Can he do so again? 3-item Ambessa going beyond that level 18 mark, as noted before. He could just one-shot Honky, Gala, maybe even someone like Vampire in the right situation too, and cause the difference that could win Weibo this game. JDG must be aware of the damage this Ambessa can now do.
I think now Weibo are in a situation where, as you were saying, Sam, you can leverage this Ambessa to just say, okay, we're taking control of this side of the map. You're gonna have to
Vampire no flash still.
Oh, that's a bit problematic. The death charge comes on board. Elk in danger, but they don't quite get the sign ult onto Ngala. Stepping on forwards and dumps. Decimating smash. They've gotten a hold of Elk. He's gone. What about the damage back? Zucker flashing on him, trying to come on top of Ngala. Will get him. The Drake count snap as in comes Xiaohu. JJ with the flag and drag. Finally, Jason, but Vampire's down. They blew so much to kill Elk. The problem is the rest of the herd is here, and they don't take kindly to one of their members falling. Xiaohu now getting shredded. He's just not as tanky anymore. Late game Scion gets a shield, but is it going to be enough? I just don't think it is. That is Ambessa with all of the Omni Vamp and shred in the world.
Weibo find a brief moment in time where Vampire's flash was just coming up. JDG would have lost the Nautilus for free, and they think they can get onto Elk. They can't without losing more members. That flash down on Vampire from before hurts them. Baron started again. Jundra is here. I just don't think Jace is a good objective stealing champion, though. He can never go into the pit without dying. They must poke out.
They have got the Ziggs and the Jace with a lot of items. If they can land it onto the right people, that's great. But over comes and it's just going to make it so hard to get involved as Xiao comes across the wall, flashes for the shuffle. Honku makes an additional Q. He goes into the pit to try and look for a steal. And that's not bad, but it's just not enough. And now, unfortunately, they're back to the Baron, and there's no real way for Jace to do any more.
I just can't believe that JDG may be losing another game to the chaos of Weibo. Weibo shouldn't be beating
Public execution into the backline. Vampire is again getting staked by the top laner of Weibo Gaming. They get a reset, but it's just a revive. Elk with the double kill. Vengeance for the mid lane player. Now Gala's in danger himself. He needs to leave.
Yeah. Weibo, what is this? What is this gameplay? Like, you're punishing Vampire. Good. Vampire has been out of position so many times this game, and he has been the catalyst of JDG's downfall, because Xiaoshu has been doing Lord's work on the Scion, trying to buy space. He's finding the angles onto Elk, onto Xiaohu. He's finding the engage, and it doesn't seem to matter, because every single time you're fighting down...
They see the reset.
And then notice on the cooldown on the bottom bar as well, it does lie to you a bit. Vampire doesn't have flash hits. Even though that reset happens, they know that reset happens, there's just no damage. And Vampire, he's going to get caught out. It's not a bad angle from Xiaoshu, but the peel from Erha and Zuka is really, really good. I know that the pronunciation of Zuka gets a little bit rough here. I'm aware of that one. But it's a really good punish of the reset, and the no flash on Vampire blows at the end, dies anyway.
Credit to JJ there as well, who forced Honkyu to satchel into the Raptor bit, so he's not there either. No Jace, no Ziggs, that's your comp!
Okay, now we have Soul potentially in 20 seconds, Weibo have that Baron buff to bring to bear, but they haven't really pushed out the map. JDG could fight back from this position.
Baron's still on for a minute and a half, so there's a world here where Weibo say, look, we can just play this slow, look to get some pressure here. They go looking, they can't find it.
Angle, that's not a bad bullet time either.
Oh, Vampire's just not tanky. He's gone. The solar flare after. Xiaohu with the shuffle, the public execution. Oh, Lord Almighty. Jing Dong Gaming are definitely ringing the bell. Please stop the fight. It's over. We're dead.
Weibo, in the midst of the chaos, bring down JDG for yet another game. JDG, they might have the number of BLG in anyone's legend, but it's the goddamn inconsistent, chaotic, wonderful Weibo that somehow bring it back to them.
And despite giving up the Jace, despite the early snowball, Honkyu and Junja looking utterly monstrous, a couple absolute oversteps from the jungle, from the support, give Weibo the angle for the Baron, and JDG are snapped in half in the late game by some wonderful comeback play from Weibo Gaming. First game goes their way.
Credit to Junja, to JJ, and to Erha. Finding the angles every single time to punish the oversteps and the engage. JJ, in my opinion, so many crucial fights, so many windows of engage to deny space, deny damage, deny windows of opportunity for the carries of JDG to do something. You have this Jace that's 2k up, you have this Ziggs that's 2k up, and they did nothing for the last 10 minutes.
LPL doesn't make much sense, folks, because when JDG were beating the top teams, our BLGs, our anyone's legend, they were winning through jungle support. I think that was where they were getting their advantages. They're losing to Weibo, with who I strictly think should have a weaker jungle support. But they are losing through jungle support. Junja, you know, we talked about the itemization. I legitimately think, for all the great arguments for damage and whatever, I legitimately think not having Edge of Night meant that he was easier to pick off. His positioning still was poor enough that it still got him punished anyway. Vampire 2, we know what happens sometimes when they fall behind on resets and around the macro. Vampire can sometimes greed for vision, and he ended up dying in one of the most important moments in the game too for that. The jungle support was outperformed again.
And Weibo have got a lot of very experienced players, guys, whereas not that JDG don't necessarily, but some of their key members are a bit younger. Honkyu has got a year of pro play in a lot of ways behind him. He got that rookie of the year, and it was a great year for him. You're also looking at someone like Vampire, who yes, got a little bit of time, but has he got the experience of Elk, of Xiaohu? Who does? There are very few players with that level of experience, and when then you start doing those kind of, you start getting into routines, you start getting into cycles, like, okay, I'm gonna go on a warding mission, go put this ward down, I'll hook over here, or John just like, right, cool, I can go over here and get this little bit of a looking for some counter in a regularly good position in the game, and you start thinking critically, Weibo are so good at picking those moments that actually, despite us being behind, you can't be here. You get the kill on the Jace, then Vampire dies after. We questioned about things like the Edge of Night, and those moments are things that Weibo are so good at pouncing on. Yes, they have their own brain-fade moments, but they'll spot you making yours from a mile away.
Yeah, I think the Weibo, also, their composition capitalized really well on having that target access. And JDG, I really want to praise them for their early game control, because they were able to have a game situation where your Scion was free scaling because he didn't really have any threat, your Ziggs was controlling the mid lane, and your jungler, as much as he got capitalized on early on, he still had a gold lead. He had the 2 items completed, he was dealing the damage. And then it felt like they stopped pressing on the gas. They stopped, or they went too hard on the gas actually, and they started falling apart in terms of discipline.
Hello, Swana. Good to see you. And that's been following on my Disco Elysium playthrough, and it's been deliberately voting against me in the polls.
That's actually really
so
funny.
they've been having a lot of fun with that. So curse you, Swana, but great to see you.
Oh my god, yeah, folks. Folks, I've been talking a lot about the state of the LPL Ascend group and why it's so chaotic. That is an LPL gold graph and a half. I genuinely think JDG don't deal well with chaotic jungle support. I don't think they deal well with the chaos of it.
And I think Harold's call of pain there as well is when your misfortune is doing 10,000 damage more than a Jace and a Ziggs who got incredible early leads, something's gone wrong with your poke comp.
And I think, yeah, no, and I completely agree, because let's be honest, folks, how many important bullet time cancels were there? I actually think in some cases, Elk might have intentionally mispositioned to try and buy out some of it, flash back into a position where he can trust himself to ult. He is the kind of psychopath that does do that. I actually wonder whether some of these plays which went wrong were actually a bit of a dangling bait. Now, of course, some plays like this is when they're ahead of the game. They were played very well through that early laning phase, through mid lane. I think that Honkyu's laning phase has been a huge weapon for JDG. We did see him struggle to put out as much value into the late game. We did in this time, which is not something that we saw in the last time we played it. Oh my god, what this play, look, I have to put it this way, if BLG made that play, they lose that Baron, and they probably lose the fight, which is crazy to say. They're just not as clutch as that, whereas Weibo, they thrive in just the nonsensical nature of this.
Little note again on what we nickname JJ in this particular league, namely the Prince of Thieves. This man has a smite key like no other in here, and this is another one of those plays. JJ forcing Honky away from the team fight. It's incredible, because again, I think Weibo's problem solving to keep the poke out of the fights. You see the reset, you force the other poke piece away, fight is ours.
Yeah. No, I completely agree there too, Yoda. It's also the timing of the picks which went out too. Do you have to call that out? Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's one thing getting caught out when nothing's happening. When it's around the big objectives, it matters a lot different.
Yeah, I think like the fact that JDG felt uncoordinated as soon as the first Baron went out. It felt like their game plan completely went off the rails, and they had no more control over what they were looking to do, what their play pattern was, what their next target, what their next play was supposed to be. It genuinely felt like as soon as they lost that first Baron, they were like, okay, now what? Like, we're ahead, and then we're like, they got a Baron, what do we do? Completely lost. Nothing, like, no head empty, no thoughts.
Yeah, which is so different to how they played against BLG, when it's like, I think it actually helped that they were getting just like their heads kicked in the early games, because it got them to think about, well, how do we actually win this game? When you have a gold lead, you think the gold wins you the game. That's not always true. I think in this game though, you know, you think about the BLG game when they, in game 1 of the last series they played, it's like, okay, we're losing on side lanes, we need to force a 5v5, so they look to force the 5v5. I don't think they realized how they won this game, which is typically, we group around objectives, we win the 5v5, which you'd think be a very similar kind of thought process. I think they got ahead so early, they didn't know how to close that game. Anyway, that's our game 1 done for our second series of the day. If you have been enjoying what you have been hearing, watching, experiencing here, think about dropping a like, follow, a subscribe if you can do as well. We're not paid to do this, the only thing that we get is your attention, and then sometimes that gives us some nice stuff too. And yeah, we love that you're spending your time here with us to watch LPL, especially games like this, which, let's be honest folks, if you don't watch streams like this one, how the hell are you going to watch these results and figure out how the hell this happened? I mean, a lot of people just, oh, this is Weibo inconsistent. There is logic to why JDG is losing to teams like Weibo. I think we've cracked that now, actually.
And I think the other thing is, Weibo's inconsistencies are not the inconsistencies of years prior where it's people just coin flipping everything. It's more about where they're strong and where they're weak that's a little different. JJ had an excellent Jarvan game. Yeah. He really did. And I think that's a very reasonable winner, that one there. And that's a big deal there.
Like,
I mean,
starting in the first invade on the blue buff, capitalizing on, you know, the early game chaos, and then every single fight, it felt like JJ knew exactly what to buy time on. There was that, like, misengaged situation where the Sion managed to get on top of the MF. Other than that, I don't really see a blemish in JJ's game.
Okay, so JJ walks away. Yeah, he walks away the MVP. Great early pathing, as you're saying. Great impact across the entirety of it. What's happening? Okay, folks, we're going to address this again just because it's literally coming out as we go live here. There are a lot of rumors that Bin may have left BLG. Now, it is official that the substitute top laner has been promoted. He wasn't on the LPL roster before. He is now. So the rumor is that effectively Bin got into a verbal disagreement with a manager on the team. I don't believe it was the team manager, but it was someone at the BLG organization. A bit of a shouting match, and then he has left. So he packed his bags and he chose to leave. That is the rumors that we have right now. Now, we may have some mistranslations, we might have some miscommunication, but as it stands, we definitely know that there is a substitute top laner that has been promoted to the main roster who could be used now to play. Technically, both are still on the roster. Bin could still technically play, but the top laner was not there before. He is now.
And again, so the rumors go, it wasn't just an argument, it was Bin cursing out his manager. So it's like, it was, and for context, again, for those who are not as familiar with Chinese culture, with Korean culture, with Japanese culture, a lot of these East Asian cultures, respect for your bosses, for your elders is massive. And getting to the point where someone who is, it's not like some rival organization or someone outside of your direct confluence, this is your boss, this is your elder, you just going and cursing them out is about as no-go as it gets culturally. That's very significant. And again, there have always been rumors of the strong personalities, to put it bluntly, within BLG. Some of the issues last year with the jungle switch and all the rest of it. That's a big deal. That's a really big deal. We don't know where all this will go. Again, it's only happening today. There is a world where it's all been blown out of proportion. There's a world where Bin doesn't play for a series and comes back. There was a world where Bin is just gone. A lot of these things we have to keep our eyes on, and it's pretty damn crazy.
Okay, it's going to be a bit of a break. I need a coffee. You guys can yap as much
That's
as you
fine.
want. I'm gonna grab
Do you want a donut as well? There's a box full of them.
I'm not going to be able to finish it before...
There's 2 boxes.
Okay, I'm not... Okay, right now, I'm not, because, like, I don't know where I'm going to put it. I just need a coffee first and foremost.
That's fine.
I need that.
There is also snackies.
I will maybe have some of them because they're easier to eat. 1 second. I'm going to go for coffee first. Again, coffee first.
There you go.
But yeah, that's the drama as it stands, guys, basically. It is a fairly big knockdown, drag-out fight between Bin and key members of upper management. Is a fairly big deal. I'll take a donut. Yeah, nice. I'll send one over to you, especially because you're a little bit trapped inside right now. So we'll send you. You can have a digital donut on me. Well, Harold, actually, let's be real.
Who wants donuts?
Nightstar does over from the States. For those of you who don't know, Nightstar in chat is a fairly cool caster in of his own right. Was doing some of the rounds when me and Alex were starting.
Hello. I return. Oh, it's the skeleton thing.
Huh. Oh, they're trying to figure it out from the skeleton of the champions. Oh, fun. Do you think Bin will win out in the end if the rumor's true because Bin isn't that replaceable? I mean, that's a question, right, isn't it? Because is Bin replaceable? Because I think the question is, if BLG can get the Shy on the phone, can get Breathe maybe on the phone, someone like that, then maybe he is replaceable.
Zeus?
I mean, would he come over from HLE after all of that drama? And again, the other thing is then BLG would have to speak in not Mandarin.
That is true.
And I don't think...
Viper now.
But Viper speaks very good Mandarin.
That is true.
Very good Mandarin, so...
I wonder if Ben goes to the LCK.
Could you imagine that? Good God.
That's Victor.
Well, what happened? And then also what happened? That looks like Victor. Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
He's floating. It's Victor. I mean, there's a question. What happens with what's the word? Like contracts and stuff. Who ends it? What are the contracts like? Again, we've seen some of the contracts end up very messy. See Scout and the amount of money he ended up having to pay for various reasons. Like breaking contract is no small thing. Hey, Lion Man, good to see you. For the record, the guest is Harold, longtime friend, cool caster himself. Over in UKEL, for those who follow that ERL scene. Also, has done some fairly cool coaching with teams like Matchcope in the past.
Yeah, and then the Dren experience. That happened.
Yeah, exactly. So again, a lot of this is speculative, guys. We genuinely don't know. All of this stuff is evolving right now. We don't know what contracts look like. We don't know what budgets look like. We don't know a great deal of things here.
I think, like, as long as we don't know what, like, Bin will do, it's gonna be a situation of, like, will they backtrack? Will there be an apology? Will there be a situation where you're like, maybe he's, like, gonna go back, maybe he's gonna go, like, he's gonna take a break, and, like, there's gonna be, like, a public apology of some degree, and and after that we will. We try to keep up as much as we can with the rumor mill coming through from the LPL here. So I think we will try and keep you updated as soon as we have any and all relevant information about the situation.
Yeah, and again, part of it as well is as it's rumors, we're trying to be quite careful here in terms of vetting the sources because again, we don't know all the details yet. The rumors are pretty explosive. The most we know right now for certain is the BLG have promoted the academy top laner to the main squad. To what end and for what reasons, what we're discussing right now. But again, none of it has been officially confirmed, but the rumors are pretty damn ridiculous.
I mean, like, the yeah, hell yeah. Like, the rumor mill is gonna keep milling, because that's what it always does. That's what it does. The clues in the name or something.
It's a hard shift down of the rumor mill, folks. It's not much, but it's honest work.
Yeah. So, I think we're just gonna keep this situation keep, evolving and changing. We don't know yet whether BLG will just move to playing with their sub, they will sign somebody else, or maybe Bin will apologize and come back. We don't know. There's a lot that could happen. There's the possibility of with the Danny being on BLG, Mr. The Shy going to BLG. So
okay, to put cameras back on, folks.
Go.
Yep.
Just checking. That's all I ask.
So there's all of these situations where you're what's going there's a lot that could happen, and we don't know exactly what will happen, so we're just gonna have to see.
Seeing a lot of questions about who is our third caster. This is Harold. Harold is a common chatter and a friend of ours over in Twitch as well. And yeah, is in Berlin for weekend, I suppose. Week. Cool. All right, so I'm sure we'll hang out at some point as well then. And yeah, works within, has worked as a coach within the ERL scene, is a caster in the UK scene, so the step below the NLC as well. Yes, the restaurant. Honestly, I just kind of woke up and had to clean up the place. I will add stuff to the descriptions at some. We might have to be retroactively at this point, but this is Harold Hamhand. You can find them all. I'll find a way to get socials out, and then we'll figure that out. But we might be in another world, folks, where Weibo win a series versus JDG after JDG run the top of the table. I just don't think I think that they just have a mental block against. I think the jungle matchup, I think is a mental block. I think that Airhead, for some reason, is turning up massively more against Vampire. He's showing his best side against Vampire.
I also think a lot of other teams don't attack Vampire in the way that Weibo do on repeat. Every time they're setting up for team fights, all of the kind of that minute or so before objectives where setup's happening, it feels like Vampire, particularly without his flash, has been quite punishable. And that's really frustrating because when Vampire gets to play proactively, make his own plays rather than respond to them, especially when it's not in a team fight. Again, we saw the reactive bar play just the other day. It feels like there is a weakness in the play there around that vision setup, around that kind of positioning prior to fights that is exploitable, and that is quite challenging to see.
I think the big thing for Vampire, especially that we saw in the last game, he doesn't really respect the enemy team's positioning, and doesn't respect, more importantly, his team's positioning. Because if he had somebody to help him move into enemy jungle and get vision, then most of those situations I feel wouldn't quite happen. And
again, the other side of this, right, is to jump in here a little as well, is that to clarify, this is not saying that Vampire is a bad support. In fact, bluntly, he's been one of our very best supports in the LPL this split. However, it is worth sort of being accurate about the characterization we're giving him for all the strength and the plaudits we have to give when there are some of those mistakes, those things we want to see him step up on, especially if he's likely to be our first stand support. Where are things going to go wrong? Those are kind of the spaces where they may well happen.
We're trying to be nuanced about it, folks. We think Vampire is actually a very good support. He is a good support. However, he does have flaws, particularly.
The meme is, the joke is, he is a locked camera support player. So anything that happens on the screen is good. When you have to consider stuff off the screen, it's not good. So when it comes to stuff like the macro, turning up to a side lane play in time, misjudging where he is on the map, sometimes that skill set is not as developed as it could be. Now, he is training under Tabe and Xiaobai, two coaches who we have a lot of respect for. We expect him to get better. And even with that, folks, I still think he is minimum top 3 support in the league right now. I think that On's very good, of course. I think Kael's very good. And that there are some players which can crest up to that point too. Like, we'll see what happens with Palkia. Obviously, I think he's a little behind. Vampire Jue is there too. But he's still in the mix. He is a good support player. But you can see in games where it gets more chaotic and it is more about where are you on the map? What's the next move? He is a little bit lacking.
I'll get a map, move out of you. Doesn't quite work. Almost. No. And I almost had it. It was in my head. Oh,
Maybe
Tabe
should
from you works better. Yeah. There we go.
Maybe Tabe should sentence Vampire to 150 games of Shen support.
So I know there used to be these conversations. We don't have them so much, but there used to be those conversations where people would ask, what champions should you learn for pro as a particular role or for solo queue? And there was things like Faker would always say, like, look, learn Rise for button press orders. Because that was back when it was machine gun Rise and to be able to get through those map moves correctly. TF for map play, and like those kind of things. Like, okay, if you learn those 2 champions, you're going to learn some really good fundamentals about the game. And there probably is an art about saying, you know what, this champion's not going to be great for you. It's not going to be somebody looking play, but it will teach you how to play the map better. And things like Bard, I think, are probably not bad for that, for the rotation aggressively. Things like the Shen, again, for just learning to look at your mini-map properly.
Yeah. I think for support, there are some champions which almost give you too much of an easy job. Like, I actually think Rakan doesn't teach you much about support because it gives you everything for free.
It's a cheat code.
You win lane, you do a bunch of stuff on bot. I think that stuff like Alistar, where if you get caught out, you die, even though you think you're tanky. Very good support to learn. I think that Alistar is probably the easiest champion to say, this is how you learn how to be a thing. I'll make a map player out of you, okay?
So I think I'll get a map move out of you.
No,
I'll get a map.
It used to be a single thing.
I'll get a map play from you. I'll get a map play from you.
It's almost. It's not as good as I'll make a mage out of you.
Yeah, it's just better. It's just much better. Yeah.
If you can get into a single syllable, I think it works. If not, a bit more rough.
I'll get a roam out of you.
I'll get a roam
out of you.
Yeah, no, Leona's up there too as like those supports which teach you a lot about the game. And then of course I think learning an enchanter like Lulu is also very important too because you don't get to ward for free. Now we've seen Vampire try his hand at that too. Occasionally, it's good in lane, but again the map moves kind of struggle from him. This conversation doesn't have to all be about Vampire. He's the easiest He's the easiest player to say, okay, clear strength, clear weaknesses, let's see how it works. Someone like Junjie, we've seen him. Yeah. It is really important to talk about because I think that JDG, when they were beating anyone's legend, was very, very good early jungle pathing, and that really helped them get ahead of the game in the way that we didn't see here. He's a really good player when he's ahead of that jungle path, but we saw here once again, he's not been able to do that versus JJ. Both do look really nice. The problem is I don't have a plate for them right now. Again, I'll do this after the series. I don't. Yeah.
I'll later. I'll have one later. I'm gonna keep just drinking my voice recovering, drinking my Powerade, 0 sugar.
We'll put on ads after draft at this point, I think. Yep.
Maybe we can do a 30-second one.
Won't do enough that one though. We'll do a minute. We'll do a minute and a half after draft.
Fair enough. Now, draft for the second game priorities. I feel like we're still going to see Silas Malphite bans, Rumble ban likely coming through, Varus ban that we saw coming through probably. I wonder if these teams consider it a flex like the NIP does now with Hoya, but it should be a genuine conversation most pro teams should have at this point.
There's no way JDG lose to Weibo. They already did. Sorry, they already did. They've lost the best of 3 against them already, and they've lost another game in very similar fashion. I mean, it might be too good to be true from the Weibo side of things, and no, I don't think that Weibo have competed as well against the top team. Well, against BLG, they're actually quite good, but Weibo have their own flaws. But against JDG, we've seen that the chaos of their the early jungle pathing from JJ really works well against them, and they are actually very good at figuring out winning lanes after that on winning game states. So at the end of the day, JDG already have lost to them. They have. Now the question is, can they do it again? At that point, it is really worrying for JDG because that's a trend, and that might provide a blueprint for other teams to beat them about this early jungle pathing and getting ahead of them early.
Yeah, I think JJ, especially when he has access to something that can burn summoners very efficiently, like the Jarvan, has looked his best. That's probably when we've seen him at his most effective. Like, either like it's the Jarvan or it's the Kiana, maybe the Vi could work. Like, you're looking at something that can make something happen within the first 4 levels of the game, and that can definitely burn a summoner every single time they're looking for something if they need to like punish that. Junja,
has been the best team fighting jungler in the league, in my opinion.
Oh, I actually disagree with that, because if you look at
His early games of the split, he was doing stuff like Malphite ulting onto a Mundo with passive up. If you look at how he was playing versus AL when they lost that second game in that series, a lot of it was actually him struggling to play through the front line as well. In fact, I would actually say Junja's team fighting on the whole has maybe been the weakest part of his play, funnily enough.
I will say also, like this game, or that last game, right? That Jace should have been the win con.
That's true.
Wasn't at a lot of fights for a variety of reasons. And again, I don't want to say like Junja is still a very good team fight player, especially when he's not the sole engaged. But there is a point where he is the only person who pulls the trigger. He just kind of doesn't have the best decision making there. He's got a bit more to work with. We've seen some phenomenal Malphite games from him too.
Yeah,
but just that one bad one where we went, not sure about that.
Yeah. I think particularly, so I think probably Tarzan best team fighting jungler.
I think he's just the best.
Tarzan's
I think he's just the best jungler.
Yeah. With that being said, he actually lost in the early game versus Junja, which is really interesting to me. He actually got outpathed by Junja early into those series, which is actually, I think, one of the big reasons why they lost those series. We'll see whether they're just taking it easy for the first part of the year. We'll see if they manage to ramp up into that. Again,
I wonder what we'll see in terms of priority pick now if the bans stay the same. Like Ryze is probably going to rise in priority.
Jace is no longer a forced ban. The Jace lost.
Is not a forced
it
ban.
lost. And that's actually quite big in terms of particularly for your second pick teams. You don't have to ban the Jace away anymore.
but we still have Nico, Orianna, Varus, Rumble. The Ambassador's typically very high ban rate. That's now
I feel like
available.
I'm missing one here.
There are a bunch. Malphite's the other one.
Against
That's like
yeah.
so already that's like 5 of your first 6 bans.
If I recall, Nico went completely through the draft.
No, it was the last ban. Remember, they were choosing between the Nico and the Jace.
Drafting coming, music's just switched.
We have that still up and available.
Into our second one though, and the Silas continual ban here. I guess that does force the Malphite ban on the other side.
Ryze ban coming through from JDG. They don't want to give Xiaohu the ability to impact the map with something like a Realm Warp. I wonder now if the Talia priority rises a lot.
And the moment we see the Ryze ban forming a race, like, yeah, I think the Ryze ban's going to rise in priority. Good read. It did, in fact, rise in priority. Straight to the ban table, in fact. Malphite, Varus off the board against Gala and Junja.
Surprised to see JDG the ones to ban it though, because they have a player that plays very happily through laning phase on the other side. Honku can play the Cassiopeia. He's played the Onivia into it as well. Maybe just wanting to play a bit more proactive in the mid lane. I think we're at the point now, well, Orianna's still up. We might go for an Orianna Syndra trade at this point.
I actually, yeah, as you were saying, quite surprised. Considering they got first pick, they could have just taken the Ryze if they left it open.
With the Jarvan and the Ambassador both being used in game 1 as well, your best jungle ball carriers are going to be off the board as well. Shinzao and Vi will do.
Well, Junja is a very good Vi player, so I wonder whether this is a first pick Orianna, and then maybe at the other side you're then forcing something like Vi Syndra, and then you can try and jungle counter pick at that point. Nico last ban, tier list, it gets through. Orianna likely first pick.
If it's not locked, then you get a bit worried. I will say both junglers could consider a Nocturne as well if they'd want to go for something else, a potential ball carrier. It's a bit more all in on the Ori combo, but it is very dangerous as a potential combination. Twisted Fate as a hover used to be played once upon a time into Orianna, but it's been a long time.
I would imagine that's just a hover. Now, typically the lane matchup into the Orianna has been the Syndra. Xiaohu had a very good Cassiopeia game for like 90% of the game versus Knights Talia. Syndra is the one which we would see more typically in terms of meta kind of picks, but as you were watching the other day, it's not like Xiaohu's been perfect on that either.
Again, for all we've been sort of raising an eyebrow about some of Junja and Vampire's missteps before objectives, Xiaohu did the exact same on the Syndra. Like, it was a bit silly, getting caught in some very unfortunate positions, on rotations, looking to make plays, came at a bit of a cost. Pantheon a consideration here for JJ, who has put a lot of time into it.
I think JJ needed to either go Nocturne, either Shinzao or the Pantheon, because I don't think you want to take the Vi or the Nocturne yourself, but the other side, you can't deny them both those picks now. You need someone with a bit of invulnerability to help you survive that combo.
We saw for a millisecond a Volibear hover, but yeah, no, it's gonna be the Nocturne. I'm actually quite surprised to not see Volibear at all in pro play. I think the champion currently, with Dusk and Dawn being so prevalent, is quite good.
We saw Griffin play it in LCS, and of course Baus was Baus, he'll play it, but we saw Griffin play it over in LCS. Funnily enough, Volibear's actually getting nerfed next patch. It's very impressive.
And Dusk and Dawn's going down as well, so I think I can understand the decision making there in terms of how ridiculous that champion can be. Another champion we've not considered, Nymaera, has made it through a lot of these picks and bans and will now get locked in for the side of Gala.
And now you don't really want to pick the Aphelios because you're playing into Orianna Nocturne.
And you can't get the Thresh guaranteed, right? So even if you
Exactly.
lock it straight, realistically, you will have it banned away. And if you lock, say, the Thresh, you just have the Jinx and the Aphelios guy.
So you're looking at Kai'Sa now, really. I think you have to lock Kai'Sa now. I think you have to do that. Elk is fantastic at it. Realistically, that's the one thing which I think can survive. They might forgo AD carry altogether. We'll see if that bites them. Now, Renekton is really good at surviving on weak side. He doesn't care about the Nocturne Orianna nearly as much. Takes it away from Xiaoshu, who's very good at the pick, and Zerka is also a really good Renekton player too.
Options here now for Elk, as I see it. We can see the Kai'Sa, the Corki with the Nami, which has been done with Weibo to give that early prio. Basically allows you to beat the Yunara by having the better range support option. And potentially, I suppose, the Aphelios if the Thresh gets allowed through. I'm curious to see what JDG decides to do. Are they going to try and take support pull down or go at those AD carries? I think Kai'Sa probably does have to be a ban. Elk has looked unbelievable both times he's gotten a hold of the champion.
Yeah, Corki's gone, so he was gone from last game. So
oh, sorry, you are absolutely right. Thank you for that.
I think it's Jin Kai'Sa are the bans.
Cool. Yes.
Now, but then there might be, at that point, an angle to go towards Kalista Renata for Weibo and try and play around the bailout. The bailout might not be enough versus the Nocturne Orianna. But
also, hostile takeover is just really obnoxious for Yunara and for Nocturne.
I'm seeing a possibility here where Cannon has been left completely open for Xiaoshu, and it could it works well with the combo because you're turning off the lights and you're throwing a sorry, I'm trying really hard. And you're throwing a Maelstrom on top of a ball combo with with darkness going down. Ashe.
Elk has put up.
They have the Ashe Seraphine.
We've seen a little bit of that, and just across a number of teams, it really has become a thing as of late. Very lane dominant, very difficult to lane swap out of. Offers you a lot of CC, scales well. Just a lot of things that I think has been quite nice in general, especially because Seraphine abused a lot of those early items. Either way, going to be removed from the board. Jhin a consideration. You've got a lot of pick CC already. I completely agree with that one, Alex. Definitely a possibility. Thresh Aphelios also maybe if you really want to take it. Lulu to take away from the Yunara. There's an interesting option too.
Tell you what, the other option which would have been really good there would have been Bard, because Bard can ult the Nocturne Orianna ult. That could have been an option.
Vampire could lock it here himself.
So the Lulu's hit, which takes it away from the Yunara, allows you to go towards something like that Aphelios last pick. And maybe you're hoping, look, when you have enough CC, because you have triple point and click CC pretty much on top side with the Syndra like QR ult as well. Maybe the Lulu can save the person who's comboed by the Nocturne Orianna. Vampire had he's had one awful game, one excellent game on that Bard. Might be locked in there.
Xiaoshu going towards the Ornn, another long-range engage pick, and when you've already turned the lights out, that Ornn ult becomes even more dangerous. It's not a bad ball carrier if you absolutely require it, but then between the Knockwave, between the Call of the Forge God, between Bard now as a potential consideration for Vampire, your pick from miles away is pretty bloody ridiculous, and I don't know whether a Wild Growth is going to be enough to keep poor old Elk alive if he's on something immobile.
You have double immobile carries likely going to be here. You're absolutely right. You can't lock in something like an Ezreal with the Lulu. So I think Elk has been exceptional in the first few weeks of 2026, particularly on recent form. Do you pick something immobile?
You could go Lucian.
Zeri?
Lucian is still quite good.
Yeah, Lucian was a wonder for the lane. Agreed. It is something, but I wonder whether
that's a great pickup, Sam. That's a great call. I actually think the Zeri is the best option here. That's bad. That would just instantly die. I love the Zeri though.
Sivir is something we've seen a fair amount of. The Spell Shield plus the Wild Growth might be enough to mitigate some of this. So you know what? Another champion we've seen quite a lot of that would be a little bit more meta. Elk plays a fair amount of it. You know what? I don't hate the Sivir here as a potential wave clear machine with the Lulu.
No, actually, with the Spell Shield, I think that makes a lot more sense. I think that even though the mobility of the Zeri might have been useful, Spell Shield has huge value versus this team.
There's also the factor of JDG are a single frontline team. Sivir loves that because it doesn't matter who she's hitting. What matters are the bounces. So if it's only the Ornn that she's able to hit, and yet the bounces spread to the rest of the team, you're in a situation where the Sivir is just hitting one single target, and you're struggling to make a fight work because you're also getting dove at the same time by the Renekton Pantheon.
And it is worth saying again that JDG do have a lot of ways to get onto a Sivir, and if Sivir doesn't have, say, a flash or an ult or a spell shield, which he may well have one or the other of at any given moment, to be fair, you don't get to spell shield all of the Ornn combo, all of the Nocturne combo, all of the Orianna combo after. You only get to spell shield a bit of it, and one of the ways you do deal with a Sivir is just having so much engage, she can't stand and deliver. She's still a very short range AD carry. We will see whether a Wild Growth, whether enough of that counter dive as you were talking about, Harold, will be enough to keep people alive. Folks, What are we thinking about the drafts? Do we have a favourite here? Very heavy dive on one side and an attempt to stop it on the other.
I think that Gala is really, really good right now. He has a Lulu, he has a bit of frontline on the top side. I think that, I think that Elk might just carry this with the Sivir. I think that they've got a great position for him.
I think JDG's drafting gives up too much in the early game. So I think Weibo might just run away with it.
Jing Dong, Giles, come on in. Round 2, let's fight. Solid crowd chants as ever. And again, if JDG get to level 6 and then get to pull the triggers, they've got a very dangerous wombo combo there. But Weibo Gaming, I'm looking at 3 bits of Pixie, 4 actually, if you consider Polymorph as a bit of Pick CC, which I do. That can be a very dangerous bit of either counter-engage or their own attempts at picking people off. The Orianna again, for all we've been talking about some of the immobility of Weibo, Ori here could really not enjoy a Scout of the Week, Shield Vault, Polymorph kind of combo.
Xiaohu is 0 for 3 on Qs at level 1. He's against an airy lane as well. Phase Rush not being there will actually really hurt him later. There's a chance he gets ran down by Sivir ulting the front line. But he's got great control over the early game, which is typically where Syndra's meant to get the advantage.
Talk about Honkyu's laning pre-6, something that Harold was really praising, and we largely agree, I feel. And again, Honkyu with the Orianna, the most oppressive mage in the game, bar none, doing very good work at these early levels.
There was a little bit of something that I realized when they showed the runes. For the first time in a long time that I've seen in this matchup, Zeka is not running the Absorb Life on the Renekton. He's running the Triumph, which means he's not thinking about lane at all. He doesn't really want to value this 1v1 heads up matchup.
Mid lane.
Okay, and it might be mid lane again. Off vision, Honkyu flashed onto.
Flash, Shield Vault, the Force of Will, the Scout of the Week, wonderful gank angle. They had the ward in the river, but it didn't spot all of the way into the bush.
And once again, it's JJ that does something in the early game and JDG aren't prepared for it. This time it's Honkyu that suffers. I wonder what they're going to do if Honkyu doesn't get the laning lead. He did it at the level 1, but weirdly, winning the level 1 gave him the push, which then got him killed. No phase rush to run away from that either. Great kill by JJ on the board early.
Syndra TP's back to lane. Orianna walks back, but she's able to pick up the wave because it wasn't fully shoved. So that will be that option there going for JDG at the very least. Can look to reset. And again, there were no summoners blown by the Orianna, so it's a death and not that much more at the very least. Top lane, Xiaoshu, despite not having the Absorb Life, Zaka's still doing a phenomenal job in terms of making the Ornn suffer in the early game at the very least.
I mean, this is how the matchup is supposed to go. Renekton is another one of my favorite champions. I've played a lot of this lane because everybody in amateur League of Legends just plays Ornn top lane. As we see here, Junja might punish Xiaoshu for the same hubris that Honkyu had.
JJ's here. I don't think they can get on top of him. I think it'd be a bit too risky, and the Duskbringer is just wide. So at the very least, Junja will be here. Should still be that Scuttle Crab topside for JJ. Maybe just a look at a second clear here from Junja before he resets to get as much value from these early levels as possible, rushing for 6 ASAP.
So Weibo, you were talking about, the early power which JDG have dropped. Weibo using that quite well here. Now, of course, JDG, they scale very well in this game, I think, particularly with the Nocturne Orianna combo into the Syndra. Syndra might not be able to play the game at some point here. Decent stacks there from Xiaohu, starting to hit skill shots now, which was struggling with the early levels. What happens if Honkyu starts to fall behind? JDG have not really had to experience that much within the LPL so far. I think Honkyu, this wonder kid coming over from the LCP, the CFO mid laner, done a magnificent job. Xiaohu's seeing if he can cancel a recall, won't be able to. Also worth noting here, the more you manage to force them out of lane, the better your old quest goes. Xiaohu feeling very happy.
There'll be that reset available. Of course, Honkyu does in fact have the teleport to rejoin. Thank you, by the by, Edlast, for the sub. Appreciate you.
Bot lane as well. We haven't really had much focus on the bot lane, but Elk and Air are doing completely fine in the 2v2. Typically you want, Nymaera Bard, you normally expect that to be very good because double range, is very strong. The Lulu with the Sivir, though, doing completely fine. And I think one of the biggest differences between Weibo and JDG is that, look, Air has not been great against every bot lane in the LPL. Air has been great here versus JDG in both matchups we've seen with them now. And as we said, Elk is an incredible player. We think he's on incredible form. And let's have a talk about Elk, actually, while we've got some time for this. Because I think Elk is one of those players who's kind of been cursed to play with legendary players, so people have misjudged how good he was. I think that, no, he wasn't the best player on BLG because you have so many great players. So perhaps people say, oh, but their wins are always because of Night or Bin, blah, blah, blah. That's obviously not true as well. This guy is still a great AD carry. The question is now, away from those wings of BLG, can he prove himself as that individual carry
without any constraints from the rest of his team, potentially jumping forwards here. Spell shield down.
Shield is decent, but here comes the fear, the unspeakable horror. He's still going to be turned into a snowman briefly. And we'll back away. Actually, I don't know what squid version Lulu turns people into. I think it's a little fish. Get turned into a goldfish.
I can't remember.
Well, no, I permaban Lulu.
I have to say, I used to ban Lulu a lot. Phalight's being activated on both sides now. Ginger trying to get into that bot side.
Oh, Honky.
Honky still has Flash, has level 6.
Scout of the week available. Ooh, flash of flash. Shockwave back. Now Ginger can maybe look to turn around here. The Dustbringer comes on down. JJ may look to trade this one out. Has got the Aegis ult to buffer through that bit of CC and does a decent job of it.
And Xiaohu throwing out that ult to get that phase rush. Tried to go for the change the angle on the E. Did get the flash out of Honky, so both mid laners down.
Nice flash angle from Honky as well to just flash laterally there rather than go back towards the turret. And avoided the attempted CC combo there. Otherwise, I think he might have been having a much trickier time escaping. Either way, both mid laners will be down their flash.
I think for when it comes to this bot lane especially, like, yeah, like, you're playing double ranged and it's like double ranged on the other side. It's also the fact that the Sivir at level 1 can just run at you with W. And the Yunara has to stack the Q instead. So you're just able to just take control of the lane from that level 1.
Hang on, level 6 on the Nocturne. If he stays here, he dies. He's just used his combo. No ability to get that phase rush now. Dead, Xiaohu.
Nice idea to just wait and watch for the abilities used in mid lane. Xiaohu wanted to clear that wave and reset. And as a result, dies for getting the wave in.
Yeah, no ability to get that phase rush. Cooldown counting will get you banned in a casino, but he'll get you kills on Summoner's Rift.
Nicely done. And again, it's not like Xiaohu can't leave that alone. He has to clear the wave to get the reset. He doesn't get to waste time because the Orianna will be back. It's that or then or never. So just very good timing from Ginger to be there and get a very successful first ultimate.
Really worried about these other lanes though. Bot lane's getting plates. Gala and Vampire are getting blasted in the TV2. The CS, the plates, all a problem.
And again, this Lulu pick, I think, just ended up being quite astute, really. It's ended up making sure that Yunara doesn't get to play through one of her, if not the strongest part of her game, which is those early levels, that early lane dominance. With a Bard, you'd think you have quite a lot of threat there, but again, I just think Sivir's raw wave clear with glitter lances and everything else is very hard to beat.
Might see a contested.
No Tempered Fate for Vampire, but he'll come over and look for an angle. I don't know how easy that will be with the Cosmic Binding, so the Dragon is secured. Potential turnaround fight here. Where's the Shockwave? Where's that look in there? Ult that forces the flash. They do get the kill. Magical Journey through the wall. Now is in danger. And this is a bit better from JDG. The Arc of Ruin wide. The slow enough from for now. Does he have another Whimsy? Doesn't need it. So kill for the Dragon.
One for Dragon. JDG, I suppose, fairly happy with blowing some of those summoners too.
JJ flashed after getting tagged by the first part of the Cosmic Binding. So still next to a wall. Still connect. Still stuns him. And he burns the flash. That's like, it's really big in this situation where you're trying to get pressure somewhere. The ult comes through.
There's no flash reminder on Honky, so he's just dead. That's a nice return gank. Look, Nocturne can gank mid with his big long-range ultimate, so it turns out can Pantheon.
And we've seen JDG specifically struggle against Pantheon because we've seen here with Honky not always understanding safety in side lanes, and right here from the Pantheon in general. While you have your own very long-range engage with stuff like Bard, being able to roam across the map, or long-range Ornalt, the Nocturne Orianna, Jirjet might be able to punish JDG's weakest side lane macro. Guess it's probably going to buy them grub. So Weibo might walk out of this with even kills, leads in bot lane, and a little bit in top lane as well. The plates are the only thing which... actually, no, it's actually very even there. But if they get the grubs as well, I think they're really happy.
Take 2 at the very least. They're not something going to stick for any more. Out comes that Call of the Forge God. Gets 3, and will likely die for it. Ult's burnt. And JJ trades his life in order to claim the grubs and goes, you know what, I'm not getting out now, the Call of the Forge God is gone. See you in the next life. And we'll lose his blue buff for it, but hey, grubs for kill.
Yeah, I'm actually quite surprised Xiaoshu got to move. Zeka should be in a situation where he's able to force something. He uses the ult now.
Of course, reminder, Xiaoshu, having burned that, may now be a threat here. Can Zucker just go for the solo? I don't think he can quite.
I think he knows that Nocturne's in his topside jungle, so if it gets too close, he will just get jumped onto. Nocturne is getting a full camp clear in this topside as well, by the way, so Nocturne is heading up. I don't think they can really dive this, but Xiaoshu trading out a little better as the Dominus runs out.
Nocturne does have flash, but no ultimate, no hexblade or anything to change that speed around. Now look in the bot lane as Gala takes his moment to go forwards and transcend himself. Elk will go on the hunt, trying to get under the turret. That's a good spell shield.
Very good spell shield coming through from Elk. Now he's at risk of getting dove. That is a Bard that could just ult the turret and then Gala gets to run, but Era is back, so There's gonna be no threat. Elk just clears out the way.
Yeah, and again, you can just stand in the Bard ult under the turret, so, you know, it actually is just turning.
That is also true.
At the same time. A lot of people forget when you're getting dove by Bard, it's like, okay, as long as he's not in range to Q me, I can actually stand in the ult too. I get the Zhonya's effect too at the same time. JDG firing back in the early game again. Junja is the real beneficiary of this, which is really important. He's walked away with 2 kills, the same as JJ, but we do have the Dragon and the 3 grubs to the side of Weibo, which they will be very happy with. Junja. Syndra, nope. Syndra. Okay, you're taking a trip with me. You can even he's just dashing back. It's just gonna delay him from doing it. It doesn't really do that much.
Gala actually may need to back away here a little bit. Has a little bit of help
there's a
from
paranoia.
Pix.
There's a paranoia.
Yeah.
This is dangerous, actually.
There's a wild growth available. I don't know how easy that will be, especially with the heal. Elk, very limited mana, but just get a little bit of their back courtesy of, I'm not sure whether that was a level up or a spell shield, but either way, good chunk onto Gala.
It's a level up because spell shield gives health now, not mana.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
I thought he gave both. I thought I can remember. No, it was health.
That's why you go back to building. I mean, you always build the Essence Reaver, which is a good item anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go into the top side. Not an Orianna.
It's a decent combo. The exhaust comes on down. That will mean a very dead-looking JJ. Good combo and an insurance of the death.
Nice. Okay, so this is where they start to get their own value out of this Nocturne. Very far ahead. JJ goes down, and maybe JDG's key to success is actually just shutting down this jungle matchup. It's 800 going on 900 gold ahead. Junja, the one who's getting ahead with the kills. Now, that does mean the Nocturne is down. It means that everyone else can farm for free. I will say, though, Zucker's not getting that much done versus Xiaoshu. He hasn't even got the first plate, which I'm very surprised at. The trades have looked okay, but Xiaoshu will be scaling up fine into teamfights, which was a worry.
Even in CS as well, which is great news.
Yeah, I mean, even in CS is vaguely expected. Being ahead in gold in this situation is not. Like, you should be able to force so many, like, winning trades, as you see here, Xiaohu forcing a winning trade of his own in the mid lane with the scatter landing onto HomeQ. But, Weibo, you had control of this early, and you burned the early cooldowns by going mid, and then it's just no more like, it feels like it's really been dampened.
Okay, we've got Dragon up in less than a minute. If Weibo get that, then that's a real win condition starting to get unlocked for them. Chemtech ult off the table. Here we go. Potential setup for the Dragon. Junja will have his ult up soon.
It's not quite up yet, though, so that could make things a bit interesting. I wasn't sure whether with the Hex Plate he'd have it quite in time or not. Looks like he will just about. Top laner, there's the top lane roll quest completed. First plate finally for Zucker. We'll pick that one up, but ironically, Xiaoshu's still ahead. 34 whole gold. JJ gonna find one in the jungle, looking to fight over his red buff. Are we playing this?
Well, Honky's walking over. I think that Weibo would eventually lose it if it came to it. Dragon up now. Syndra teleporting in. I really want to see what happens when the Sivir walks into the play first, because this Sivir is actually very strong, and we did say one of the reasons I thought Weibo would end up winning is because that Sivir is in a great spot. You can see Xiaohu really respectful of the combo out of Fog of War, not giving the Nocturne the easy time of that ult.
And looks like with the build here as well, we're going towards that Blackfire Torch build. Again, I think having as much ability haste this game as possible, to have as many stuns and abilities to clear waves as fast as you can, to be at little risk of Nocturne as possible as you can, makes some sense.
Towards the spot side, good trading there. The shield's really helping.
That's the ult.
That's the Nocturne Orianna.
Here we go, Knockwave in, goodbye! Wild Growth comes on down, but it's not going to be enough, I think, to keep Era alive. JJ's here, flash away. Now this now gets a little bit more interesting. Went to next Dustbringer, the Arc of Ruin flash from Gala. Gets another, and JJ without the Aegis Assault could have been at risk, but they will just take the double kill and be happy enough for it. Gala, nice play.
Weibo knew there was the threat of the combo, but they didn't know where it was landing. They don't have the vision for it. JDG doing much better on that again this game, especially compared to that last series where that was that big deficit. That'll be the Dragon going up to JDG, evening up those, and Weibo are starting to get really punched in the mouth whenever that Nocturne ult is off cooldown.
Yeah, Junja's been really capitalizing on this game. Like, this is the Junja we expected to see in game 1 on the Jace, but now he's playing on the Nocturne and just able to get...
That would have been a dead Gala. It
yeah.
doesn't quite happen there. Gets cracked. So have a look at this replay again. It's just nice timing.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that mid lane was really under threat. That the special did come through. It just didn't matter. You can't you can sometimes flash away from the combo if you're very well timed with it. Very hard to, though. Growlworth had to go on air himself, just wasn't in there to solve it. You do get the flash down from Gala, though. That might be something which Weibo can exploit in the future.
Definitely worth calling, because again, it didn't require that flash to secure the kill onto the Lulu, which is done. Again, redemption now for Lulu as well, so another global to try and help mitigate potential dive burst combos. And one of the things you do run into with things like the Nocturne is you dive and then you do half of someone's health bar and not all of it post a certain point, and then you go, well, what do we do now?
Yeah. Gala, recognizing that he kind of is the dive threat on the side of JDG, opts for those plated steel caps instead of like an attack speed.
Very true, yes.
So,
well, actually, this is the common build on the Nymaera now anyway, really. I think particularly when you're against, you're against like Pantheon Renekton as well, it's really good value across the whole team.
But I really don't know what Weibo can do to look to flip this one, because in this game they're not in a situation where they're outmatched in like a single category, but they're still very squishy targets.
Top side, Knockwave combo on cooldown is just landing every time now. JDG are making it look simple.
JDG are really ahead of the play, and because that Hexblade is up, it makes it so much easier to pull this on cooldown. It's just being put on repeat. Weibo, I thought they would be able to fight back with the Pantheon is the big thing, because it can really help beat the Nocturne. As soon as the Pantheon's behind, Junja isn't contested nearly as much, and they aren't able to push up and get the vision down.
They're going to play this anyway. Over they go. That's damage on the Gala, who's now stepping on forwards. Elk very, very low. The barrier down. Arc of Ruin comes out as well. And actually, Gala getting those kills means he can just ward off 3 members of Weibo.
That is just an AD carry. Walks up, starts right-clicking the other AD carry, and the Pantheon goes, what do?
Yeah, he's down 1,000 gold. What can he do at this point? I think the early deaths from JDG really changed things. When Weibo have beaten JDG, it is largely through this jungle support. Bot lane was going well early, but that jungle matchup, despite the kill in mid lane, has gone awry because Jun just clicked the R button onto JDG a couple of times, and JDG have gotten ahead through that. Much better game for them strategically, I think, to shut down the problem point for them in this matchup.
I will note that last game, JDG, we went, oh, we like this composition. They got up 3,000 gold and then entered it away and gave up a Baron. There is a world where in about 4 to 5 minutes that happens all over again. And it is a possibility. Keep our eyes on it. It's a very different style of composition. One could be a little simpler for JDG to pull off, honestly. And Elk, I think, might be experiencing said simple combo. Out comes the Tempered Fate as well. Very, very smooth.
It's just on cooldown. Weibo don't have the vision. They're pushing up, but they're not sure where the Nocturne is. They know the shot's coming. They just don't know where from. And it's been hitting them on repeat. JDG, really good ults on cooldown. Junja really popping off this game.
Now bot lane we look. Honky, of course, doesn't have the ult, but Xiaoshu does. The command attack dissonance is pretty good. Zucker will ult to buy himself some time and get himself some rage. I don't know whether he can do much here to stop this turret going down.
I think one of the big problems this game is that Zucker's not been able to push in. That's a great... Oh!
Ah.
Okay. I don't think it can actually get from outstar to outstar anymore anyway, so it would have been... Okay, it got close, actually. But I think one of the big issues this game is that Zucker's not been able to provide the lane pressure which you expect to actually get them the vision. Because if you pushed up well enough and got vision into the enemy jungle, that would have given you more advanced notice onto Junja. We thought maybe the mid jungle might be able to do the same, but of course that didn't happen as easily either. See that, hang on, he's actually got his ult coming up pretty soon again. They spot him on the recall, it'll be fine.
Just about gets out there. Appreciate the follow, Domius. Worth noting as well, because Xiaohu got the top side turret and another couple of plays towards that top lane, and actually ends up being ahead 700 gold. And if there is a win con, Syndra just one-shotting someone like Gala could be your way forwards.
And he can actually build his Zhonya's as well. He has the Seekers already. That's a huge breakpoint. If that Seekers gets value and they try and use the Knockwave onto him and they fail, maybe you shut down Junja, maybe you can mount a comeback.
Yeah, maybe you're in this situation as Weibo where you're like, okay, we're gonna go down a little bit of gold, but we need time so we can build the items that allow us to withstand the engage coming through from the side of JDG. The Zhonya's coming through. Maybe you want a little bit more items on the Lulu for the Wild Growth to be more effective. Maybe you want a defensive item on the Sivir, even though you do want this for the 100% crit as soon as possible. On the side of JDG, you need to keep pressing on the accelerator. You have two items completed on the Nocturne, 600 gold shutdown, 4-0 and 4. This Nocturne is... this Nocturne is a problem.
Yeah, I think what they really need, they need a JJ to be ahead, because this is why I wanted the Xin Zhao or the Pantheon to say, look, you can press E and just ignore a lot of the damage coming out from the combo. Maybe that will be enough. It's not a Zhonya's, but it'll definitely help you in the other way. Dragon getting started by JDG. Weibo, no, they can't contest this. They're trying to ignore that. What this does mean is, we look at what Erho's doing on the top side of the map. He's putting down the vision, which might save them from the next Nocturne play. Of course, there will be some sweepers coming through from JDG as well, but you must keep that vision present in the enemy jungle. That might give you the presence to avoid the next killer blow.
And like usually, the way you counter a Nocturne is you try and bunch up when he presses ult. You can't in this game. There's no Rihanna sitting behind the Nocturne. So there's no way that you're gonna even like say, okay, we need to disperse, but we don't want to be too dispersed because we don't want to get singled out by the Nocturne. But we can't bunch up because then we might get shockwaved and just all one shot immediately. So as Weibo. Oh, there.
Go.
Good Zonias.
Oh.
Does have the flash. Maybe has to burn it. Does so, but he's still going to get in a lot of danger here. Scatterweak is good in the turnaround for the Grand Starfall. The redemption. Tempered Fate. He flashes out of it. Now Junge is in danger. The arm guard value is huge, but the ult in from Xiaoxu, the Call of the Forge God, doesn't really go on the right target. This could be dangerous. Magical Journey. No turret, and it isn't enough of one perhaps. But they lost the mid laner, and maybe they could look at Baron.
That's what I was wondering. Maybe they could do that. It's only the one kill. It does buy the Seekers, but now we see that blueprint. We're calling it out. They needed some way to kind of defuse the Nocturne bomb. They do manage to get one good play there. However, I don't know how much gold it'll be until Xiaohu gets himself to that full Zonyas.
He's not going to be miles off. He's actually stopped off for a Fiendish Codex. So actually doesn't have the NLR in inventory. That could be a little problematic. He's probably going to be about 1,600 gold off it.
Yeah, he was likely looking to rush the Cosmic Drive.
Yeah.
To get himself that extra movement speed while trying to kite in the fights, but now the value of the full Zonias just goes up, so I think he might even sell that Fiendish Codex to try and get as close as he can to that full Zonias.
Other option might be the Dark Seal, which feels a bit sad. It's a nice item to have in there just for that kind of stacks, but it could just be like, look, I don't want to delay my full build by selling off the Fiendish Codex. At least Dark Seal's resale value is pretty good compared to a lot of other items. So it might be that choice as well. We'll see what the decision making is. Elk picks up his Flicker Blades finally, so should at this point be able to clear waves pretty much ad infinitum, assuming he's not jumped on.
Yeah, 65% crit as well.
Yeah, has spots at that control ward there. It's really hard to play. Well, things like Lulu, I don't know if she'll ever get enough heals and shields to save the first target junked onto by the Nocturne Orianna. I just don't know. We saw like Elk is just getting one shot because the other problem is, you know, but Honkyu is behind, but it's not like he doesn't have gold. You know, he's been killed a few times. Realistically, as long as he puts the Shockwave on target with this build, someone is still getting one shot. He's going for the Shadow Flame, which means that, you know, if he gets a bit of damage after the Nocturnal hits, he's potentially activating that Shadow Flame passive. JDG, as long as they hit the next combo, it's fine. If they make another mistake like that, though, chance the Baron goes over.
Xiaohu ended up selling the Doran's Ring to complete a full Zonias.
That makes more sense. There we go. So he does get towards it, gets to stick on that cooldown. Feels pretty nice.
I'm not sure about this one, buddy.
Well, there's a Duskbringer. Not yet any ults popped. The turret goes down. They don't want to overforce there, especially when they don't see where people like JJ are as well. And again, we are on a Hex Rev, so your ability to get around the map a lot faster than otherwise with those gates is something a lot of teams just don't track properly.
Xiao using Syndra to secure their own camp, uses that as well. Suka can also be an important part of a game win scenario for Weibo, where if he manages to flash onto Honkyu as the combo's coming through, he can kind of split up the Nocturne and the Orianna. Of course, he's not really a target which JDG can one-shot in the same way that they can the mid and the bot laner as well.
Little eyes on Junge and Honkyu's inventories as well. You may note some ornaments have come on through. Stride Breaker's been upgraded, Luden's Echo upgraded. You want your burst combo to hit real hard? Well, that'll do.
Yeah, I'm looking at the situation now for the JDG. They're on the scoreboard, they're 3.5k up. With the ornaments, they're probably more about 5k up at this situation. The thing is, Xiaohu's about to hit 120 stacks.
That does help change things
so
again, yeah.
The Execute is already in inventory. They're going to get the extra AP coming through, the mini death cap coming through from the Syndra passive. And I wonder...
It's like Rabadon's beanie.
Rabadon's mittens.
You wear them on your head?
Depends.
Rabadon's mild headache cap.
Rabadon's nightcap, you know?
Yeah.
What the recall coming out of the Nymaera?
Oh, can look to jump forward. Paranoia back. Are we going in on this? No, we are not. Paranoia in for Grand Starfall. TP also, but 30 seconds on Dragons. They end up burning a key cooldown.
That's a problem. Yeah, the Nocturnes. Hang on, this now means that Weibo might be able to fight in a way they couldn't before. The Ornal is still really scary. JDG is still at the advantage, but it's playable in a way I don't think it was before.
Elk needs to be a bit careful here with Ornn threatening. Turnaround is pretty good. Has to... Searing Charge when Gala's eating a lot of damage now, and again, you don't have a lot of sustain on Nymaera. It's one of her big problems as a champion.
And Gala's ulted too. So many cooldowns are gone on the side of...
They're giving out.
Of JDG. They're just giving up this objective, and Weibo know that they want to still contest, so...
Yeah, and that chunk onto Elk might change things, though. The AD carrying so low, the Ornn can pretty much one-shot them themselves. JDG, I think they're in position now with that great chunk from Honkyu onto Elk.
That was really unexpected, and I think they're just going to have to give it up now. Oh, Elk, that's unfortunate.
Well, it wasn't unexpected because he saw him out of Fog of War and they just walked up and ate the second QW. The first one actually missed. It's the second one that hit, so Elk just overstaying, looking for the mid lane push, maybe looking for the mid lane turret. 3 dragons to JDG. I mean, it was Honkyu that really bailed them out of that.
Really, really important chunk, and again, with this build on the Orianna, you do a lot of damage.
I'm actually quite surprised that Weibo still didn't contest. with the paranoia being down and with the cultivation of spirit being down.
Nocturne Oriana potentially coming down into the bot side here. Zerka, target.
Dominus dies a bit of time, will have a bit of healing, a decent amount of shielding, but the fear comes on through. I just don't think he's got enough in the tank and will go down.
Okay, just off cooldown again. Good pick onto him. Takes a little while to go through it, and he had the Sterex. He's just not tanky enough. On cube. Junja, too much gold.
Now, you're in a situation as Weibo where you're trying to stem the bleeding. You are getting to that point, especially on your big damage carries, where you're going to be able to shred through the front line in these pitched 5v5s, but it's never really going to be a pitched 5v5 because you're dealing with a Nocturne dive threat who's about to reach level 16, by the way. He's more than halfway through his level 16. He is 1.7k up. He is going to get a GA probably on his next pack. And we're going to be in a situation where Junja is going to be able to blow up the entire backline.
Eyes on Gala's inventory as well. He just picked up an Infinity Edge. He's got the Fiend Thunderbolts upgraded by Ornn as well. Like, there is some very, very high DPS from JDG alongside that burst as well. So I don't think it's getting any simpler. There's now a Shirellier's on the Lulu to help try and mitigate some of that dive and space your way out. Can be kind of nice.
Shahu does a little bit of damage to the Ornn. It's not really someone he's going to do a crazy amount to. Of course, Baron on the table could be a huge threat. That last play, though, the deep ward into mid lane to catch out Gala on the reset, very nearly bought something for Weibo. Again, we've seen JDG, as you said, at similar advantages before, and somehow fumble it as well. None of our LPL teams have been fantastic at closing out games at the top of the table.
No, they haven't. Partly, of course, it's the other teams being good enough to punish those overreaches to try and set things up.
Hang on, onto the Pantheon.
Not that much damage. We'll get the flash, but that's the ult down.
Yeah, it popped. He just put the E in the right direction this time, did it on the right cooldown. JJ walks out alive, and suddenly that's another Nocturne ult, which doesn't work out. Every time it doesn't work, it takes a little while to be reloaded, and Weibo get a bit of breathing room.
Now we get to go mid lane. Gonna try and clear that one out again. Weibo got 2 turrets. Getting this mid lane turret.
They're going to try. I think they're going to try and dive him. I think they're going to try and dive him. Maybe Zerka does have that blast cone. If they can get the mid lane turret, which they do, it's a good win for them.
Zerka's got a blast cone. I don't think he's at too much threat here. Using the healing shrines there as the bard to scout the bushes out. You can do that. Zyra similar plans with her plants. Can be very useful. Blue buff taken.
Zed Shadows also give vision, so you could use those to scout. And the Echo W as well, technically.
Oh, the Echo, no, the Echo, the Echo W does it, not the clone, not the Shadow.
Yeah, the Echo...
That's what he said.
No, hang on, Alton's towards bot side.
That's a fairly significant one. Slice, dice away. Decent DPS down, but I think Zaka may not be necessarily the simplest to kill at this point, but there's the command attack, and distance gives him turnaround. He is in a 1v4. He will likely just die, and I don't think Weibo are going to get much done on the rest of the map. They'll get the mid lane cleared. Decent chunk onto Junja, but not saying anything more than that. It's a freebie. Potential look now at a Baron, actually, because you can reset and come back out with the Hex Gates.
Yeah, I mean, I think basically Zerka realized I could flash, maybe live, chooses to save it anyway. Probably would have died anyway. Vampire is going to be safe here. I actually wonder if they should be contesting moments like that, actually, with the Nocturne ult down again. This is the moment where they have a chance to make a power play. With that Pantheon ult up as well, I think they should be really looking for a play like right now.
Worth noting some timers here. Baron is up, importantly, but JDG at Soul Point have got Hex Soul available to them in about a minute and a half. Wait to see exactly what happens with the vision control. You see JDG very aggressively moving into Weibo's red side to get as many wards down as possible to make the contest as hard as it can possibly be.
Chat, here comes the ult again.
Gonna try and get it back. Like, goodbye, Lulu. She's just gone.
Still a minute till the dragon. It's another ult off cooldown. Stun's not bad. I suppose it is only the Lulu. You use the shockwave, you use that ult again. They'll probably be close to being back up as it comes through. Junja is literally just like spamming R every time it's off cooldown.
I mean, it does mean your warding person is off the board, so you can't contest vision before this dragon very easily because you don't have 3 or 4 of your normal wards.
Yeah, I think as Weibo, now you're in a situation where you're scared of the Nocturne every single time you try to turn up to something, and at the same time, you want the Nocturne to ult as soon as possible. You want him to burn that ultimate and try and punish on that timer. So it's this juxtaposition of needs on the side of Weibo, where you're trying to make something happen and burn something, at the same time, you're scared of it the entire time.
His ult's back up, by the way. His level 16 is very long range. Vision control's been completely controlled. They're trying to approach through the bot side. Weibo, they are on vision here in that bush just behind them.
3 items finally done for Elk and for the other side, but will it matter? It's a decent amount of shielding. He flashes away, he's alive. He survives the combo. Tempered Fate, though, locks 2 out of the fight. Exhaust down onto Elk, making it really hard to do any DPS. Into the back, and goes Gala! He follows up with a Tempered Fate and does what the Nocturne cannot. And Jing Dong Gaming will delete the fight in their favor.
It's a late teleport, couldn't click it before the lights went out, and it'll just be a lonely crocodile, takes down Honkyu, but it is oh so little and oh so late. JDG win out the fight, they've been winning the whole game. They just press R on the poor carries.
Oh, I thought the moment Elk survived the initial combo, there might be the ability to turn around, but there was an exhaust from Vampire, there was a Tempered Fate that locked out 2. Really good stuff from JDG to follow up for once when Junja's Shockwave combo with the knockdown didn't work out in a kill.
Elk lived for so long, I had so much hope, and then the exhaust came down, and there's not really much to do, and the Ornn, the Searing Charge, finds the last knockup, and it's not enough. They burned some, never mind, they only GA that was burned, that was the one on JJ.
Yeah.
So,
we're looking back into this replay. You know, the Shockwave lands, the Spell Shield tries to help, but doesn't get through absolutely everything. The killer here is actually Xiaoshu being in range, because you see actually he survives some decent amount of HP, Source comes through from Vampire, then Xiaoshu just walks up and just mellows it. There's enough damage there. Junja's still in the back line. And Gala, I mean, yeah, Gala's really, really fed. It's no surprise that he should be one-shotting people like that. I'm actually really impressed by Xiaoshu here. Just closes down the AD carry. There wasn't a second threat in range of the Civet. There was a slim chance, it's a slim chance, but there was a chance that something could go wrong.
Indeed.
Gala is also really, really good, to be honest. Also, on top of being really, really fat, Gala is really, really good at the game. So, I think we're in, like, a situation where you're trying to, like, find a moment where you can punish something. In the meantime, Xiaohu has reached level 16, has completed 3 items. It's the Crypt Bloom, not the Cosmic Drive for the move speed. So he just wants the raw, not the raw penetration in this case, but some pen and some CDR. But, good adaptation from Junja. There's a Zeeks in Junja's inventory.
For the even more ult cooldown.
More ult cooldown.
That is so funny, actually.
It's got like no cooldown.
He's basically, look, I've got 5 ult hunter stacks. I've got a Hexblade. I've got a Zeke's Convergence. I mean, what's that? He's gonna
Oxymark?
He's going to go Malignance and Fiend Hunter Bolts just to really make the point stick. Oh, Junja, he can really go for it again. Go on, Junja. Go on, my son. Dunk him.
Speaking of dunking, what a dunk it was himself for that donation on Kobe! That's not bad, forces him back. He's not going to be the goodbye Elk. Oh my god, Junja just deleted them! Well, this game is over, I'm afraid, guys. We are going to 3 as Weibo Gaming are not allowed to come back into the game like they were in game 1. And JDG, the mid-jungle, just press R, guys. It's that simple. Korean advice over in the LPL.
Just kill them. Yep, that'll work. JDG will even up the series. A much better game from them. And I really think this jungle matchup is where this game is being decided. JDG go 1-1 against Weibo.
The EDG graduates going toe to toe, blow for blow. Jing, ding, 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 ding. Oh, we are going to game 3 as Jing Dong Gaming get themselves the dub in game 2.
Really impressed. Really, really impressed. I think this is some synergy that was already built up last year on CFO. I think CFO already had like this Nocturne Orianna combo down. They picked it a lot. I seem to recall they also did the Neferi Orianna combo, or that may have been Gam, but I'm not sure.
No, I don't remember seeing that one.
I actually think it was
so
Talon which did that, because I remember his caster that unexpectedly played the Neferi. So
that is also true.
I'm trying to remember actually if it was the JDG of last year thing with Scout and Shun, because they played a fair amount of both those champions as well. But we do get an even series. Now, I believe the first one was... I'm trying to remember if that was also a 3-game series, actually. That one...
Today?
No, it's 2-0 for NIP.
No. The,
the last Weibo JDG one, right,
yes. Weibo JDG series. I'm trying to remember how that went exactly, actually. No, they got 2-0'd, actually. So they get their first victory against Weibo in an individual game. Didn't manage to do that in the last game. Now the question is, JDG, you got so far out in the jungle. The mid jungle really popped off this game, even though Honkyu fell behind. What happens if you can't find that jungle advantage again? Because that's where I think really this matchup is decided between. Can they get ahead early through the jungle matchup? I actually wonder if it was a mistake this time, actually, for JDG to use his early gank on the Pantheon into mid lane rather than going into the enemy jungle like he had done in the previous wins. I wonder.
It is a bit of a question, isn't it? And as it stands, JDG get the snowball, keep the snowball this time around. There is no mistake, there is no comeback, there is no fumble from the likes of Vampire and Junja this time around. They were much, much more coordinated and just relentless in continually looking for picks. And Weibo, you know, like, you saw what they were trying to do, but they just never got to a point where they could survive the initial dive. It didn't matter what happened, what you did. All of the efforts in the world only brought Elk a couple seconds at most, assuming he was the target in the first place.
And again, still, thank you so much for the $5 there. And you say, oh, on one hand it's $5, on the other hand it's $5. We'll take it. It's $5. Hey, we're happy that you're choosing to spend that on us and keep us doing what we're doing as well. Again, we'll do our little spiel. Yeah, for those of you who don't know who we are, I'm Alex. This is Sam. This is Harold. We're brothers. This is a friend of ours. We cast LPL. Well, us two, and Harold's a guest for today. Because there's no official broadcast anymore. I was on the LPL official broadcast for many years, and then of course it got shut down. But if you enjoy what you're seeing here, what you're watching here, now is the best time to support your favorite LPL streamers because we need it. We need it more than ever, basically, folks. If you are enjoying things, think about dropping a like, a follow, subscribe. It does make a difference for us, kind of battling the algorithm, trying to get more visibility out there. The only thing which, we're kind of supported by is your own viewership and your own donations and things like that. It's very cool that you're spending your time here with us. We absolutely love you for that, and it's very cool to be able to share these moments with you, like JDG Weibo, which is it's a matchup which I've always been fascinated with. It's a ship of Theseus where everyone's changed on the rosters pretty much besides Xiaohu on the side of Weibo, and the matchup still delivers. These teams are just very good somehow. Maybe it's just in the name at this point. Something in the water at the training facilities that makes them go toe to toe. Thanks, and thank you for the stream streak, Harold. Crazy.
Cheating a little bit there, but I appreciate it.
But I feel like on the side of JDG, they did what they didn't do in the first game. They kept pressing on the accelerator at the right times. In this game, it was rather simple. Junja's ult is off cooldown? Yes. Hongyu ult off cooldown? Yes. Go. There's not really like much else that goes into it. I think it's a good choice to make. Like, I think it's a good trigger pulse to like go and do. Now we need to see on a game 3 what happens, because a lot of the dive combos, I think, are gone at this point.
We've potentially got things like Viari.
That is
There
true.
is Viego, which a few people have begun to bring back up again. Shinsao's still up there. There's a Kali to go with potentially some people as well. If you want to look at a Yone, there is, I suppose we're getting to that point where maybe that's a bit more viable with some of the big mage bullies off the table. So there's a few options still there. I don't think it's gone. There's enough champions in League at this point, guys, that you can always find something. But I think it will not be necessarily your top of the line, right? The Jarvan is gone, for example, which has often been the key part of most dive combos. But again, the Nocturne Orianna worked out just fine here.
When I first started playing League with friends, our dive combo was Camille Hecarim Galio.
Just full dive.
Yeah, just go, throw everything, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't,
everything.
Yeah. But yeah.
What you know, like the Ratatouille meme of like it's like, I do not play slow. I will press R button, and if it does not work, I will lose. Thank you so much for the sub there, Logo, by the way.
It's I do not I do not met, I do not neutral, I button mash, and if it doesn't work, I lose.
Oh man, I'll just couldn't fucking play this game. Man.
Yeah, no.
The thing is though, that early, I think there were points where this game was very playable for Weibo because bot lane was going well, mid lane was going well. And I think they didn't quite get the vision control down in time, and then the first like 3 ults of the game from Nocturne pretty much solved it. Because they had 3-lane push. They should have been able to walk in, and they just misjudged what the next ult was going to be. You know, Xiaohu easy death in mid lane, JDG a couple of easy deaths in river. Like, that's the kind of thing you'll see on review and be like, okay, we didn't move from this point to this point in quick enough. We didn't support this part of the play. Because what should happen at that point is someone gets jumped on, but you're spaced out enough to then jump on the other person and kind of do the full contact team fighting where someone's kind of there to protect them. Here's some tiny help. Well, it's a large amount of help to us. We appreciate it. And turns out that we've got like 160 subscribers, you know, like that's actually a hell of a lot of people like doing some small help, and it actually adds up into something, you know. And we're actually getting to the point now with a couple of sponsors hopefully coming in at some point. We're actually getting to the point where we might actually be self-sufficient with this, which is crazy, actually. Junja gets player of the game, no surprise there. He was really, really good, ulting on cooldown, just playing attached at the hip to Hongyu, playing very well around Fog of War. And I think Junja, if he has a bad game versus Weibo, JDG tend to lose. Because it looks like bot lane is actually losing versus Weibo's bot lane fairly consistently at this point. If Junja also loses, they're just on a macro sense, they just can't get back into the game. This game was really ran by him, and it's important to show that they can actually compete in the jungle support, which they're getting blasted by Weibo.
I wonder if JDG now decides to go for more of a proactive type champion, more of a...
Hey, Pantheon is proactive.
Well, Pantheon is proactive, but Pantheon is slow at clearing right now.
But he still gets, like... Well, yeah, there aren't that many people which like clear that much faster. Like,
Well, no, there are. The people just refuse to pick them.
yeah, but that's not. But they're not proactive picks. They're just ones which just full clear, right? Like something like Mundo clears pretty quick, but he's not proactive. I mean, what would you say is a proactive pick then in this case?
I think it would be Hekarim. Hekarim can fight early on really.
No, he can't
really well.
because he doesn't have the levels. You need to get level 6 for your ultimate. You can't engage. You don't have. I think that Hecarim is really, really risky.
No, I think there is better picks than Pantheon if you're looking to make something happen early on. Xin Zhao, for example.
But even then, Shinzao is good, but he is also less consistent at getting into a play. Like, he couldn't have made that mid gank happen because you don't have the instant CC. Like, only Pantheon could have done that, really.
That is true.
Mumu. And then not the fastest clearer again is a level 6 Reliant champion. I mean, I think having a level 3 Reliant... You want something that can fight... Yeah, I mean, the Hecarim can fight at level 3, but even then, it's not always going to win. And I think you want something with a bit more powerful regular abilities to actually start a fight, which Hecarim can sometimes struggle with.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Zukram. Really appreciate that comment. It's very kind of you.
I really don't know, like...
Oh, by the way, like, I think Wukong, Shinzao are going to be the 2 biggest picks in the next draft. It's just so important that...
probably will end up being, like, around that.
Oh, and I'm still error. Well, you're not an error to us. We appreciate you as well. Thank you for the sub, appreciate you. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right though, like the jungle matchup is very important. I actually think Pantheon was fine. I think you also could have picked the Shinzao there and it would have also been okay. It just looks, pretty bad when it's like, when it works out like that, right? When you start falling behind. But I don't think the Pantheon was a mistake in general. I think it was more of a play of kind of that more kind of intricate macro in terms of how close are you to each other to deny the knockdown ult max value. I'm already right now, so that's good.
I don't really know. I don't really know what to do on the side of Wei, but I think you need something like the Talia to come through, to be honest.
Yeah, Talia Rai is going to be really big in the next draft for sure. I mean, the thing is, like, in terms of what do you do as Weibo, I think Weibo have been doing the right things. I think that last draft was also playable. I just think they got out-executed. I think that Junja...
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, I think it's more of an execution thing, really. I mean, the early game pathing, basically, as long as you keep this early game pathing in a competitive 2v2, I think they'll be fine. I think that they'll have the tools to beat them in the way that we've seen before. Now, the question is, will they pull it out at this point? That's where things get, a little bit more. Are you okay for drinks? Would you like another one?
I still have my Powerade, thank you.
Okay, cool. I've got half a coffee. I should be good. Vampire low-key top 3 support after On and Kyle. I think, yeah, it's either him or maybe Jway, although Jway's, but yeah, I think, yeah, Vampire's had worse games than the other top supports, but he's also had some really, really good games too. I mean, it's kind of on preference at that point, whether you choose someone like Jway, Vampire, because I think it's On and Kyle are top 2, and then it's like Jway, that's Lee Sin probably.
If anything, Jway has been more consistent than Vampire.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think that Vampire, like the Bard game was exceptional, probably the best support game of the split so far. That's
Nidalee.
That's Nidalee's dance, yeah. YouTube is down?
It is?
It'll be the goddamn appeal thing again. I don't know why that is. It'll be a oh whatever, I can appeal it, but it's stupid. It's the same shit again. This is like the appeals like never go wrong. It's literally just something randomly taking them down. And that's with us having the correct audio this time, I think.
Very fun, very fun. Wait.
At least it's not an idiot, but okay, let me change that. Okay, I'll restart the YouTube now.
Onivia did not go down.
No, but that's not the YouTube stream. Oh, it is on YouTube, but when we say the YouTube stream goes down, we don't.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, I find it very strange that it only affects
that one. So like, yeah, it just feels weird.
Yes. I'm not sure exactly why that is. It kind of always goes down, and those ad breaks just makes you think there's something on stream. It's not the audio this time. Kyle is a fraud. No, I think you just have a bit of a hate boner for Kyle. I don't really know why. I see you comment that a lot, and there's literally no logic to it. You just kind of repeat the same, like, Kyle's bad. I'm like, okay, you're gonna show you're working or not? And you never actually show, yeah.
But
like, I've seen you comment that a few times, but like, I'd like to see your logic, because you've not really presented much of that just yet, you know? And again, I suppose you're a chatter, you don't have to. It's just if you want people to like understand your opinion, probably need to show the working, you know?
Kyle bad because he beat my team.
Hey, that happens sometimes. That happens sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, one of the difficult things about it, if you're an analyst and you actually do have teams which you like, it's quite you do need to be like really hyper aware in terms of, okay, am I providing the correct nuance? Now, it's completely fine to actually have bias. I think it's actually a very engaging thing. It's a very engaging thing to have that kind of bias. You know, like Monty and Doa used to have the KT T1 kind of thing on it. But yeah, and I think being a fan of a player is also a good thing, but also you can't allow it to blind you to their flaws as well. Like for instance, I actually think Vampire is a really good player to like test people's analysis of the game, because actually, again, the flashy stuff he does on screen is really, really good, and it's very easy to be a fan of him, and that's a really cool thing. That's really, really cool. However, I notice a lot of people just not correctly analyzing how actually his macro has suffered. His macro has definitely been one of the worst things about JDG. And you know, do you see people saying both of those things? I don't see many people saying that, actually. I think that's very important, because I don't think it correctly portrays who is someone who's a very talented, very high potential support who I think can be the next big thing, but you must also show what he's not doing right now to be the next big player. But I think if he does fix out the side lane stuff, if he does end up fixing the macro parts of things, I think this guy can genuinely be very good, but he's not there yet. You need to include that nuance.
Yeah, there's probably like a factor of whether like you're looking at a situation of Vampire last year going better, not great still. 2024 Vampire.
Yeah, 2024 Vampire is one of the worst players I've ever seen. He's genuinely awful. Yeah. Like, yeah, he was really, really bad in 24. And it's incredible that he managed to stay, come back from that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What he was with 1x7 at the
No, he's never been with 1x7.
Was Shaya still?
No, it was with Taeyun. It was Taeyun. So
it was Taeyun.
So it was Taeyun last year. Year before that was Arn on IG.
Oh, right.
That was later into the year. Earlier into the year, he was on EDG. He was on EDG, and that was with Leave, and that was the EDG Doom squad, which was really, really bad. Vampire Monkey was so peak. Yeah, no, again, they were one of those duos that were very, very good at their specific niche, and then couldn't quite reach that same level of dominance across the full breadth of play, but they were a very good duo. I liked them a lot. You know, they were very good at starting fights, very flashy in the way that a lot of LPL players try to be, and like they're entertaining, and that is just valuable in itself.
I just had a complete brainwave, and I thought, why are we not seeing Nunu?
Who?
Nunu.
Nunu,
currently one of the fastest clearing junglers, really strong gank potential, doesn't need to be level 6 to fight.
Yeah, no, I think there's some, and they're buffing him as well, actually.
Yep.
No, I mean, Nunu has some place. He can be a hyper ganker. The problem with Nunu is some of the issue that you see with some other champions, where like Maokai can sometimes have this issue. If you go into a play, well, one, you have to go into a play to have any kind of value. And if you go into a play and you miss your shot, you are dead. You can't run out of the play. I know a lot of them run phase rush, but even then, Nunu tends to die if he misses the engage. Okay, we should get back onto the stage soon. And, yeah, getting back into things. Oh, Nunu's mega nerfed on 26-2? I think this is 26-1, by the way.
I think we're on 26-2.
Oh, sorry, it is. Oh, yeah, half the week's been on 26-1, now it's on 26-2. So now we're actually on to 26-2, which is really weird, actually. Not sure why that changed. LPL patch changes can be a bit strange. Anyway, we're going to be pretty close to that third draft, folks. We're trying to see if they can complete a crazy 2-0 in series over JDG, who have beaten BLG twice in best of threes, beaten anyone's legend in a best of three as well. They are the best of our top teams, but they've lost to IG, lost to Weibo the first time already, and we really have started to zero in on this jungle matchup and the jungle support matchup being so important to this matchup in particular.
I think what's going to be important is for Erha, I was blanking on the name, to get a champion where he can be proactive everywhere on the map. Well, because the Lulu, he's locked in lane.
Yeah, that definitely is something to be considered. Also, on that note, I think stuff like Alistair, very important for this next draft. We might end up getting something like an Alistair Braum. We'll see if Nico makes his way through the draft. Both these players are confident Nico players, so we'll see whether that can come to the fore as well.
I actually really want to see the Rakan coming through from Erha.
No, that wasn't played before in the series. My mistake.
It was banned though.
Yes.
That's the one pick I'm thinking. I'm like, if you go Rakan, you're able to play around the map. You have a lot of mobility, and you have a lot of playmaking to make things happen. And you can go for something like maybe the spellbook to go for the teleport and have even more map impact.
Okay.
But we are in draft.
Weibo are going to get first pick. They didn't have first pick for that last draft. They have it now. Mundo getting banned means that Malphite is a stronger pick. So does JDG have to ban the Malphite? They do. Now we still have champions. What do we have up? We have Rise Talia in terms of mid laners. We have that Wukong and the Shinzao in the jungle.
Wukong, Shinzao. In terms of AD carries, what are we running into now?
Probably looking
Karma ban.
Karma is, well, Vampire plays it occasionally, but I don't think it was that high priority. I suppose there is something, huh?
There's still music.
Oops. I didn't realize that was the case.
Thank you, Amber.
Thank you, Amber. Let's go change that back over. And hype! Let's go.
Welcome back.
Apologies, I had to make myself a
All
coffee.
good.
No worries.
Okay, so
Also
that
order
last
some
ban-
magic cards, baby.
Hell yeah.
Strixhaven
Last ban is going to be that Nico. Nico will be that last ban. Now, are we looking at Shinzao, Wukong? Particularly that Rise looks very important, but Honkyu... Hang on, Rumble. Whoa, I forgot that's been through the entire draft. Easy Rumble lock in. Now we're seeing stuff like... I think Vi Talia becomes really important at this point. Because you need to make sure that the Vi is not on the team of the Rumble. If we get Vi, that's a big problem. And Elk is probably angling at Jin now as well. Maybe that's a potential takeaway.
Or do you slam Galio Vi and you hold the Galio as a flex?
I think Galio is a little bit risky. It's not worked out that well here in the LPL.
Thalios Thresh.
Thalios is pretty good, but if you go something like Jin, go for, Jin, Rel, you need to take away the Vi. That's the easy one.
Begone, advert.
Advertisement, begone.
Ginger, a very solid player of that. We are looking at stuff like Rise Talia for Honkyu here, but he might also want to get counterpick mid-match because there is that potential of Xiaohu getting an easier time of things too.
I wonder if there is like a Talia blind pick, we could see a Zed, but no fun allowed in LPL sometimes.
Yeah, so you're somewhat right, but Rise was banned last game, which allowed things like the Orianna to get through. It's been a bit of an unusual draft strategy. People have tried to flex things up. Things like the Jace got through earlier in the series, which is kind of wild, which means actually some of those power picks, which we normally see come out in games 1 and 2, are instead coming out in game 3, which is quite interesting. Are we poppying this?
It can do well into the Vi early matchup. Now, we do have stuff like Shinzao still available, Wukong too. Poppy is something that JDG has had a decent amount of success on. It has that X factor in teamfights of like just bumping someone out of the fight. Anti-dash versus both the K'Sante and the Vi.
Right, Colorcasters, I need you to turn your brains off briefly. I need you guys to remember that Xiaohu was on RNG for a very long time. And his his understudy in RNG Academy and Royal Club was a guy called ZDZ. It was a Rumble. No, I'm thinking it was Rumble. It was Rumble mid player, ZDZ. So I'm just saying, maybe that's the angle. The Cassiopeia makes that unlikely now, but
Cassio AD carry?
Now the problem is, now the thing is, what do you lock into mid lane to help you? I think you just lock, Talia's not a great matchup into the Cassiopeia actually. So what it looks like is Weibo are trying to invite this Vi into them and say you're going to land right on the Miasma, and that's going to be a problem. I think Vampire's probably looking at someone like an Alistair at this point, but doing that into the Poppy is a pain in the ass. What do you do with that? There's no Nautilus. The Onivia is a fine matchup, but it's not as easy as something like that Rise matchup. Cassiopeia can fight this.
Yeah, and it's not as great a synergy with the Vi either, obviously, because then your mid-jungle synergy is somewhat anti-synergy. It's very possible to trap Vi on the wrong side of a wall and make her life very difficult.
Yeah, and it's not, you don't have the easiest target range, right? If you're within Q range, yes, but it's quite hard to follow up to that. Okay, so now we're going to a second round of bans. This Poppy is a flex pick between support and jungle. Zoom players like Fengyue have some really good Poppy support games. Renata banned away. I think that JDG are probably... Well, are they looking at something like Alistair? I think also JDG need to ban away Jin, personally. I think that Elks is too good at it. It's so good with the Rumble.
Yeah.
Way more definitely looking at something like the Kai'Sa here, if I'm looking at the composition.
Although I think Gala could be too. You got the Vi.
That is true. There's like... The thing is, the AD carry pool is kind of like constricted right now, especially with the last bans that are going to come through. Aphelios gone, Varus gone, plus the Sivir, MF, Yunara and Korki being gone.
Valid little point in chat as well. I see you, Crossbow. Yes, there is absolutely some potential anti-synergy where you put a wall down and Poppy just stuns you with your own wall.
But then the other thing is that Poppy hates being locked into choke points like that too. Poppy often gets kind of in the same way that Shinzao has those problems where like you just kind of trap them into the team fight. You are a melee at the end of the day. That can be a problem.
Jin ban comes through.
Wise, I think. The Kai'Sa remains up. I'll note that. That might not be awful here for Elk. It's a little bit tricky in terms of spacing before you press R, but your ability to potentially get on top of the Onivia behind all of her defensive zoning tools can be quite threatening. You have got enough dive and things here with the Poppy. Assuming you get in something like a Shinzao, you're probably okay. Though that would mean probably running the Poppy support. So, couple different options here. I think you've got like Kai'Sa Nautilus. You're feeling pretty happy.
Nautilus is already gone, so you can't go towards
Fair point.
that one.
Yes.
You go, oh, Lucian, that's a little bit different. Now you ask the question, does Vampire go towards something... Well, you could go Nami, you could go Braum. There's a couple of different flex options here. Now, with that in mind, I don't know if you want to put the Poppy in towards that bot lane. I think you actually chuck that in towards the jungle now at that point to say it's fine into the Vi. We don't know the bot lane matchup. Elkanera, what have you got cooked up? No Jhin, no Lucian.
Caitlyn.
That could be different, though.
That's an interesting one, because Onivia doesn't hate being outranged, and Caitlyn is definitely one of those people who can just outrange the Onivia and go, this is tricky.
Elka's also played this on a World's final stage. Do we have Erha practicing something like the Elise? Because if you're going to do this, you want to play for lane pressure.
It was hovered last game.
Yeah, so do you go Caitlyn Elise? A couple of lanes are really picking this up across the world. And look, Weibo with this comp are really inviting JDG to run into them. They do have that Vi. They can struggle to play around that. Of the rest of the team, with the Onivia really can hold you at longer range. What does Erha do here?
Karma, another possibility. Erha does play it up. You're right, it is banned. Thank you very much.
You could also just say Caitlyn will carry the Alistair through the lane, but then you might get into a range support. There's that Elise. We've seen it across the world. At BLG and Elk were the team that popularized this. A new support, pretty mechanically proficient actually, gonna lock it in.
We saw last game, there was a hover of the Twitch, and Twitch Elise was very much a combo. I think the interesting thing with the Nami here is it can help split off people like the Poppy going forwards. You can potentially punish the Elise with Aqua Prisms if she repels poorly, but it's very skill shot reliant, and you have to force people like the Elise and the Poppy into making moves that you're expecting. If you can force the repel, then you can get the Aqua Prism. If you use the Aqua Prism to force it, can be a bit unfun.
Vampire is gonna think he's on a melee champion, walk up to a bush, get cocooned, and then just die.
And that has been, and look, the jokes are there, but it is true. And we saw Vampire pulling out the Nami last year in particular on WE. He was struggling. There were a lot of really poor positional errors when he was like between lanes, looking to do some warding missions and get people caught out. Can be problematic for him.
I also think just it's not that good into this lane. Like, yeah, Lucian Nami, really strong lane pairing. Caitlyn Elise is just better. It's longer range, more damage, there is more ways to avoid your damage, and the CC is more immediate.
I do think the Nami is good for the team fights. If you have suddenly, you know, a Nivea ult on one side, the wall on the other, and then a Nami ult kind of, again, just pinning people into place, JDG's zone control in team fights is really good. The question will be, does the Vi get caught out on the engage? She's going to have to be very, very patient this game. Going to get it into the rift for the last time today, folks. Hope you've been enjoying it as much as we have been here as well. My name's Nymaera. I'm joined by Harold Hamhand and Initialise. If you've been enjoying what we're doing, think about dropping a like, subscribe, follow. It does make a difference to us because we're doing this completely independently. No one is helping us do this but yourselves watching it. And we appreciate you spending your LPL time here. Onto the rift we go for the last time today. I did go a bit early with that, but we are going to get some really loud gyros, I think. Wait for them. Ooh, fighting over bush control. JDG going to walk down very early. Honky could get that level 1 Q.
That could be a big deal. What's Elk leveled? Has he chosen something yet? Ura's in danger, has to flash. Cocoon back, repel. Not bad.
It's really good, actually, in terms of the survival. You do lose that flash, but Airhead doesn't lose that much HP. They'll still be able to contest the level 1.
And it's Hex Flash Elise, so it's not like she doesn't have some of those jump tools. Keep your eyes on it, but I appreciate the attempted level 1. It does give Cassiopeia a lot of license here in the early game, though.
Honky's coming over, trying to contest this Raptors level 1. What is Xiaohu going to do here?
What has he got leveled up? I don't actually know. This gets really dicey. Honky not having a lot of fun. Does have the passive to work with. Smite Fight thrown out. Bottom side. Vampire ignited as the Cocoon landed. Repelled forwards. Looking to get more damage down. Eric can't quite get as much down as they were hoping. The heal is through. Level 1-1 by Weibo Gaming's bot lane.
It is, but I think JDG missed out on a lot of the camps there in mid lane. Yeah, it's Junja which gets most. It gets the big Raptor. Xiaohu hits level 2 though. Mid lane going fine for Xiaohu. JDG, I suppose he hasn't lost any camps of his own though, so it's a bit of a net. It's whatever for him. Would have been nice to get it. Would have maybe shut out the jungle matchup. Doesn't quite get the killer blow.
We'll see whether it leads to Vi getting an opportunity to counter invade at some point and maybe look for the double scuttle, because the one thing it does do is delay the clear. And if that becomes problematic, we'll keep our eyes on it. Gala just about gets over the trap. Unfortunately, Vampire does not, and ends up being chunked out a little bit more. Again, you are at least with a bit more sustain in this lane, so if you can play it a bit slower, Vampire can afford to throw some ebb and flows out there and look to get some value from that.
We're now in a situation where Hongq is going to be down in XP probably for the entire game. Probably going to go towards that Roa, so he's going to get a little bit back, but Xiao, who already getting the trading down in the mid lane, the Cassiopeia having access to that wave early and being able to force Hongq to take non-preferential pathing and forcing him away from XP has kind of flipped the lane a lot, because for a long time we think of like Onivia, this kind of champion that can outrange and outpoke and be fine in terms of positioning. Good electrocute trade coming there from Hongq. But look at Hongq's HP. He is 1 QE off of just having the egg forced.
We'll see whether actually Xiaohu chooses to freeze the wave outside a turret there. You know, his laning phase in the Cassiopeia versus Knight was really good against that Talia matchup. Jungle uses those Phaelites. Gonna get that bot side Scuttle Crab. Jungle matchup, even for now, JJ to get, you know, some of the small raptors. Might see a fight over this bot side.
Wondered whether it would be this little look at the invade. They've got a ward down to spot something up on the blue buff, have the side of Weibo Gaming, and partly why Alk and Ura pulled back early on despite the shove was basically saying, look, our jungler's just not going to be there. We can't afford to be overshoved. And wisely so. Will cost them a plate bot lane, and actually that's pretty good for Gala and Vampire, who shrugged off a lot of that poke, got the level 3 first, and basically that's all off the fact that Elk and Ura had to pull back, weren't allowed to stay shoved up.
Yeah, the bot lane's actually... Ooh, that's a little dangerous there. Luckily it dodges out on that EQ afterwards. Yeah, Vampire and Gala doing fine in the laning phase. That level 1 potentially really helping that more. Well, we haven't been able to see all of it, of course. There's been other stuff to see. Leafy jumps around a little bit. Stun on Xiaohu.
Nice little crystallized wall there. The turnaround there with the Noxious Blast makes things a little bit more interesting for Hongq. Junja is around. Would probably get spotted out by this ward. Maybe forcing a flash here from Xiaohu. Walks towards the wall. There has to flash the stun. Yeah.
But it does save him the HP. Still doing very well in this laning phase. JJ out of vision now.
Oh,
they did look. They just spotted Vi go from. Oh no! They've just spotted Jungle go from mid lane to top lane. I thought that JJ had a great opportunity to go behind them in bot lane there. Not going to do so. Instead, will spot out an enemy ward.
Yeah, I wonder whether there was a bit of an option there, but I think they were pulling back quick enough, and there were a lot of pings coming on forwards and some alarm bells being sprung. So will not lead to a gank bot side. Nice chunk there in the mid lane as Xiaohu's going to be given a bit of assistance in getting this wave shoved.
Yeah, it was a good electrocute trade. Worth noting that Xiaohu, of course, did teleport back as well. I was wondering when he managed to reset, but he did do it just before that mid lane passage of play. An amount of CS up, not a huge amount of that.
That's something of a preferential back timing. The Flash Frost will not catch out there. It was a little bit exploratory, shall we say, from Hongq. And he's not playing a goose, but it's close enough. Honk.
Honk.
That's what his name sounds like.
You need to get like a compilation of like loudest like honks. You know, like there's that guy who's got like a he installed like a train horn into his car. It's like, what the hell? This is like break. It fired off in a tunnel. It's like, okay, everyone stops after that.
Yeah, I mean, now we're seeing like this early laning phase kind of going a bit flip-floppy. I think Gala going for the first strike, you know, starting with the W trying to just find that early poke, get a little bit of extra health, but at least.
You know, the thing is, obviously the damage from Weibo is good, but there is, assuming Gala and Vampire can back away, wait for the ebb and flow cooldowns, you do have more sustain in that lane.
Top side.
Yeah, good call on that one, Alex. You're right. Out comes the equalizer as well. Xiao Shu missing.
Oh my
just
god!
Dead.
He just gets blasted by him.
Bot side trip. Oh, they get one back, but now overcomes JJ. We have the 1-for-1 right now. Gala potentially in danger, trying to get something, but again, Elk being down means that the AD carry is out of lane for Weibo.
Now, this is going to sound weird. I actually think it's good that Airhair ends up getting the kill because the Elise is really, really strong with a little bit of extra gold. Gala doesn't on the other side. Yes, it is Junja. See on the top side, though, this Rumble is going to be a huge, huge problem in the future. The Rumble is so high pick and ban, is ahead in lane, gets that solo kill. Zerka, we've said, look, at points in the past, he has contested for best top laner in the LPL. Hongq could actually look for a solo kill, stops the recall. Good guess on that.
Shout out to Tornasco as well with the 5 gifted subs, all that violence happening bot lane. Appreciate you for coming and looking after us here in Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you for those of you who do choose to support us. It means the absolute world. Bot lane we look again. Worth noting, Elk blew his flash in that last play. Potentially danger. Gala needs to be a bit wary because the other side is, Elise is still a little bit further ahead than she might be otherwise.
Yeah, I think this is going to be the level 6 from Junja, so danger moment now for Weibo. JDG have the Vi combo coming online with this Scuttle Crab. Xiao, who's had his back stopped like a bunch of times in mid lane. Good job from Hongq for playing that. So what the hell happened here? I mean, misses 1Q, goes for the all out, and then what happens here? Equalizer comes down, hits him while he's there,
Qs.
and then what happens here? So 1Q misses, so that's 2 in the trade. And then after that point, it's just game over.
And what you do when you go all out is you lose all your resists and trade for damage, and if you don't omni-vamp, you die.
Oh, that's gonna be the flash for. Oh, this is what happened in the. Oh my god, I didn't.
Oh my god. Oh my
We've
god.
all been there. We've all been there.
Oh Jesus Christ.
Fine.
Okay. Oops.
Great reactions though. That was well done. There's
Yeah,
some good casting
yeah.
instinct in a lot of ways,
Okay.
aside from the fact it was in fact a replay.
Alright. So there is the flash down from Elkin. It did end up causing him to lose his life. Down a little bit. Well, he's down 10 CS now on Gala.
Yeah.
The bot lane's been really good from Gala and Vampire. The laning phase has been one of the biggest calling cards of JDG. Their laning phase is good, particularly Honkyu in this bot lane have been very good. And again, thank you so much for those gift subs to Nesco. It really does make a lot of difference to us. Going back onto the map now, getting some resets coming through. Fairly even game, all things said and done. I'm really afraid of what this Rumble can do in the team fights though, guys.
Yeah.
JJ has decided to go for the Sundered Sky.
Most LPL junglers do.
They do on the
Particularly
Poppy,
if you're going towards jungle Poppy, you do tend to. It gives you that really nice kind of buckler slam. It's a big calling card here of our LPL Poppies. Potential wall in the mid lane.
It's a good wall, and again, Xiaohu, for all of that initial level 1 was really strong. Since then, Honkyu has done a fantastic job about making things a bit trickier. At least Xiaohu's able to trade back well enough for now. But again, now that the Glacial Storm is in, it's just making Xiaohu's life a lot harder.
Grub started on the top side. Worth noting there are Swifties on Xiaohu, so we can try and escape some of those slows.
Very true. Acing the hole onto guard.
Treads instead of on Honkyu, you know. There's a lot of CC and a lot of magic damage coming through from the side of Weibo, so it makes sense.
Honkyu's roamed.
On vision.
Especially because JJ is known to be top side. We'll have a little bit of a smite still ahead. Oh, that cocoon going wide's a bit frustrating. The stun with the Flash Frost puts Elk down to half.
They did have him on vision. I think they were trying to just keep Honkyu around bot lane. It gives a bit of a pressure valve for Xiaohu. I did wonder actually whether Zucker would walk away from that. Can they maybe catch him out on the roam back in? We'll see. He's probably gonna, he should get zoned out of a whole wave here, I would have thought.
Yeah, that's the price of the move.
If he ever walked into that wall, JJ would have just gone over the wall and pinned him into it. But, oh man, this...
Spiderlings help tank up the majority of that, so it should be alright. And the culling is not going to be the biggest deal here. A little bit of poke onto the Elise, which is a fairly nice thing to do, because the one thing she will always be is bloody squishy.
Yep.
By the way, we are going to see a collector coming out of the Caitlyn first in this game. Again, this is one which I don't mind as much because you do have double AP solo laners. Typically, collector, very good first item, but then falls off a lot after that point. Here, because you have the double AP, people are less incentivized to build those Merc trades. And to be honest, in this game, Elk's job is probably going to be one-shot the first person coming into the play. It was Viper at Worlds last year that showcased the Collector Lord Doms build, which is just really nasty armor pen. Xiaoxu could actually lose this 1v1 again, by the way.
It could be a bit dicey, but over comes Junja, flash away, and that'll be the summoner blown to get out to safety. Theoretically, flash.
Xiaoxu might have to teleport here. He's not going to do it, just
Okay.
like he makes it out of safety.
Nicely done. Will manage to extricate themselves. Shield now from Vampire, courtesy of the area. And again, jumping onto Gala's harder with the cleanse, but you can get onto Vampire a bit more freely, considering he has limited mobility and a heal to his name.
Yeah, we're now in a bit of a stalemate in terms of the game, because as Weibo, you have control of the top side currently. You have Xiaohu with a slight lead, who, you know, it's taking like these 50-50 trades in mid lane, not really much happening, but Zeka has full control of the top side. So I wonder if, as Weibo, you're looking to make something happen around the spawn of the Herald, or you're gonna move Zeka as soon as he completes the role quest, and you're gonna try to trick a big pitch fight at the Drake.
And while Xiaohu does have the gold lead in mid lane, worth noting that Honkyu has been just permanently pushing and leaving. He's just been pushing, looking towards one side of the map. I think it's been good from Elkiner to make sure that they haven't died to that, really. Because they've been putting those walls down in Tribrush. If they do fail that one time, though, Caitlyn Elise starts falling behind, you really start hurting. Now, Gala is already ahead individually, but the Elise, Caitlyn's still going to be dominant for a little while. It's good vision control from them to ward out the river and head back out onto the map as well.
Ooh, Petrifying Gaze burned. Honkyu might still be in danger despite avoiding the stun on the wall comes down, and Xiaohu can't slither through that.
Yeah, no, really good on the side of Honkyu for just... The sidestep was really clean, to be honest, so... Xiaohu forced to use the ult to try and just get a beneficial trade to get the push, but Honkyu just comes back, puts the Glacial Storm down. Not
Just
really
going
nice.
behind bot lane.
Oh,
boy. There are summoners available for both JDG bot
On
lanes.
vision now.
Looking for something now. Can look to steadfast presence if required. The double knockup with the keeper's verdict. Flash on Gala, who's now going to be hit with the ace in the hole. Tinking down low. Flash, heal, burn from Gala and Vampire.
That's important because they need those summoners to fight in the 2v2. So you're now down 4 summoners to 2. They're going to start losing their pressure now. Maybe that's something which Weibo can use to get foothold again around the next dragon. 30 seconds off of that. If they manage to get that, stop the early dragon stacking from JDG, get one for themselves, they're quite happy.
And JDG have put a lot of team resources into keeping this bot lane up and rolling. Speaking of, Junjin now around, might look to return the favour. Potentially in danger. Cease and desist. Elk flashes away. Tidal wave's going to land. And a wonderful return combo from JDG.
Well, we were saying, look, the bot lane pressure is really important. Immediate kill. And I think this is where the game falls apart, guys. You've lost your summoners. Elk goes down. They didn't track Junja. The lane gank works wonders.
How many times have we seen Honkyu roam bot? That's the second or third time Junja's been down there. This is the first one that really leads to lots of kills, but they are important ones, and that's going to get them the dragon as well. And Weibo Gaming draft this Caitlyn Elise and then don't really get to support it, even from the level 1 where we had the Onivia down there.
And I'm just glad that, you know, that Zorn won the fight. I'm glad, you know. Down with Piltover. The Undercity remembers.
Oh, it's fighting Caitlyn fighting, Alex.
Yeah, relationship drama.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Arcane stands thinking of some great fan fiction right now, guys.
Yeah.
But I really don't think we can like call this game a situation at any point until Zeka joins a fight.
That's true. No, that's a fair point too. I just worry that if it's just Zika joining the fight, like making pressure on the map, what does this Caitlyn do? Down 1,000 gold. Again, that level 1 flash blown by Honkyu, really important. I actually think Honkyu has probably been the best performing player here for JDG in this game, despite having that awkward Ziggs game in the team fights a little earlier. Because, you know, he has been pushing and roaming, making sure this bot lane plays respectfully. Of course, blew that flash at the level 1, gave this bot lane a fighting chance.
Very much so. Elk now shoving up best he can. Going to get some work done. There's a wall behind there, but I'm not seeing any real teleport threats as yet. Just keeping my eye on that one. I have seen it once or twice these days. I sat on a ward right now. Culling comes on down. Oh, doesn't really lead to all that much.
Oh, the dulling, yes, my favourite.
Turn around as the Miasma comes on down, but the Flash Frost will allow for an Electrocute Jade. And there's the mid lane role quest complete, and that means all the role quests now are completed. JJ and Junja both mid lane currently.
That's the Vial coming for 5 seconds.
Whoa! Into the Petrifying Gaze. Twin Fangs coming flying. The Steadfast Presence make this very difficult. That's just a nice combo.
That's ridiculous. That is just so unfair. Honkyu's been playing so well this game. Gets blasted by the mid jungle.
Now a bit of damage onto Junja, who needs to find a Vault Breaker here. The Keeper's verdict. He's in a lot of damage. The problem is, Xiao has no mana. Does it matter? Cease and desist. Vault Breaker away. How long until a bot clear and a potential turnaround? They can't quite keep up. And Junja in that Cloud Soul area will get to run away.
No mana left on Xiao Hu to finish down the kill. Really good play from the mid jungle of Weibo. That opens up the question again. Gold back to even the flash for a cocoon.
Gonna go the tidal wave in. The TPs come flying back away. Goes Ura. TPs are here. The ignite down, and I think that might cost bot lane quite a lot. In come the teleports.
Yeah, they are. Zucker's coming down. We were saying, well, when's he gonna turn up? It's the Onivia flying in on the other side. Bit of an overuse of that teleport, but then again, it's actually gonna be covered by Cassiopeia in top lane, who collects up that wave. Weibo start to make some plays of their own.
And again, Honkyu with flash, but no passive, could still potentially be in danger there from full combos. The collector finally being done for Elk just gave them a little bit more threat there. Get a few more summoners, get that little reset coming on through that might otherwise have been a bit problematic. But again, you've gotten to the 1 item mark for both the Lucian and the Nami. That's a great breaking point. It's the essence we've built for the Lucian, so not the immediate straight up burst that we used to see back in the Gale Force days, but still very strong here, especially once you do get that second item and things come online with the rapid fire.
We see Harold being started by the side of JDG. And we saw glimpses for a second over there of the top lane, the Cassio into Cassandra matchup. Not fun for the Cassandra. You just get kited at a tournament, and you know. But on the side of Weibo, really good punishes, finding the angle in the mid lane. JJ has been one of the better puppies in the league, even when he was on IG.
Hang on, they're going to go on to him. He has flash, but he doesn't have passive.
Yeah, I think he's just dead. They've done such a good job. There's nothing to be done. He doesn't blow the flash. He knows it won't make him survive. And the passive being down means Honkyu in a side lane is still a problem.
Honkyu dying under side lane turrets has sadly become a hallmark of this player. Harold's going to be driven into mid lane. There are some... my dude?
They were worried about Ura being behind. They're going to try and turn this into a battle. Harold JJ is still here. Oh, okay, he's out.
Someone take away this man's driving license.
I'm assuming they saw with the Elise behind him would be a death.
Or keep his license and give him a sat-nav. Recalculating. They've lost the Harold use now. That would have been such a big thing to put into mid lane. Maybe they were afraid that Junja would die. But I feel like missing that. Just let it charge itself. At that point, they can't stop it.
Such a mistake, you've got to feel. Guess there were Caitlyn traps being threatened there as well. I don't really know. I'd have to go look back and see whether there was a world where it was about to jump out on top of a Caitlyn trap and went nope. But even then.
I think there was the threat of the chain CC coming down with Elise Cocoon into trap, into possible Poppy follow-up.
So just don't get into it in the first place. Let it charge. It's going to happen. There's no way you're stopping it. Big mistake there by JDG.
Maybe they forgot that they can also just let it charge and not ride it.
Maybe true.
But riding it's so much more fun.
I brought a sword day, a red day, ere the sun rises. Fourth Erlingus.
Says the Herald as it charges in.
Yeah.
That's the sound the Herald makes.
I think, you know, if you had Harold, Lord of the Rings trilogy would have been like 3 chapters long.
Well, maybe we'd name it Grond.
Yeah, maybe it is Grond. Oh my god, that would be great. Missing.
A little bit of a Hex Flash angle with that one. Nice dash away there with the Relentless Pursuit.
The observers were busy showing the fighting. Well, I mean, I saw Elk miss a cannon under turret.
-1.
-1. Dragon is up now. Weber would be giving over third dragon. It's a Cloud Rift, not the game ender, but still very good for someone like the Lucian, of course. Of course, Onivia procs it pretty much on cooldown. Nasty to get on top of them. You might just give this one over. I mean, it's not been started yet by JDG. Instead, pushing into mid lane.
Oh, this is a minion or two there. Does eat a bit of a chunk there from the Ardent Blaze, empowered by some of that Tidecaller's Blessing. Of course, Xiaohu now topside again. And again, Cassandra just doesn't have fun into that matchup, as we've noted. Zuka gets to come across and threaten a little bit. Mid lane turret will fall, though, and that'll be first turret of the game go to JDG.
That's a really late first turret, I think about 18 minutes in. Typically falls a little bit earlier in those side lanes. There's some big moments that are going to come up, folks, where we're going to get Zuka getting his 2-item spike of that Blood Letters, most likely as that second item. That will really unlock Xiaohu. And then, of course, Xiaohu getting himself towards what is likely that Seras as well, trying to go very, very defensive. I know it's lacking Leandries, but it will be really, really powerful at playing the anti-dive.
Herald started, Dragon started, JJ's around. Elise stepping forward again, not the most favourite person to face. You can look to turn around if you need to. The Spiderlings tank a lot of the culling.
Teleport's coming in now from the Cassante, so it's the Cassiopeia. Everyone's coming into this. Trap teleporting onto that, but it's not the best. Standing still for the Q. You can't do that, Elk.
Tidecaller's Blessing plus a rapid fire auto. It means that happens. They try and get the steal off. Doesn't quite work. Charging the warbirds onto Cassante. It's not exactly the easiest member. They'll knock the Vi away. All out, but that's towards the bloody Rumble. Not sure about that one. The Equalizer tags 3. Good damage. The Tidal Wave to try and disengage, but it's sidestepped well. Now looking for a potential angle. Lots of damage on the Gala. Who needs to flash away? The shields are good. Buy some time, and now Junja potentially danger. The Flash Frost lands on 2. That's over the wall, and actually good disengage from JDG.
The way that JDG get out of this fight is criminal. Zeka with the Equalizer, good angle, but he didn't really cut off the escape. He was just looking for damage. He could have cut up the escape angle, but really good from JDG to recognize that they can take the dragon and then they can look for the disengage with all their tools. There's a lot of mobility available and they make it out.
I think it's becoming a huge issue now that this Caitlyn is just not a factor in this game. You know, Elk, I was saying perhaps he was the best performing AD carry in the world actually in the last week. Well, he's had now 1 or 2 iffy games. There was the Aphelios game versus Top Esports, which looked a little bit shoddy. This one here, I think that he individually, this time, has not looked fantastic on the Caitlyn. Right there, charging up the Q, and the Lucian was in range. Gala's Lucian, of course, someone with a hell of a history too. Very powerful champion for himself. Elk being behind over 1,500 gold is just so hard to play around for Weibo now.
And I think, again, part of that is very, very good prep from JDG. The level 1 with the Onivia down there. How many times with Junja around caused so much trouble. The counter ganks. We saw 4, 5 attempts from JDG to make sure some things happen.
It's
and
not
that's
in
great from them.
It's not in isolation. It exists within a context, but then you see some of the individual plays and you struggle. Hang on, Zuka can actually really threaten here.
Yeah.
It's coming up in 10 seconds. Honky's not happy with that.
Going to be forced to Glacial Storm there. There is indeed no flash for Zuka. There is one on Honky. You might be able to force it nonetheless. That can be a bit tricky. Don't keep your...
I feel like Zeka has been kind of choked out of this game because of the lane assignments. He wants to be into the Cassandra and not into the Onivia. He wants to be able to pressure the fight to like try and take beneficial trades, forcing the enemy laner out of the lane. While the Onivia doesn't really care. She puts down the glacial, the storm, and doesn't matter. And Jedz just eats a calling for fun.
A little less dull these days. That one stings a bit more. Got 2 items, needed 3 actually, for the side of Gala, who's having a great start to this game in general. Much better showing from Vampire on the Nami as well, actually. Again, the last time we saw him was a little bit dicey on it. But again, that was last year. Very different team, very different environment. And so far, so good, actually, on this Enchanter here this game.
Yeah. Although I will say, realistically, I think the person who's really performing here is Gala, who I think has been skipping over the skill shots very, very well. You know, we saw that time where Vampire was jumping onto the trap, and he's the one jumping forwards to make sure that he's safe. Gala's really the pilot here. He's doing very well. The last fight as well, when you looked at Elk getting chunked out, that was Gala jumping forward again. Falls for it. Gala on Lucian may just be in a very strong position. However, if he ever goes down for free, I think a lot of the damage from JDG just evaporates. It is a lot on this Lucian. So if they catch him, don't be surprised to see the team fight going away from them.
I think Junja's also been having a really great game on the Vi, finding the right angle to engage, punishing the lack of summoners.
I hear they're 90 degrees right angles. Yeah, he's been having a pretty good game. You know, there was that one time in the mid jungle where things fell apart a little. Like one every game, you know.
Yeah. You know, I wanted to do one earlier when you said Honkyu's flying in, and I was like, yeah, of course, he's a bird.
Elk, not even at the second item yet. 3 items for Gala, has an Infinity Edge. If Gala gets damage down, folks, this game is over. So what we need to see from Weibo to not make this just probably what should be now quite a clean win from JDG with an objective lead and that gold lead is somehow there needs to be a catch onto this Lucian.
Eyes on the timers at the top left of your screen. A minute until Cloud Soul, and that would be a bit of a disaster for the side of Weibo Gaming. They are going to be forced to fight this. At the very least, you've now got the second item for Elk. Worth noting, Gala has skipped buying his second upgraded boots in order to secure those 3 items. You can do that on the Lucian. Will be coming into this fight feeling pretty damn strong. We'll have 2 items for Zucker and for Xiaohu, though, which is a big deal. I'm not sure Honkyu's quite there, actually. We'll see where he's at. We'll get a Seraph's on reset here, which I'm assuming he should have just before this dragon fight.
It's also worth knowing as well, you know, if JDG allow Cassiopeia to kind of slip the noose in the team fight, don't engage onto him, he can just explode the first target in front of him. He's got a lot of gold. Now, Xiaohu against BLG struggled to do that damage. His laning phase was a little better in that game, though, it's worth noting. Up a little bit of gold. What can he do? Because, let's be honest, folks, Elk, for once, is not going to be the main carry of Weibo.
No, he's not. You do have damage elsewhere. It's only 1,500 gold difference, so it's not exactly as if it's out of distance per se. It's just where that gold is that raises an eyebrow or two.
Weibo, turn up to the dragon first. This would be Soul in 20 seconds. Kasante pushes in towards that top lane turret. What can Weibo do to stop the Soul going over?
Ooh. Nice idea there, but again, this is an Elise at this point. It's not the Nami. The value at this point of the game a little different. TP fly.
From the Kasante, has that roll quest teleport. They could just push up mid lane. The Culling's pretty good.
Rocket Belt from Era gets him out to safety, but a good, decent chunk. There's still some honey fruit, which will help reset some of that DPS. Watch Junja can potentially get over the wall here. He is the Vi.
Oh, there goes the Onivia. Onivia's out.
That's decent. There's the cocoon to land onto the Vi. Has not gone into the pit yet. 1 by the side of JDG. Kasante face tanking the tidal wave. Not fantastic, actually. Elk did get hit by it. The equalizer comes across, splits the team fight. Zucker very low. Gala jumping forwards. The blaster gun doesn't really get Zucker out to safety all the while. Kasante gets shoved into the wall, courtesy of the Onivia. Gala gets a hold of Era. That's a pretty good turnaround. It's actually the damage across the extended fight is going the way of JDG finally. All out goes Xiaoshu. They're trying to do some damage back as Elk survives. Does get a kill. Flash away, not enough. And the wall not fantastic. Ends up being the 4 for 2, 4 for 1 even, in favour of the side of JDG. Decent chunk there onto the Vi. Can Cassiopeia escape? I just don't think so.
Doesn't have the flash anymore. Does have the Swifties and the Cassiopeia passive. They're really quick.
Wow!
Cassiopeia passive and the Swifties helping them out. So they get the dragon and the fight goes, what, 3 for 1?
4 for 1. No, 4 for 1, 3 for 1. You're right. Sorry.
Yeah, no, because there are 2 carries alive on the screen.
Yes. No,
so
you're right.
I'd imagine.
Yeah, no, I just can't count, Alex, is the answer.
But I thought that this fight was not bad from Weibo, all things said and done. You know, they get rid of the Onivia, they get the stun onto the Vi, so she can't fly in at the start of the fight. I'm not going to lie, I don't think Xiaoshu is having a very good game. He's just being locked up in the front line. He struggles to get a lot done in this fight.
Gala really tries the back end of this because Zucker gets absolutely blasted.
And he almost even turns it around, that's the thing. Level 16 Rumble lands 1 harpoon and just goes, I'm just gonna start right-clicking you. And almost like one-shots Gala. So in this situation, like, as a Weibo, you're like, okay, the fights are going okay. We're still having issues with target access though, because the Lucian is allowed to chase down our carries. So they need to find a solution, well, not a solution, just a new way to approach these fights where you're not forced to just lose ground consistently and just get pumped and chipped down.
I think really Weibo need to find a way to just slowly grind down the front line while the equalizer zones out the actual damage from JDG. That's probably the blueprint if you can manage that. The problem is Gala is just so fed. He's going to explode the first person. We saw what happened to
Elk.
that. Elk is... Oh, he actually dies here if anyone just presses the button. And he should be fine for now. Jed is over the other side of the wall looking to go.
Oh, that's problematic. He can't dash away. He's knocked up. He's going to go down. Tidal wave healing is not there. And now look at the side. Looking for the cocoon. Forces to flash. Equalizer now follows. Vampire the fish. It's been charbroiled. They'll get the kill. They've lost the bot lane. They just weren't respectful enough.
This is Baron. Surely this is Baron. I think they have to walk over to it right now. They have the Cassiopeia. Jed pulls out the monster plate.
Another JJ tackle masterclass. Call this guy a running back because he's finding all the right ways to get into the defense.
Junja's looking for the steal over the back of the pit. That Cassiopeia does do a lot of damage, but this is a flip, folks. This is a flip. Make no mistake about it.
It's the flip that Weibo are treating in the 3v5. Can get in here. Jir does not know where the Vi is until now. They're trying to jump on Elk. There's the turnaround. Good DPS. The capture Vi engaged. They've blown up Junja, taking him away. Now in the backline causing some serious strife as the Glacial Storm. The flash away. We're into the pit. 3,000 HP, but there's no smite. And Xiaoshu gets burned down as Zucker claims his life.
I cannot believe Weibo are now probably going to win this game, folks. I might die. Goodbye, little spider. You did your job well. Weibo clutch out in the mid lane through JJ, catch out members on the retreat, and JDG once again are caught out an extended play on the map.
Consistently inconsistent!
But where they are consistent, as we have seen now against JDG in 2 series, is their ability to find the windows for a pick on someone who's not as safe as they think they are.
What a tackle from JJ. This guy and his angles on finding the right tackle at the right moment. No flash on Gala because he had burned it to chase down Zeka in the fight before. They know that there is a cleanse available, but getting away from a knockup is difficult.
I just, look, the thing which just sticks in my mind is, if this had been BLG trying to go for this play around the Baron, they probably would have died. Junja couldn't quite connect the Q. It's a great turnaround amount of damage from Xiaohu as well, who gets helped out with his phase rush. I can't believe that Elk lives there, actually. Typically, the Vi gets
barrier, baby.
Blast people to go forwards. And the CC, disgusting. And when you're around the Baron like this in a desperation moment, yeah, you have to engage into them. Weibo have a gold advantage now. There's 30 seconds till the next dragon. Weibo, I mean, if they don't lose the next dragon, they should be home sailing with this Baron push.
They've got so much standing gold to get as well. There's the second turret falling now, 1,500 gold ahead. Still got a lead for Gala, but Elk now at 3.5 items, feeling a lot happier. And everywhere else on the map is feeling damn strong. You've got an Abyssal Masking for Jirjir to shred all those resists for your solo lanes.
Yeah, you've got the Bloodletters and that's a team-wide magic resisted down. They're trying to push in the mid lane now, JDG.
Potential turnaround, get onto Honkyu. Equalizer across multiple members is nasty. Xiaoshu caught on top of the trap. Does have a oh my god, he has to flash and cleanse away. The damage back around. They're going to try and get onto Zucker, who goes gold golden. The tidal wave is solid. Aaron knocked up. The glacial storms though onto Xiaohu. The culling is not enough to get kills. Lots and lots blown there, but no one dead quite yet. Resets coming through.
Yeah, there's going to be the empowered recall from the Baron from Weibo, which will help them, but they did lose out a little bit on the HP. Here comes the rumble back again. No equalizer. So hang on, the catch again.
Oh! Has to flash away from the Elise now. The rumble, looking for the younger member, Gala! No flash is in danger, takes a lot of damage, Zucker gets on top of it, they've blown up the Lucian! Keeper's verdict away on the front line, Era helps Junja fall as well. And Weibo Gaming have been so good with the flanks.
Again and again and again and again. Zeka, Jeje, finding the right moments to push the engage. Weibo have been on the back foot this game, but every single time that it mattered, that lead in the solo lanes and that a playmaking in the jungle has come through.
It might seem reductive to put it down to this, but JDG can't deal with Weibo's chaos. Chaos, which Weibo have thrived in no matter who's been on the roster. I don't know how they keep managing to do it, but they're managing to get under the skin of this newly formed team of JDG, and perhaps a little too new to dance with these older hands. Well, I mean, they're a new roster too. You know what? Screw it. They just don't know how to deal with the craziness of Weibo. All of this random teleports in. Their ability to make these clutch plays is something which JDG have not found an answer to.
And I've got to call it out as well, the fact that they are managing to come out from so many weird pockets of vision, which JDG think they're in defensive positions, where you can see how far back Vampire is sitting to tidal wave for his AD carry to disengage that way. But when suddenly you've got an Elise who is flash rocket belting out of nowhere, and then there's a rumble equalizer and the JJ flashing on in on the poppy. It's really good stuff to find the angles.
Like, there's very little that Vampire can do in this game. For what it's worth, I think Vampire's actually been playing this game about as well as you can do. The tidal wave is going in the right directions. The problem is Weibo are opening up too many angles of attack, which means that the Onivia can't just wall one direction. You can't just wave one direction. There are too many boy bands in the world, folks. That's what it really comes down to. There's too many directions to count, and Weibo have been opening up that extra angle of attack, allowing Circa, who's now got the full Zhonya's in as well. Rumble has been one of the most powerful champions in the entirety of the game, and probably at this point the history of League of Legends, and Zucker is piloting it very, very well in the team fights.
And the other side of this for me is we saw it in draft, but we went, JDG, your composition doesn't make that much sense. Like, the Onivia's there into the Cassiopeia, the Lucian army to try and deal with this Caitlyn, and a lot of those make sense, and it's not like it's not been entirely without cohesion, but it's not exactly an on-theme draft where everything's doing the same thing.
It's really the Vi which feels a little out of place. It felt like it was maybe a takeaway from the Rumble, and it's left. And actually, I tell you what, this is probably worth talking about too, as the Baron buff is obviously off now, but Weibo at a much larger gold lead now at the end of it. Sometimes JDG have drafted something to take away from the enemy team and ended up with just a less... That's nasty equalizer, throwing out for DPS, I suppose. We saw this in the last series that they played against Weibo, I believe, as well, when they had, like, oh, you took away the misfortune into the Jarvan, and it feels just quite bad. But they take things away, and I think right now it's really led to a less cohesive draft for Junja.
Just got hit by that cocoon. Steadfast Presence prevents the follow-up, and that makes things a bit tricky, because again, Weibo, again, their comp is a bit of a weird one in some ways, but it's got very good pick, very good anti-frontline with the champions they've got, and if you do go diving in as a Vi, Miasma, Steadfast Present, Equalizer, the Cocoon pick, turnaround, it's very nasty. There's not a lot of people who survive the CC change that Weibo can put together, even if they're not from necessarily traditional pick champions entirely.
So some comments in chat about, okay, these top laners, because a lot of people might not have seen them if you've looked internationally. Of course, Zucker has been. Zucker's not new. He was very, very hyped coming off of IG in 22. It's very powerful. Move in the offseason. Hang on. JJ's going to be spotted by Junji. He's 2 levels down, though.
He's quite tanky here. Just finally eats some more DPS. Tidal Wave after might cause some problems. Great. He's got 2 minutes until the next dragon. He'll get to reset.
Yeah, he will do. Great DPS check from Gala, though, because of that, the build which you have gone with that Sun Discovery. A little less tanky. And you can see that Elk is caught up in gold now to the Lucian, so does have decent damage himself on the Caitlyn.
And the range discrepancy is getting a little bit difficult. Again, yes, I know the Cassiopeia is theoretically not the longest range, but her ability to threaten people who do stand forward is pretty good. Not going to lie, the fact that the Caitlyn now, alongside the Rumble, are able to just threaten pretty consistently is a bit dicey for pretty much everyone. No one wants to tank up a combo right now.
Yeah, nobody really wants to tank at all.
The Rocket Belt. Petrify the miasma after as well. There's so many ways to ground people.
Yeah, it's not... Well, hang on. Oh, let's get damage onto Elk there.
Good work.
So you're going to be able to regen up, I'm not sure. Someone had to tank for him. They did do a little bit, but now suddenly a minute till Dragon. He has a little bit of life still. You can see him attacking those Raptors. That will help.
Yeah, back up to 3/4. That's not awful. He's got a wave in mid lane as well, so we'll be okay here.
Realistically, folks, look, Weibo are now at the gold advantage. They were winning fights from behind it. That does not mean this game is over. We saw right there, Gala has just an insane amount of damage. Nearly a full build on the Lucian. We're going up towards 5 items. Will be 6 if he sells the Storon's Blade and looks for something else behind that. Less than a minute now for Dragon. Weibo going to reset, come back out onto the map. Cloud areas help you rotate bound a little more quickly, and Elk buys himself another BF sword on top of his 4 completed items.
Zucker, I think, the right call to buy the Oblivion Orb. Someone needs a bit of anti-heal into the Vamp Scepter, the Omni Vamp of Xiaoshu, the Nami healing. Someone needs just a little bit somewhere. That's not bad. JJ trapped on the wrong side of the wall is fine.
A lot of movement speed on that Poppy, a lot of slow reduction with the Advanced Blade. So now Weibo are looking to pull a trigger somewhere.
That was half the HP from a headshot to Honky, by the way. Carry on.
Oh my god, he's going again. That's another one. He nearly loses his passive. Again, Onivia hates being outranged.
Honky does have the teleport. He can reset and come back in, but the dragon's spawning now. Now, they could give one up. It would just be the 3rd dragon for Weibo.
Sending Cass to solo it.
Yeah, she can solo it, then teleport back over to the other side of the map. Now, JDG, they do have the Onivia. They're very good at walling off the Baron as well. This might end up being a bit of a poppy ult.
shenanigans, though, as well as that rumble up. You don't want to be stuck in the pit against this combo.
Cassiopeia can't finish the dragon in time. It's going down too fast. Over we go. Zucker looking for potential angle with the equalizer. Baron down to Harvey feet. Oh! That's a massive one. Flashes away. Has to get Miguel. Turn over the culling. But Xiaohu to the backline. Petrifying gaze! It's beautiful! The flash cocoon on cue into an egg and it's scrambled.
That is a classic for Xiaohu. He'll put that in his montages, rolling back the years. The vampire going to be exsanguinated under his own turret. Perhaps he can turn things around. Maybe he'll be left alive as a messenger. Weibo clutch it out.
Britney Spear through the heart. Don't you know that he's toxic? It's beautiful.
Walking forwards, Jundra will go down as well. Weibo are JDG's kryptonite.
No, this is a Weibo team for the ages every single year. It doesn't matter the players, it doesn't matter the meta. They are going to beat your top team and they're going to lose to the worst team on the table. I love this team so much. Weibo, take it away.
And suddenly, all of the teams in the group that are winning are 4 wins. We've got 4 teams at 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now have 4 teams at a 4-win mark. JDG and Weibo moved to 4 and 3. BLG and Anyone's Legend at 4 and 2, but they're exactly kind of looking out at the table going, what the hell happening down there? JDG lose against Weibo in a 2-0 in series after beating BLG on the other side of it. A massive series for Weibo.
And look, I've got to call it out here. Xiaohu, what a clutch set of plays. There weren't the mistakes today, really, that we were seeing in previous series. It's looking like Weibo, when they are on it, feel very dangerous. Their ability to come back in clutch ways is strong. I still worry about their early game. There's multiple, in fact, every game where they lost the early game in some capacity. And I think for the side of JDG, those early games were dangerous nonetheless.
And I gotta say, considering that was a lane which lost lane, how useful was that Elise? In every team fight I saw, well, typically you'd expect just Cassante to W backwards, but then what was happening was he was Wing and then getting caught by the cocoon, or getting caught with it without pressing W, and that led to the CC chain, which then ended the fight, really. Weibo, the chaos which they bring on a macro level with these very quickly planned teleports, and then the way that they play through the early game as well, have gotten under the skin of JDG, who now sit there not clear at the top of the table. They have been brought back down to earth.
And that's unfortunate because, again, JDG just beat BLG, just beat Anyone's Legend. Like, this should have been a done deal. And I think part of it is, like, it's not like JDG were entirely poor. There were mistakes. They're going to be very frustrated about things like that shove onto the tier 2 that allowed Gala to die, that led to the Baron to turn around. All these things are frustration moments. Do not get me wrong. It is not perfect, but actually, it wasn't like they got run out or it was stupid mistakes per se. Actually, we saw that be a good contest, and that is good news. I don't want to say it's like just poor play that cost JDG. That's underwriting what happened.
And I want to get ahead of this a little bit too, because one of the things that I've seen in their losses before is, JDG drafts aren't looking great. Now, I'm not going to say the drafts were good. We talked about it being a little bit skew in this game, but I will say I don't think they're costing them the games. I think that's not looking far enough into the problems that JDG may have. It's more like if you say it's on the draft, I think you blind yourself to some of the issues they have with the jungle matchup, some of the issues they have with being unaware that overpushing can kill them. In fact, pretty much every game they have lost, they overpush and they end up getting caught out before they can collapse. We've seen that a lot with Weibo. We've seen that against BLG in the Pantheon and stuff like that too, where they should have lost those games. JDG have a lot to learn. This is actually, though, more what I expected to see from them coming into the split, where they're a good team. They should be a great team with this roster, but they still have a little bit to go before they completely cover those cracks.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Weibo, Erha must have taken a trigonometry class because some angles on those cocoons are just
superb,
amazing.
And again, like, team fight Elise is hard. We have seen so many Elises just become sacks of gold for enemy teams to pick off. She's so damn squishy, and especially because the early game wasn't dominant. We saw a lot of attention from JDG to put Elk and Ura into a difficult position, and successfully so.
Yeah.
Gala and Vampire were having a great time. Yes, backed up by the team, but they delivered on that front. It's the turnaround plays from that support jungle that became so problematic. They just weren't expecting the flash poppy angles to catch people out so freely. And again, once you do get caught, your ability to retreat from Steadfast Presence, from Miasma, from Cocoon, from Equalizer, from the traps afterwards, from the Caitlyn, like, that is not a fun sequence of anti-dash, anti-mobility, CC, and the rest of it to get through. And that combination is brutal for Illusion.
There's just so much zone control on the side of Weibo. I was looking, like, we were looking at the draft and we were like, okay, JDG's draft is a bit more uncohesive, but it's still, like, decent zone control. And then you go into the enemy team who has a lot of ways to slow you, a lot of ways to deal damage to you in a long area. There's just so much power to like force a fight in a favorable angle.
I think, yeah, it's like I think it really depends on who gets ahead. Because bot lane got ahead, I think that was much less of a threat. The problem was the Rumble equalizer kind of made up for that.
Yep.
And this is why, folks, games like this, series like this, I look at Zucker and I'm like, mate, this is your chance to become potentially best top laner in the LPL. Like, who else would it be? Like, who else would it be right now? Oh my god, the top lane damage difference. I mean, look, that's a Rumble in team fights. It'll happen. Xiaoshu, not a great series from him today, which is a real shame because his 2025 was very, very good. But Zucker, I'm putting my stick in the ground here. I think Zucker could and should be best top in the LPL if he continues on this form.
Had a couple bad series versus, say, BLG and some of these other ones not been entirely clean, but when he works, he's so good. I think that's partly why I'm starting to see a little bit of a rock, paper, scissors scenario in the LPL, where certain stylistic differences are making things very tricky, because actually, Weibo's very clutch pick stuff is making JDG's mid-game suffer. We look at the likes of BLG, where JDG's early game means that BLG aren't winning the early games, they don't play the game out so well, and those kind of differences, catching at different teams' weaknesses, is really interesting to track.
Yeah, I mean, I think there is something to that, you know. I think that basically JDG have actually put the effort into planning early game. They have very good plans. I don't think they're good when the plan goes awry. I think that, like, even in the BLG series, they fell behind early, but they knew that their plan was 5v5s, and they could still activate their plan. When their plan goes wrong, that's where this team does not know what to do. And that's why I think the teams which are much more free flow, just chaotic wizards, so Invictus Gaming, Weibo, I think they struggle against that because it's not in the playbook, it's being written on the fly. Typically, I would have said something like that about BLG in the past, but I think that BLG, the problem with those, they're just not good enough team fighters anymore. And I think Anyone's Legend, the problem with Anyone's Legend is, the reason why that is just a god. He's done that twice. He did it at Honkyu in the early game. JDG, what a fucking game from him.
And then this play from Era forcing the flash into the equalizer. What do you do?
Yeah. And I will say, by the way, look, I know that Honkyu had some awkward moments in this game. I think he was the best player in the early game. Pushing in early, pushing in, roaming towards bot lane. I don't think Honkyu had like an awful game. Late game was pretty bad, but I think that, you know, his early game was fantastic.
Chinese crossbow in chat. Tabe can't beat Weibo. It's back to 23 and 24, AB.
There was a small detail in this team fight that just went by where JJ managed to stun Xiaoshu after Xiaoshu used the third
Q?
Santa Q.
Yeah, so he didn't have Antofo strikes available.
He didn't have the knock-up available. No, well, he knocked up the Caitlyn and wasn't able to follow up on the ult with the Vi.
No equalizer No equalizer from Rumble for this flank as well. I'm just like, you know what? Doesn't matter. I have a shield and all the DPS in the world. Eat flame.
There's so many little angles in these team fights that, like, there's so many little interactions that are making them so... Weibo is blowing my mind in terms of being able to control such a chaotic game. The flash ult there from Xiaohu is game-defining. That is highlight reel, like, as in yearly split highlight reel type material. Like, the flash double stun while the Lucian is mid-calling. Vintage Xiaohu, really.
Okay. So Sam, what are your plans? You gonna stream today?
I'm gonna get an hour in, but I'm gonna be away for a few days. So I want to try and get an hour in, but it'll only be an hour, so it'll be a very brief stream, guys. But I'll get that in, and then I'm free to do a little bit.
We'll get right over that. Harold, we'll go get lunch or something like that.
Yeah.
Sound good?
Sound good.
Well, again, thank you everyone for joining us. Again, there is no official LPL stream anymore. We are independent. We do our own thing. We hope you really enjoy it. But if you do have the bandwidth, to just drop a little support, a like, a follow, a subscribe. These things do matter an awful lot to us. If enough people do them, and honestly a lot of people do, which makes a huge difference to us, then it can potentially make us into self-sufficient independent content creators, which is kind of the dream really in esports. Really, thank you, Harold, for coming in as well. We'll hang out. We'll watch the highlights. Dude, JDG Weibo just continues to deliver. It's a dumb matchup in some ways because, like, okay, surely got to be JDG whenever they're on top. Super team JDG in 23, blah blah blah. After, it just keeps going. It just keeps delivering. Just keeps delivering. This doesn't make sense. Oh, that's Angie's great enemy.
Why?
I've yet to find this out all the time. Yeah.
Angie, I will cuddle Longcat as long as I please. Thank you.
Appreciate you all. Of course, JDG, there is a lot of thoughts to them. I think the game they won, it's no surprise to me that Ginger got very far ahead. Got a bit of a post-game interview, and we'll leave you with that for now.
打野选手杰杰进行我们赛后采访，来向大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 WBG 打野杰杰。
好，欢迎杰杰。 今天比赛非常精彩啊，前2场有来有回，第3场全凭操作。那首先肯定想问一下，我觉得今天完成了复仇战，打得又这么漂亮，心情怎么样？包括觉得整体队伍发挥满意吗？
赢得很惊险吧，所以还是感觉有点刺激吧。至于现在还是不算完全体吧，我们还有很多进步空间。
有点刺激，但留有余地啊！希望你们接下来可以越打越好。那我们问一下游戏内的一些问题。首先第一把呢，其实对方是拿出了破格流的一个阵容，包括帮助炸弹人去置换一些经济资源。但是我注意到你前期很好的把小龙、把潮虫都控下来，你自己当时是怎么考虑的？
可能是当时虽然局势比较劣势吧，但是我自身的对位是优势的，所以找到机会就把资源控了，为我们队伍争取更多的发育时间吧。
不慌不忙哦，拖到中后期觉得机会会更大。那第2个问题呢，就会想问那波大龙团很关键，先抓掉对方的打野，紧接着你很帅气的一波 EQ 出去，再闪现回来，稳稳把龙拿下。那一波大龙运营的过程当中，其实你们今天大龙处理都非常棒。当时对面是怎么沟通的？可以给大家还原一下。
当时是我们决定 run 那条大龙嘛，但是红 Q 一直在上面放技能丢我，但是我打野的职责肯定是不能在龙死之前死掉，所以就想尽办法就躲他技能吧，就 EQ 再闪回来，可能看着比较帅吧。
很明确啊，果然是龙之子，这个龙不能丢。那紧接着问一下第3个问题，其实来到第2把的时候啊，你的前期3级变奏，我觉得也做得非常棒，但很可惜，对面这个梦魇发条确实让你们很头疼。所以第2把结束之后，就下来以后大家怎么复盘？
感觉还好吧，就觉得对面玩的有点好，他的 OC 发条就抓机会抓得太好了。
所以确实今天的比赛精彩嘛，对方也一样很有实力。那紧接着下一个问题，我们就来到精彩的第3把好了。第3把这个前期就很有意思了，阵容下路组选出来以后就知道两边下路要拼刺刀了，所以可能你的这个反野上也有了一些规划，直接去了 FU， 包括对面的红 Q 也没有想到直接出现在下路，所以前期你们发现这个状况以后，队内大家怎么聊的呢
？BP 出来之后，其实能预想到就会两边下路会拼得非常凶吧，所以我的对策就是进 F6， 他中单的对策就是刚波下吧，可能大家都是各自想自己的点子。
明白，互相算计啊！但显然两边呢都各取到了一点优势。那在中期这个不断的焦灼之后，其实甚至应该说有一点劣势，对吧？但是到了非常关键的，那一定要问的就是那波的波比闪现。
Okay, folks, if you're watching on YouTube, the show will end here. If you're on Twitch, we're going to raid over to Sam. He's going to be playing Disco Elysium. It's a cool game. Just check it out for a couple of minutes. You'll get the vibe of it. It's very, very cool. And we'll see you, well, tomorrow, I suppose. See you in a bit.